Yo, what's up? Rat jam. Rat jam. You can imagine. Yeah, I agree, dude. Hey, what's up, everybody? Say someone say bow paladin? No. What are you talking about? Who said bow paladin? Was it you? I think it was you who did it. I didn't do anything. Okay, look. So, I have a confession to make. The next patch isn't coming out for a little while. And I promised bow paladin a long time ago. So, I decided I was going to play bow paladin. I already made the video about this character, and I played it. So it might be time to play bow paladin instead of this. Now, there are a lot of issues with bow paladin from just a conceptual thing, which is that bow paladin is a paladin using a bow, which is such a problem. So we're going to have to tackle that as best we can to make a proper bow paladin, to make a character that uses a bow that is also a paladin. It's a complicated subject and it's difficult. It's something that's difficult to broach. So we're gonna be working on it. So I'm gonna be figuring this out. Now, as far as like whether this character is going to be multi-classing or going pure class, that's something that I don't know, because I imagine I want to use the Horizon Walker tree, but like if I end up going tier 5 of the Horizon Walker tree as opposed to the Paladin tree, then it really doesn't matter that I'm a Paladin. I don't need Feywild Attunement. I don't need Banish the Quarry. Misty Step is nice. Power Shot is okay. And Improved Archer's Focus is just damage. But you already get that out of the Paladin tree. It doesn't feel as thematic.
New Dymo label maker. New software harder to operate. Printer issues are going to 10x.
Oh yeah.
Fiat means 10x more brownies and I don't want that many.
I told you, dude, you said you committed to fixing a printer? Biggest mistake of your fucking life. Literally biggest mistake of your entire life. Fixing a printer? Terrible idea. It's never gonna get fixed. So yeah, so that's like some of the problem, right? Is right there. And then, but using Horizon Walker generally isn't bad. You know, Hunter's Focus is quite good. So you can get a bunch of free stacks immediately. Having access to 2 places at once, also quite good. You don't need the trance. Scattershot bad, Walker's Guidance bad, Corner of the Quarry bad, extra damage. There's a couple pieces here. Generally, what makes this good is the capstone for +2 many shot charges, which you can't read here, but it's +2 many shot charges, as well as better mark targets considered to be favored enemies, but you don't get a lot of favored enemies either, which also makes it quite complicated. So I actually think that the idea of using Arcane Archer from like the Elf tree is not the worst idea on the Bow Paladin, because you do want Arcane Archer and you do want to take the entire Paladin tree. You can't even put points into Vanguard. So I think this character will be an elf or a wood elf. I'm not sure which one. I actually don't know the difference in terms of what they do, so we're going to look it up. The main problem I have with getting the Arcane Archer tree is that you have to spend 14 points on fucking nothing. You gotta spend so many points on nothing, and it just sucks. For Elf, it's Dex and Hit Chance, which is not terrible, as well as the Elven weapon training for longbows and longbow damage and longbow damage. And you can get the Dragon Mark, which I don't want to take. And then for Wood Elf, or Welf, as they call it. Where's elf wood? Wood elf. You can take strength if you want instead. Tier 1 is still just damage. Tier 2 is still just damage. And it's like the same. You end up taking the same thing because you got to spend 4 AP to unlock the tree. So, like, the only reason why you would play as the elf versus the wood elf is the way they, for me, they're like the same. It's only the cosmetic. Technically, the wood elf gets less intelligence than the regular elf, because I believe wood elf is -2 intelligence. But I don't really care about that because who needs skills? It's bow. I'm gonna have to find and swap them. Yeah, as long as you don't get the old model brownies, you should be fine. I think it would be wisdom using falconry to support the ranged attacks, but I love would have an insane love of falconry. Yeah, I wanted to do charisma. Oh, that means I also need charisma to hit and damage. It means I need proficiency with spell casting. So what feats do you take? So it's like you need charisma to hit and damage, or do you just use dex to hit and damage? Because I like the idea of doing charisma, but then there's dex, but then there's charisma, but you need charisma to fuel all your abilities. So you kind of have to be charisma. So charisma is the answer. So it's 7 points into the Fate Arc Illusionist tree, 41 points in the Paladin tree is 48 points, which leaves you with more than, so that's 48, 14 points for the Arcane Archer tree, brings you up to 62 points, which leaves you with 18 points left for the actual Arcane Archer, and 18 points in an Arcane Archer gives you, like, not a whole lot. I guess you get Metaline arrows, which is very convenient, and Morphic arrows, both of which are nice to have, as well as the extra +2 imbue dice and the +2 imbue dice. So you get a total of a bunch of extra imbue dice, which seems interesting. Play Sacred Fist Bow Paladin. That's just worse than regular Bow Paladin. So we're going to do regular Bow Paladin, methinks. And then you get the Arcane Archer stuff last. And you have to start with the charisma to hit and damage. Yeah, if I have max racial AP, that also works. Yeah. That's true. That works. So yeah, we're gonna do that. Sounds good. Okay, I'm feeling it. I'm figuring it out. Time to reincarnate without thinking about the consequences of my actions, baby. Thinking about the consequences of your actions is for suckers. Up this here and here. Is Mr. I'm never gonna make a ranged build again, making Bow Paladin. You know what's fun? I'm playing 2 ranged builds back to back to pay for my sins of playing a Shade Archai. Because Shade Archai is really, really, really good. And so to pay for the sins of playing something that's really powerful, I'm going to play 2 things that are ranged back to back.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
It's only fair, in my opinion. Good morning, Nocturnal. How are you doing? Also weird. It is actually the morning. Yeah. I got up earlier today and I just wanted to live stream. I just really wanted to get on the computer. We go in Night in the Chalice? Yeah, there's going to be a Night of the Chalice build. Night in the Chalice. Night of the Chalice. Yo, what's up? It's me, your boy, Night in the Chalice. I could, yeah. Punching myself in my own dick would work just as well. But I also have these potions of long-lasting potions of ranged power, you know, so that's pretty cool. Oh. I just have to delete this. I thought that had a Reaper bonus on it or something.
Now I'm even more useful.
That's right, you are. I'm gonna delete that because I don't need it. It's not under tomes. Is it here? Yeah, it's gotta be here. The fragment or whatever. Okay, so getting rid of things I don't need. I don't need this, I don't need that, I don't need this, I don't need that, I don't need that, I don't need that. That goes in there. I'm just like cleaning up my inventory. I like to always have my inventory as clean as possible before I end up doing stuff. Let's take a fist percent damage, then archery for centered with bows, and Arcane Archer elf ratio tree, because it's the same amount of feats for a worse thing. It's the same amount of feats for a worse thing. That's why. What happened to the sub badge? I added sub badges. I don't know if that was a good idea. I wasn't thinking clearly when I did some of the coloring, because I can't see how they actually are on Twitch, so I can change them. It's like so blurry you can't even see it. That's awesome. It literally looks like a blob. That's awesome. On the edit, it looked so clean. Oh well. So yeah, we'll figure that out. So we're gonna, you know, I'm gonna figure out the night thing and get it done. Blends into the background. It does. It absolutely does, yeah. It's not your best work, but it's not my worst. That's the best part. It's there for a day. It'll be fixed by tomorrow. In theory, I could fix it now, but then I'd have to do something about it. Actually, yeah, let me do that real quick. Hold on, let me do that. Badges. Okay, so this one, we're just going to delete that. There we go. Problem solved. So that should be much prettier now. So it should work a little bit better. Inquisitive build. The Inquisitive build I want to do requires access to another Universal Enhancement tree point, which I don't have until the expansion thing comes. Yo, what's up, Nearsouth? How are you doing today? How's it hanging? Okay, so this is... I don't need to search it. It's just down here. Iconic True Heart of Wood. Oh, time to reincarnate. Just about to get your legendary in Guild Wars 2. Nice. What's a legendary? What is that? Is that like an item? Does it give more stats? Rim Tom. Well, at least I get another Alchemist past life, which is kind of cool. So, you know, that's kind of sick. Log. Yeah, I don't know what a legendary is in, because usually legendary is just a type of gear, like a piece of equipment, and so yeah, at whatever you want and to whatever you need. Oh, that's kind of cool. All right, melee. Are you joking? Video game? This is a paladin, a bow paladin. Jesus Christ. Where's elf wood? There we go. So I'm gonna play a wood elf, which seems appropriate. A wealth, as they call it. So you're gonna have maxed out charisma. That's important. We gotta get we need dexterity, probably. Sounds right. You probably need some dexterity. Need some, like, constitution. Just get intelligence and maybe some wisdom and some strength. That seems good. I don't know what to do with the rest of these points. What do I even do on Wood Elf? What the hell does this character class even do? I have no idea. Done this on hardcore? Nope, I'm good. I didn't want to do it on hardcore. I wanted to do it on the regular server so I could do it with a reincarnated character, so it would take longer and be worse. Okay, mental training. Once you get to epics, you can unspec mental training, but not in heroics. Longbows are favored weapons, which is what I needed. Do I need longbows to be considered favored weapons? I guess the other options are just kind of bad, right? Because you get longbow anyway. Yeah. Alright, now I'm gonna make my character look cool as hell, because wood elves have really cool hairstyles. Yeah, dude. Friggin' Legolas over here. Ooh. No, give it. It goes over the right side. Doesn't need to see what's over here. It's just all a mystery. And then outside of that, we'll just hit him with the old randomize because I like the hair color. Yellow hair? Nah. Yeah. Sounds good. Give him purple eyes. Dude, you can't even see his eye color. It's all the same. Does this guy have different eye colors? I have no idea. Make him more tan, like more red, kind of. Yeah. Here we go. He looks old. This guy looks very old. Damn. All right, let's go. Gonna make a bow paladin. That's right, bow paladin. It's already happening. I don't have a good reason for doing it. I just am doing it. Ugh, he looks ugly. Do I even have any low-level bows? I have no idea. It's gonna be very helpful to have. There we go. It's all done. I have no idea what I have in terms of low-level equipment, so this is gonna be a time and a half trying to figure that out. I get the Panther because it's pretty cool, you know. There we go. Hey, what's up, bud? Yeah. Give me a bow. Thanks. There we go. Character's basically done. I got bow. I am a paladin. All right, perfect. Thanks for watching. Turn the stream off. Done.
Have threatened this place for generations.
Okay, so Vanguard literally can't even use this, but Horizon Walker I can use. Sacred Defender, unimportant. I need Fadark Illusionist, because I need to get Charisma to hit and damage. Also, I get 1 point in Wood Elf for free because I got a Universal Point tree thing. I also want to get Slayer of Evil, so I get like an extra point to spend. So I guess I'll get the cat. No, I'm a paladin, right? So I need a dragon because paladins are like charisma based, so it's dragon adjacent. So we'll get a dragon. That sounds good. So I'm making bow paladin. That's right, bow paladin. Now it has occurred to me that because I'm not taking Horizon Walker right away, I won't have access to conjure arrow. So I'm gonna have to buy arrows, which is really annoying. But whatever, it's fine. Going to be mostly Horizon Walker? You'd be very wrong. This character is actually going to be almost entirely Knight of the Chalice. Horizon Walker is interesting, but the problem is Scattershot is bad. Walker's Guidance isn't great. +2 hit and damage is I can get here plus way more stats. And a bunch of feats. And then the only thing out here I want is Improved Archer's Focus, but then I can get that out of Ascendancy. And this also gives me +2 hit and damage and Fort Bypass. So I think Tier 5 of the Paladin tree is just going to end up being better. Get Denith Rep? Yeah, it's definitely a play. It's definitely a move. It's definitely an idea. Is there an XP bonus this weekend? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I actually don't know what the bonus is for the weekend. Challenge ingredient bonus? Damn it. That's not what it's absolutely not what I wanted. That's funny. Okay, so let's get some stuff out of here. So consumable, so we're just gonna put on XP. There we go. I'm just gonna take out all this XP so I can get started with a little bit of a boost here. I have 19 superior XP elixirs. Damn, look at all these XP potions. That's crazy. So that's good. So we'll get that out of there. That can go into the cosmetic set. Actually, do I have any cool cosmetics I can wear? I have quite a few. Turquoise light armor with fur shawl. Sounds like it's going to look good. It doesn't. I don't like it. I really don't like that. 17th anniversary dark armor. It doesn't feel very bow paladin, you know? I mean, it's like dark paladin. So maybe. Whoops, that's not the right one. Plate mail celestial avenger. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I even got like the guards for the wrists. So you got your wrist guard. Yep. That's what I like. That's what I'm talking about. I actually need my my storage back though. Hey, give me this, please. Ever since they made it so you can sort your reincarnation cache, it's like a straight up life changer, dude. What a great feature. Now I can make sure I pick up like all of my bags. I can pick up my elemental victory helmet so I can flex on people who don't have it. What else do I need? I don't need thieves tools. I can dust this right here, right next to me. I'm going to grab this. The Slayer boosts should not... I don't want to keep these in the bank here, so I'm going to make sure I put these back away. So these are going to go into the consumable section. Range power is good. My map. Give me that. Give me this. Give me this. Give me that. So many items in here to pull out. Hireling contract folder. I don't know if I need them, but... the benefit of the hireling contract folders, it means I always got hirelings if I do need them, which I don't know if I do. Voice the Master, I can just put that away. I'll just grab this right away. I can't use the Sword of Shadows, which makes me sad. I'd love to use the Sword of Shadows here. Okay, so, I'm going to use all this XP. Probably going to be able to start at level 2, maybe even level 3. Probably not, though. Probably level 2. I think one of these is like 15,000, but you need a little bit more XP on a third lifer. And the benefit of this is it means I can start with stuff like Charisma Hit and Damage at level 1, which is very nice, because I don't want to walk around the world without having Charisma Hit and Damage. Where's that tome? Hello, lady. Please delete this tome for me. Farm Bow of this Elements from the Sands? No, I'm okay. I think I might have, like, a spare silver longbow somewhere. I'll actually need to take a look for, like, what bows I have kicking around. I might have something, but I'm honestly not sure at this point. So this is going to be a bit of a wait and see. Sort of affair. This goes here. This goes here. That's a potion. That's that. Sure, a raise cake. I don't need, like I said, I never really use the cakes. It's usually only for like low levels when someone in my party dies. And then I'm like, oh, don't worry, I'll save you. And then I save them with my raise cake. Did I not have, like, oh, I have a remove curse potion and that's it? I think I get, I don't know what level you get remove disease on Paladin. Range smite evil. I think there's a bug with smite evil where it doesn't work with ranged attacks. If I recall correctly, there was like some type of bug that's like that, which is not good. So yeah. So we don't have scroll cases because if you have a scroll, apparently they just don't store that way because that's not how the objects are stored in the game. So like scroll cases don't work the way you think they would because they can't deal with quantities very well. And it says part A, and then you have part B. None of these items are level 1. Giar's Boots of Dashing, that's good. That's a good item. Chain Shirt of Invulnerability, that's pretty good. I'll take that. I don't have a single bow in here. That's awesome. You have a bow in here, maybe? Nope, I have no bows. Alright, cool. I'll go see if I can find one. But yeah, so there's that. And then the second problem is that if you had a scroll case or a potion case, the problem is you need those things when you need them. You don't need them, like, you don't need them out of combat. You need them in combat. And so if you use like a potion case or a scroll case, then when you need that potion, you have to like go in your inventory, go to the case, pull it out of the case, and then use the potion, which is kind of like defeats some of the purpose of even having the thing in the first place. I have a nicked longbow. Oh! Sorry. I actually have a bow for leveling, which is awesome. Which is very, very cool. Unexpected. Absolutely unexpected. Everything else is cool? No, not really. Lizardfolk Gloves of Accuracy. These are such a cool item. Anyway. I'm very excited. That was awesome. And I'm going to check one more character. I think my Slave Lord guy might have something. Order Gate? I don't know. We'll just check more things. I'm just looking for items. Pulling them out of the crafting bags. Yeah, if that was possible, that would be very cool. I just don't think that SSG will ever accomplish that feat in the history of the game. Yo, King Con Air, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. I hope you're doing very, very well. Thanks for the sub, dude. Appreciate it. It's time for Bow Paladin. Yeah, I don't think that'll ever happen. So, to be fair, though, you don't really need more than 4 potions at any given moment. Well, I guess you need, like, Heroism, Haste, Blindness, Disease, Curse, Lesser Resto, and then maybe Healing. So that's 8 potions. I don't really care too much about that. Like I said, I guess some people are, or that is something that a lot of, some people want, obviously, but I just don't really care too much. Babyyyyyy, that's right. We're fully healed up, but not fully. My armor's healed up, but not fully, but you can use it fully? Well, if it's not fully healed up, but you can use it fully, doesn't that count? They fixed that. There was a bug. They fixed the bow attack speed thing, yeah. Paladin. Hey, guy. He's like, yes, I'm going to teach you the honor of Paladin. And I'm like, yes, teach me about Paladin. He's like, do you have a bow in your hand? And I'm like, shh. Maybe max out jump, because I need a jump. Okay, so now I have 8 points. So I'm going to do this. I guess I go with Illusory Weaponry, because it's +1 to hit and damage. And this. And then I do the Chalice. Cool. So now I have an Imbue, Slayer of Evil, which is good. I have Imbue with Shadow, which is a buff. And that's all we got. Oh, yeah, I forgot I have past lives. Okay, so Ancient Power, it's got to be good. I don't have Double Shot, so that's fine. Enchant Weapon, that's got to be good. Double Strike? Do I have anything other than Double Strike? I have Skill Mastery. Nope, Skill Mastery it is. And it's either going to be Brace or Ancient Blessings. I'm a Paladin, so I'll take Ancient Blessings. I don't really need Grace, because I already have, like... The saving throws are already going to be through the roof, so I don't need to care too much about that. Use it until it's fully healed. You're doing Ranger Paladin? No, I'm doing Bow Paladin. No Ranger. Just Paladin. Just all Bow. All Bow, all Paladin, all the time. Yeah, it doesn't sound fun to me, but you know, we are here and we are doing it. Yo, what's up, Kentos? How are you doing? How are you feeling today? How's it hanging? I committed to doing Bow Paladin a long time ago, and I wanted to follow through with my word of when I said, okay, I'll do Bow Paladin. I wanted to follow through with that. And so I am. So we've got Bow Paladin here. It's a Paladin. It uses bow. You know, that's really, that's all we've got going on. So yeah, it'll be fine. I need a quiver and a bunch of arrows. Let's go get a quiver and a bunch of arrows. So missile weapon vendor, hello. So I need a thin quiver, which holds 400 of each arrow. Cool. And then I need 400 arrows, please. Oh, actually 500 arrows? There we go. Perfect. Did you answer our question? I didn't hear. Yeah, I did. It is fixed. Mushroom Tums slowly lose the will to live day. That's not inaccurate. I wonder if I can buy cheap arrows in the auction house. Wonder what the odds are. Maybe I can get some +1 or some +2 arrows off the auction house. Hey, you never know. What if there are people out there that are putting arrows on the auction house? Let's find out. Arrow. Oh, shit. Let's go. Okay, +5 holy, +1 arrows. +4 arrows, +5 arrows. Greater human slaying arrows. Okay, I can buy +1 arrows, which is actually kind of good. So that's not bad. So we can get +1 arrows. Fortunately for me, I don't need to buy this from this guy, because I can just go to the house beneath and buy the arrows. But yeah. House D quests for arrows. I will end up doing all the House D quests for arrows. That is definitely going to happen. House D for definitely need arrows. This is gonna be a very long adventure. Let's just say that, okay? But I'm excited. I'm gonna have fun, positive attitude, and just like you got to look forward to doing it. Now the harder part here is I don't currently have a way to hit Reapers until I get to Slayer of Evil 2, where I will be able to hit Reapers because I'll get Ghost Touch. So that's gonna take me a little while to get to, but that's okay. Now I can buy +1 arrows. There we go. And just in case, we're going to buy some more +1 arrows, just have them in the inventory. So we'll buy 10 more spots of +1 arrows. I could probably fill another bag with that. 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. One more. Okay, so I have like a few thousand arrows now, so this should be fine. Ingot for a Borderlands bow? No, you guys, I have the Nicked longbow. Are you kidding me? Electrifying, Seeker, Deadly. It's way better than anything you could imagine. 1 or 2 points in a Horizon Walker for the returning arrows because it's 3 points. And 3 points means I wouldn't have my imbue and I wouldn't have charisma to hit and damage. I'd rather just buy arrows than not have charisma to hit and damage. Okay, potions. Cast it and then respec. Actually, great idea. Well, that works. Yeah, video games. Okay, well. Saves me some space. That I gotta say, that was some video gaming right there. That was some video gaming. This guy plays video games. Holy moly. Alright. Well, good. That saves me a lot of time. Good pro tip, by the way. If you guys hadn't thought about that, I didn't think about that at all. So now you're all given the same tip that I have. been given. Let's buy 100 of heroism potions. Does haste affect ranged attacks? Probably, right? I should probably buy a haste potion. I don't know, dude. I have no idea. I'm just gonna buy potions and assume that everything's gonna be fine. Heroism potion and haste potion, and there you go. Isn't it ARPG Frenchman? Yep. I mean, he's all about min-maxing right now, so this is not a surprise. Look, dude, I don't know how often I'm going to be drinking haste potions. I might be drinking haste potions a lot. I might not be drinking them a lot. I don't know. Here we go. Now I got Eagle Splendor potions. There we go. I got all the potions we need. Okay, so I'm going to quickly just run through Korthos Island and see how this character feels. And then you know, we'll see how it goes. So it should be all right. Let's fucking go! Yo, what's up, Kutsal Ra? How are you doing? How are you? How are things? How are you feeling today? Also, I forgot my iconics. Heroic, iconic past lives. Scoundrel is 10% movement speed. Shader Kai have +1 damage with melee weapons. Double strike. Alright, what's up? Shader Kai past life. I forgot. There we go. I have a fair number of racial lives. I don't remember doing all of these. Warforged 2 and Dragonborn 2. Ooh. I don't realize I'm close to getting my third life of each one. Feeling fancy? You should be. You should be feeling fancy. And now last thing I need is Intimidate. Here we go. Alright. Let's see how this goes. Bow Paladin on the books. Suspicious Retreat. I got this. I got the Eagle Splendor. Boom. Bam. It still looks like this weird, like, delay where, like, you pull the arrow, like, your character animates, and it feels like the damage happens, like, a second later. I don't know how else to describe it. It does feel better when you get more attack speed, though. So that's always good.
This appears to be the
Oh, breaking crates. I forgot that I'm not going to be breaking any crates this entire time. Feel like I had a brain meltdown today? Yeah, that happens. Sometimes your brain just melts down. Fortunately for me, no brain meltdown happening at the moment. When's next hardcore? Tomorrow. Just for you. They're like loading up a brand new server. Yep, it's literally happening tomorrow. So you should be excited. Brand new hardcore league. Why am I looting? I have no idea. Okay. I also need Lay on Hands, which I believe is a Paladin feat. Yes, Lay on Hands. Got any other bows to level later on? No, I don't have any other bows. This is my only bow. I might have a silver longbow somewhere, but I'm probably just going to end up using the Barovian one. Because the Barovian bow is good enough. Besides, I'm a paladin. I gotta use a holy bow, man. I gotta use something that's holy. Now, Bow of the Silver Flame would make sense because I am literally a Silver Flame paladin, so it'd be kind of like a fair combo. But again, we'll see. This will be a little, like I said, we'll wait and see. We're gonna go at it as best we can, Legolas style. My character's even an elf. I'm an elf using a bow. Legolas style. That's it.
You can feel the life-saving heat.
I'm just gonna let this go. I'm just gonna sit here and bow people. And the best part about this is my character's so strong, I'm just gonna bow the hell out of some guys. Some guys are gonna spawn in, they're gonna get bowed. Watch this. Yeah, Thorn Lord's pretty good. Oh god. Rolling the one feels so bad. It's because you attack so abysmally slow on a bow. That's the main issue. It just feels so slow compared to everything else. Like, every other thing feels so much faster. Even though I'm killing pretty quickly, it's just because it feels like there's something sluggish about it. I'm not failing this one. Nope. Screw you. There we go. Beautiful. No death here. Oh, baby, look at that. I'm not failing this quest at all. Oh, I've got a bunch of past lives and I'm using a bow and I didn't fail the Caneth Crystal. Yeah. Classic moves. But important note, there's still time. There's still time. So, you know, I can still fail this very heavily. I guess I'm not going to be using the light damage imbue. Well, it scales 200% off range power, right? Interesting. Because as I get more range power, my character will get more powerful. Okay. Because I'm thinking about exactly how this character is going to scale. And I feel like having a 200% melee power scale or range power scaling imbue. No, it's going to go tier 5 of Knight of the Chalice. Because Horizon Walker gives you access to improved Archer's Focus, which is basically 100 range power, right? This gives you access to Ascendancy, which is stacks up to 15 times. So this is 45 range power. Sorry, 50 range power versus 45. With the Capstone giving me all the way up to 75 range power, plus 10 range power. So, plus 3% range damage. So it seems pretty good. Okay, so I have that. I'm going to put the point in here to get the extra +1 to hit and damage with the bow, so I do a little bit more damage. And then now we're going to be spending most if not all the rest of my points in the Knight of the Chalice tree. We're going to be moving up here. Grabbing hit and damage. I don't think I need the extra smites. I think, again, I'm worried that Exalted Smite doesn't function at all, because that's what I've heard some people saying, but we'll take a look when we actually get there. Also, people are asking me, hey, Strimtom, why don't you just use that thing, why don't you just use the book that lets you hit monsters with, or like hit Reapers and stuff. I don't have one. So I don't use it. Oh, what the fuck? Dude, I'm like just firing and my shots aren't landing. I'm not that bad of an FPS player, but sometimes it feels like your arrows just don't go the way we want. Does you hate range combat? That's right. This is penance. I have to pay for my sins. I played Shadar Kai, which is really, really fun, and now by contrast, I have to play bow. It's a sacrifice. And we all have to make sacrifices in life, you know? You can't always just go up and up and up on the roller coaster, because eventually you have to come down, right? If you just keep going up and up and up, instead, you're just going to run out of track. It's going to keep going up, and they can't build any higher. You're going to run out of track, and you are going to crash. You do have to make sure you bring it down, right? And so it's the same reason, like in balance in video games, video game designers can't always buff everything, because eventually, again, you run out of track, and things start to crash, and you have really unintended consequences. Things have to go up and down. And so just like here, with my own expectations of the video game, I played Shadar Kai, which is way up here, and then I need to bring it down.
Hello Strim, Brian
Yep.
here. I have a product you might like. Ready?
Yep.
Have you really been far even as decided to use, even though want to look more like? Call 985-655-2500 inside the details for. Go
Yep.
further, and even more decided to use.
That's what
You
I was
can
thinking.
really be far as decided twice as much to using go wish for it. When you decide far even wants to use it and go want, then get really far even as decided to use, and look more like, and go after. It's just common sense.
What?
Apply today.
Oh my god!
A third crest appears. It glows with cold magic.
Dude, that's crazy. Thank you so much for that knowledge. I've been educated. I feel like I've learned so much. I'm Ludicrous. I'm gonna hit you with a thought I had while walking around and catching Pokemon Go. Okay. So I was walking around catching Pokemon, and in Pokemon Go, especially, because I was texting a friend of mine about like some of the Pokemon I was catching, and I realized I was just using nothing but like abbreviations and acronyms, and it made me think about something. As I was like typing these things, all these shorthand, I'm like, why is the word abbreviation a long word? Abbreviation means to shorten something. Why is this so long? I have no idea why that is.
Hero. It is on the people.
Because you'd be like ABBREV or whatever, like abbrev is how they'll abbreviate it, and it's just funny.
Word comes that your presence is requested in the town.
I just had that thought. Is it that right now? Yeah, me too. Unrelated question: do Death Aura and Greater Death Aura stack? Yes, all the Death Auras stack together. Also, so do allied Death Auras. So on Hardcore Season 6, we did an all Pale Master party. So every single person in the party was required to be a Pale Master. And so with all 6 of us, we just had all of our Death Auras active at the same time, and everyone's was stacking together. And then long? The universe is very confusing, ain't it? What's the theory behind this? Is it the fact you hate bows that she made bows great again? No. As I said, this is penance. This is payment for my sins. I played characters that were fun, and I now must take it back. I have to put fun to the backseat. That's how it works. You go, as I said, the roller coaster goes up, and then the roller coaster goes down. That's how roller coasters work. This is on Argo? Yeah, this is on Agra. Irga.
You notice a small chest hidden behind the bar.
All Orifice are party after the expansion of Hardcore. No, next Hardcore is going to be the all melee party. Is my bow just cut off? Oh, what the fuck? I guess it was just the angle. It looked like it cut off, but it's still there. But don't look like you're having fun. I'm having lots of fun. You don't know that. You're wizard next? No. I'm playing a ranged character after this. This bow paladin should be able to get to 20 before the next patch. At which point I'm going to be playing as I'm going to be running a inquisitive that I've been noodling on. I've been noodling on an inquisitive build that I think will be quite fun. What's my hit chance? 35? That's not bad. Okay, so I'm plus 28 to hit. What's the theoretical minimum of Smite Evil? I think Smite Evil ranged is taking damage away or something. Because I feel like every time I smite, I do less damage. Because I'm doing like 30 every time, and then I smite, and it's like in the 20s. And it's impossible, because it adds my level to the damage. I think it's doing the opposite. And Lamania didn't release the range improvements? No, it wasn't on Lamania. I paid my bow license. Oh, I will. Don't you worry. There we go. Cast Ranger? True. I did do Dark Hunter, Caster, Ranger. That's very true, yeah. I don't know. Sometimes you make decisions, okay? Everybody makes decisions in their life, and they're not always going to be good decisions, okay? Think about all the decisions that you make and how many of them are bad. Now, you might go, oh, wait, but sometimes all of my decisions are bad. Yeah, I know. Me too. Which is why I'm in this spot that I'm in right now. Sometimes you make bad decisions, and you got to live with your bad decisions. Just, it is what it is. Rolls if you're getting the attack roll, see if you're getting the bonus. Well, the attack and the damage roll are going to be different. So the answer is like, maybe?
Your victories have made the village much safer.
So let's level up.
It's time to take
Where's the
fight
Paladin
to the
trainer?
Sarwagan. Out
Paladin
in the
trainer.
wilds
Hello,
of
Paladin
North
trainer. Hello. Here we go. Yep. And I get a feat. Time for everyone's favorite feat, point blank shot. Why? He gives +1 critical threat range with bows, which is crazy, and it gives a bunch of damage. Sick. I have to take all the feats for bows. The only one I don't have to take is shot on the run, which I get for free. A glutton for punishment? Oh, you don't know Strim then. Oh. As far as I know, it's supposed to be, it just adds your paladin level to damage. I don't think it's supposed to be 2 + 3 damage per level, because that's a different, I don't think that formula is correct, because that formula is the formula that you just posted is the Divine Grace formula. That's how Divine Grace works, which is your saving throws. So I think you might be getting confused, Kaliba. Anyway, speaking of being confused, this person's doing Salt Marsh. Are they still doing Salt Marsh? I mean, shit, I might tag along. Sounds good. Why not? I'll just tag along for some Salt Marsh. Hey. There we go. I haven't done Heroic Salt Marsh in like 100 years. On my way. Salt Marsh. Yeah, I don't think that is correct. I'm pretty sure it's just your level. That's what it was for a long time. I think we're good. I think I got everything I need. All right. Why is there no Rain of Arrows in DDO? It's a great question. There used to be. There used to be an ability called Rain of Arrows in Shirati Champion. And what it did is it was like just it was a buff that you placed on yourself. And when you would place this buff on yourself, and then nearby you, enemies would take random damage type. And so it would roll the damage type, and then it would deal damage to them with the damage scaling off of your range power, which sounds cool. The problem is it could also do, what was it? It could also do, where's this inside? It could heal and repair. And so what would happen is you would very often cast Rain of Arrows, and it would be healing and repairing enemies instead of doing damage. Even then, you got the wrong formula. Yeah, but even then, that formula is absolutely 100 million times wronger. That's absolutely not correct. Only applies to evil targets? Well, yeah, but they're shooting at Sahagin and cultists. Those guys are evil.
A halfling woman stands nearby, reading a book.
Here we go. Let's go help these guys out. Oh, I'm sure they liked it as well. He needs healing. Get him. Heal. Shit, this guy's also a bow character? Oh no, our party's useless. We have 2 bow characters. Oh god. There's no... Yeah, the formula on the wiki is absolutely incorrect. As far as I know, Smite Evil doesn't really apply any damage. It's just hit chance. It's only the extra crit from Exalted Smite, which I think is correct. Dude, hit him! Fucking hit the guys! Ah! I shot like 13 shots and only got like 4 of them to hit. Oh my gosh. It's already happening. Miss. Got him. Dude, if monsters aren't miss...
Massive damage.
I'm gonna say miss every single time a shot goes out. Like my character does the animation and nothing actually happens on screen. Just so you can get a reference for how often it happens. Miss. 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 God. My brain. It hurts. It hurts me. I don't ask for a lot. Miss. Yeah, my Smite Evil did the same as a non-Smite, so I don't think Smite Evil adds any damage. Yeah, that's my problem with ranged combat, is when your attacks just like do nothing for no reason. It's the reason why I don't really play ranged characters. Too much aggravation. Hey, I got Cinder Fingers though. Web immunity? These are actually good for epics. Oh, Salt Iron Bracers. Those are great. Are you playing a bow character? Are you okay? No. I took a fall. took a fall and hit my head on the concrete this morning, and then I was like, I just sprung up to back to my feet and said, "Hey, Paladin with a bow, bow character in video game."
No one has used the warehouses.
Bow character in a video game.
Officially, anyway.
All right.
Rumor has it.
And then there's people that like swear by bow and they like only play bow characters. It's shocking to me. You play a bow character? Yep. When are you looking to use on ranged attacks? Yes, they have actually a separate button called Smite Evil Ranged. Oh, I'm a rogue.
That sounds like some serious head damage.
Yo. Welcome back to the stream team, Zetalok. Appreciate the support. You better believe it is. That's, or else my name isn't Bo Paladin. Bo Paladin. At least Money Shot works all the time, so that's good. But appreciate the support. Welcome back for 31 months. I hope you're doing super duper, very extra excitingly well. And I'm very glad to have you here. Welcome. Welcome back. Added damage years ago. Not sure when that changed. It says it adds damage. It just definitely doesn't do that. That's the main problem. Solo guided bow paladin? I would never do that. I would literally never do that. Get help into for the brain damage. True, exactly. Brain damage. The old Dane bramage. I kill you, Kelpie. I missed with a 38? 32? 36 is a miss? This is a level 3 zone. What? 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 This is why I hate Saltmarsh, dude. It's like SSG never even tried. They never even tried to balance it. They were like, yeah, whatever. Just fucking put a million stats on it. It's just so dumb. Like, if you're gonna add low-level content, you want to make it so that the entry-level difficulty is easy enough that anybody can do it. So that way people that have never played the game before go, oh, $20 to get this, like, starter pack zone? Okay, and then they buy it and they get started.
Hastily erected fortification.
Yeah, I have no idea why this area is balanced for, like, level 8 characters, but, you know, it is what it is.
This is the lizard folk's new lair.
That was a very confusing moment. Oh god, you guys. I don't know about this whole bow paladin thing.
Calls to you from up ahead.
Oh man.
Get me out of this hellhole.
Oh god.
The lizard folk queen
This is gonna be a long past life. Oh, don't hit me for 26 and then 12. Stop. Do this for hardcore, skip Saltmarsh. Yep. Yeah, Saltmarsh is actually much easier in epics. Oh yeah, the pack is great. It's a great adventure. The quests are really cool. It's just the monsters are brutal. Get him. Incorporeal. It's okay. It's dead. It's dead. It's dead. Nice. Oh, snap. That guy turned to gold. Yeah, get him. I don't know how that guy turned to gold, but that's cool. What trinket is that? What trinket is what? I don't have a trinket on my character, so I don't know what you mean by what trinket is that. I can always switch to Inquisitive. That's true. This character is not exclusive with Inquisitive, yep. It's fine. Stones around your head? Oh, this? It's Elemental Victory. It's a helmet. You get it from Temple of Elemental Evil. Temple of Elemental Evil. There's no reason to do optionals in Heroic Saltmarsh, so let's just go. Boom! 35. 33. Ugh. Yeah, I can always switch to Inquisitive if I want. You're loving it, admit it. I mean, it is fun to complain, I'll say that. Like, that's something I deeply enjoy doing, and so this does give me, like, free license to complain because it's so terrible to play. Just gonna drive around.
The lizard folk queen.
So I remember every single mind so you can get the hellhole quote over and over. Yep.
But she faces
Yep.
it
It's now, by the way, it's in the Discord, so if you ever want to download it, it's part of the Discord soundboard.
Shaman Kefin.
So you can just go ahead and download the sound effect if you want, and you can play that to your heart's content. Or if you just happen to be in the Discord channel, you can use it on the soundboard. Or if you happen to own Discord Nitro, you can use it in any Discord you want. By the way, I only got 2 shots against the Reaper, even though I shot it 4 times. Both shots were incorporeal, but yeah, at least they connected. Love for 3E D&D Cleric Archers. DDO punishes you for that. What are the benefits of playing a Cleric Archer that I don't know? It is just a thing I have never done. So I'm curious. I'm gonna get Cure Light Wounds so I can heal people. Another target for ranged combat? It does, yep. It doesn't help. You get to play with a bow. I mean, true, yeah. Playing with a bow is a benefit to playing a bow character. I'm mostly just curious. I don't think I've ever played a ranged character in pen and paper. I've played melee characters in pen and paper. I've played casters in pen and paper. I've played hybrids. I've played bards. I've played all sorts of stuff. But outside of that, I don't know. Like some cheese with that wine? Yes, that'd be good. I'll take some brie, actually, if you have some. Or camembert. Yeah, but Cure Wounds is a touch spell. This is charisma base. This is a charisma paladin. So we got that 30 charisma. Those saves. Cure Wounds after combat? No, you can't. Die. Die. Okay, let's recast all my buffs. By buffs, I mean drink the potions. Drink the potions. You think D&D characters get tired of drinking so many potions? Like, it's like, you know, you drink a glass of water, then you gotta drink a second glass of water, and someone's like, hey, drink a third potion. And it's like, ugh. Like, that'd make me so sick, just chugging back potions all the time. Unless it's, like, really small amount of liquid, then maybe it's different. Lethal than a fighter. The problem is Zen Archery only gave you wisdom to hit with bows, not wisdom to damage. So you still wouldn't do any damage with your shots unless you had like strength, a strength adjusted longbow.
Sort of incantation, but the door to the temple is sealed with a pair of crests.
We got the second crest.
Lizard folk warriors are practicing their combat skills against extreme
So where does the damage come from? And if you have wisdom and strength, I mean, melee sounds good, but yeah. You think bull strength pots are just protein shakes? I mean, if they're protein shakes, then they're thick. Liquid 2, throw back 3 bottles of NyQuil and see how it goes. I will say, huge fan of NyQuil. I don't know why, but for like 6 years of my adult life, I just like didn't really drink NyQuil ever, or like cough syrup, because I would just be like get sick and I'd be like, yeah, you know, do whatever. You get sick, you deal with it. It is what it is. But then I don't know, like I got the coronavirus last year, so I bought some NyQuil. Changed my life. You just like sleep at night. You just get a good night's sleep because it's like all your symptoms just go away. And you can actually sleep and you wake up feeling so much better. I'm like, damn, as opposed to like I'm coughing too much to sleep, or my throat hurts too much to sleep. You just get rid of all that shit and you go to sleep. Genius.
Speak with the 3 ambassadors from other
It's
tribes.
Like, obviously you're still sick when you wake up, but you actually sleep, so you don't feel as, like, bad in the brainstem. You're, like, less unhappy about that, the fact that you're sick. Which is nice. Huge fan. It's described as being about shot glass size. That also makes sense, yeah.
You spot the spear crest on the table near a group of
Hey,
rebel
let's
officers,
go.
but the way is blocked by a magical barrier. The rebel officer
Oh, the rest of the team is near. Okay, I got this. I'm Bo Paladin. 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 Yeah, get him. Go Bo Paladin. Yeah. Yeah, get him. Yeah. Yeah, these monsters have 500 hit points. Let's go. Yes. Yes. Level 3 monsters with 500 hit points. Let's go. Bo Paladin. Wah. Ooh, combat. Oh, combat. Yeah. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, combat. Yeah. Oh, shit. You guys think isn't this exciting, guys? Bo Paladin? Holy moly. I've never done anything like this in my life. You say copium? This isn't copium. What am I coping? Look at the damage on my screen. These guys are getting eviscerated by my shots. Well, Divine Power is rounds per level. Recitation is rounds per level. Divine Favor is rounds per level. But they're not all day. Hit Smite, I need the rush. Boom! Again, I don't think range Smite adds damage. I'm just gonna be honest. I really don't think it does. I don't know what Righteous Might is, though. Righteous Might. What's that one? Righteous Might. Is that a base spell? Oh, it is, yeah. You double your size, getting +2 strength and con, +4 natural armor, damage reduction. I guess that would make sense if you're ranged, because it makes it easier to use your larger size weapon. Does it work on your weapons? Gain damage reduction, blah, blah, blah. So all the equipment is enlarged by the spell. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes it that. Wood Elf? Yeah, I'm Wood Elf. I am Wood Elf. I'm not trying to nitpick. I'm just trying to understand. So I apologize if it comes off as like I'm nitpicking the reason why you like, you know, playing Bow Cleric. I'm mostly just trying to understand. Because 3.5 is like, or 3.0 and 3.5 is a rule set that I like. I just hadn't done it before, so that's why I was curious. Just maybe it's a good idea for the next run through of Neverwinter. Or Neverwinter Nights. Not Neverwinter. Different game. Neverwinter is based off 4. Wait, where's this guy? Oh, I tried to heal him and I didn't. Whoops. Sorry. Well, it is what it is. Wish you good fortune. Thank you. Open question, entire chat. Played forums. I'm being tanky and aiming down stuff with CC. Is there anything similar for Cleric? Did you play Nuker Crash for Cleric? What, being tanky and nuking stuff down? Probably. Oh, but not as effectively. Druid actually has good high-level spells. Oh, I've never heard of those meta magic feats. That would make sense. I am unfamiliar with those ones. Persistent spell. Persistent spell has a benefit of duration of 24 hours. Persistent spell has some personal range and fixed range. Spells of instance can't be affected by it. 6 spell slots higher than the actual level. Yeesh, dude. That's a lot of levels. It's already all been done. Nice. Yeah, so that's the other problem too, is I will admit, you know, pretty much every game I ever played petered out around level like 11 or 12. So the idea of persistent spell was just like, it's one of those things that you read in the book and you're like, that's so cool, and then it just never happened. Oh, there you go. Okay. over here. I'd wait and talk to Sub-Chief Irtos.
To the troglodyte ambassador.
Okay. I can't heal anybody. Unless I shrine. Then I could heal people. Or I could just not heal people, which is also an option.
Enlisted folk can focus on
Oh, Archer? Guess what? Boom! Archery! Yeah, I don't think this does any extra damage.
alarm bells ring.
It says it adds extra damage. It definitely doesn't add damage. It's just gonna be straight up here. I don't think this ability adds extra damage. Oh, crafted one? Yeah, well the best level 2 bow is the Nicked Longbow. Nick Longbow.
Hey
let's go.
Strim, Brian here.
Hey, what's up?
Last night I did an upper body workout.
Okay.
This morning I did legs and then pushed that stupid sled around for a while. Now I can't feel anything. What do I do?
Well, if you can't feel anything, that means you have a superpower where you're incapable of feeling pain. So what you want to do is go fight crime. Can't feel pain, so now you can become the best crime fighter ever. Trim playing ranged? Yeah, man. Look at my ranged. I'm actually not doing too bad on the kills. I'm killing stuff. So, I'm not killing a lot. I'm killing some things. Oh no, that guy got held! Rip. Boom! Bow Paladin. Yeah, you can also drink rogue energy. That'll help. Well, it'll do something. I'm plus 45, and I got a grazing hit against that guy. Again, level 3 quest. It's madness. Absolute madness. I feel bad for like new players sometimes. Let's go. We have an actual chest. Oh, I got a necklace. Strength shatter. Sick. I can actually use the shatter. I'm just gonna throw that bad boy on there. Oh yeah. What's this? Radiance lore? Sonic resistance? Oh yeah. Give me that. What's this? Power 1 mana? Yeah, give me that. Will saves? Give me that. There we go. Protection from evil. Damn, if only there was like real protection from evil. What the hell is this? Yellow and green augment slot necklace? What? Actually amazing necklace. Wow. Very cool. Okay, so now that I have points, we're going to be getting Holy Combatant, Smites. At some point, I'll probably grab the Sunder DCs, because I'm going to need them for Holy Retribution. For the instant kill. You will get there when we get there. I'm just trying to get up to Divine Might so I can get even more hit chance and damage. Yeah, because this gives you Longbow as a favorite weapon, I think. Right? Oh, no, you can't get Longbow as a favorite weapon out of here. Does this not give you Longbow? No, it doesn't. I had to take the feat to make sure I got Longbow as a favorite weapon. Okay. Paladin telling me to do Bow Paladin? Yeah, the universe is telling you to do Bow Paladin. If you don't do it, you're gonna go to jail. So you better level up that Bow Paladin. Bow's already a favorite weapon? I know, I just wasn't sure if I needed to take Silver Flame to get Bow as a favorite weapon. I couldn't remember if you got it in Night of the Chalice or not. You don't. So you do have to take Silver Flame if you want it. There we go. Yeah, I'm not convinced that Ranged Smite Evil does anything. I'm just going to test this. Let's see. So, hitting, I'm plus 43. Yeah, whatever. I didn't want to hit anyway. Yeah, it didn't add to my hit chance either. I don't think this does anything. I'm going to note this down. Here, this is a bug.
And the ground shakes as a massive door grinds open nearby. Then there's a sudden clatter of stone. It seems that the shaking caused a nearby cave wall.
And I'm definitely shooting at evil creatures, so yeah. Okay. All is well. Maybe they aren't evil, just misunderstood. I mean, I don't care. I just want extra damage. It doesn't matter to me whether the lizard folk are actually evil or not. I just want to hit them harder. That's all I want. I don't think that's a huge request. Who's with me? Someone that does damage, right? Yeah, good. We got the warlock. Perfect. I'll heal the warlock. Everybody else do stuff. Also, after doing a quick search, it looks like no. It in fact, ranged Might Evil has apparently never done anything. That's good. Okay, I can heal this guy. Just keep taking damage, bud. Keep tanking him. You're good. I got you. You got Bo Paladin behind you. Bo Paladin. Yeah. See, I got Bo Paladin. See, the thing is, does that include the Exalted Smite? If that includes Exalted Smite, that makes Bo Paladin dramatically worse. Because then that means that, like if this at least gives me the +2 threat range and multi, it's at least okay. But if it doesn't do that either, I'm super boned. Think Exalted works? Okay. If he's, no, dude. Save Bo Paladin.
Wow, look
Save.
at Legolas go, jumping around everywhere, getting everybody with the arrow.
Yep. That's what he does in the movies, so. It's a me, Legolas. Note to self, get extra uses of lay on hands so I can heal people.
Contained weapons, not wine. It seems that sailor wasn't telling the truth.
Beating the dwarf in kills. I have 10. I'm actually number 2. That's all that matters. We don't have a dwarf, we have a robot though.
Ship seems to have something very recent.
That's sufficiently grumpy. Archer, destroy! Oh my god, just blowing this guy from across the universe. What server? I'm on Argonison. I'm an Argonison boy. After 2 months hardcore, forgot how much fun the third life favorite soul is legendary. Now I can 2-man legendary quest at Reaper 5. Yeah, it's like I said, when you play on hardcore and you go back to the regular server, even though I'm playing Bo Paladin, this character is still way more powerful than whatever garbage I was playing on the hardcore season. Anyways, who knows? Maybe 11. Oh, way beyond level 5. Yeah, I'm currently using base smite. Yeah. I only have base smite as of right now. I'm level 3. Best build in DDO. That's not true because in DDO implies that it's only the best build in Dungeons and Dragons Online. I think Bo Paladin is probably better than most like Path of Exile builds. Better than Bone Spear Necro in Diablo 4. I think this is just better than everything else. Oh my god. Oh, the pain is so gratuitous. Please stop. I beg of thee. I beg. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, just gonna wait. It's gonna turn. Bro. Uh-oh. Why does this thing have 500 hit points, dude? Is this a level 3 quest? Is it ranged? Yes. It's called Smite Evil in brackets ranged. Smite Evil brackets ranged. Does not function at all. It literally doesn't do anything. Abjuration Archmage Harper Agent. That is technically something you're allowed to do in the video game, I think. Okay, so wait for this guy to take a few more hits. Gonna take a few more hits, and then wait for it, and then we get to lay on hands. God damn, lay on hands is so good. Yeah, but ranged smite does absolutely nothing. Well, that's fine. I can just get rid of this off my bar. Boom! Now I have a cleaner action bar. Wow! Look at that. Didn't think I'd be able to get an even cleaner action bar than I already had, but you would be wrong. Boom! Amazing. And I can pull levers while people are doing things. Think about how much free time I have. Since I'm playing a bow character, I have so much free time to like pull levers, open doors, watch other people perform combat. I can observe really well. Supervise. I can be at a supervisory role in this adventure. You know, that's on Lamania. Let's go away. Please remove yourself from this situation. Go away. Fine. It's gonna die. It's gonna die. Oh my fucking god, dude. I only miss on a 1 and I've rolled 3 of them against this one monster. Why, Bow Paladin? Why? It's okay, I can shoot this guy. Skirmisher? More like idiot. Boom. Look at this. Look at this. Holy guacamole. I have no idea why I don't know why more people don't play Bow Paladin. You know, just look at the effectiveness. Oh, the ones are driving my brain up the side of my skull. I don't know what's happening. Playing crossbow paladin without using inquisitive? Oh, just regular crossbow paladin. Hand crank paladin. It's like that. Where's Doom? There should be Doom paladin that they make, which is a crossbow paladin. That it's a paladin that gets the crossbow, and their crossbow gets like a frontal spread when they use it. They just have to reload after each shot. It's like the animation gets longer, but it's a frontal spread. So it's like it's like you're cracking it back like it's like a shotgun or some kind. Based off of the popular video game The Doom. Like you got the super shotgun. How many point first life bow paladin would be? Well, it would be way worse than this. Admittedly, I am level 3 instead of level 5, and I don't have any equipment on. So that is affecting my ability to do this adventure. But still. You don't know how much? Oh, I'm going Knight of the Chalice. The problem with Horizon Walker is that I wouldn't really be much of a bow paladin, because Horizon Walker just has a bunch of generic abilities. Also, the benefit of Tier 5 Horizon Walker is you get Misty Step, so you can use Misty Step and be able to move while retaining some of your rare abilities, which is kind of cool. And then the improved Archer's Focus. But the thing is... Oh no, I can't get this guy. I can't get him. I gotta heal him. There we go. Even though I can, get the improved Archer's Focus, I still get, which is 50 extra range power. This is 45 range power. Assuming I'm hitting evil outsiders or undead, which is pretty common. Plus I get extra stats. And I get the instant kill from having Holy Retribution, and it means I can stack Sundering DCs, which doesn't seem too bad. Like Fantasy Marine, yeah. I like this one because it's got little arm guards on it, where it's exposed to the arm, but it's got the arm guards, which makes me think of like those guards that archers use, where they have like a guard on the inside of their shot when they drag their bowstring. The Malcop build, Paul Blart. Yeah, I could go for Paul Blart Paladin. What a great idea. Play a crossbow Paladin without using Inquisitive and call it Paul Blart Paladin. And you're just very slowly walking around shooting things. I don't even know how you fix it. It's just bad. When I get to level 4, I'll take Cure, and then I can heal people. I would recommend it. Yeah, archery seems pretty cool. But the amount of focus and practice you need, plus you need like space to be able to do archery. Like, if I lived on like a farm or in even any rural area, I think it would be like a lot of fun to get like a target and have some target practice set up. But I don't have a yard, so I don't know about that.
The High Priestess has just arrived at the fortress's main entrance. The primary target at last. Why do you not surrender?
Here we go. That if you're holding your arm with the bowstring is not fun, I can tell you that much. Oh, I bet. That I can believe. Where's this quest? This is the Salt Marsh. So if you go to Salt Marsh, this is at the edge of the Salt Marsh. It's the last quest called The Final Enemy.
Unable to invade Saltmarsh and the surrounding coastal areas.
The Sahuagin have
Another pack, it's the only one you missed. It's great. I love Salt Marsh. Really, really good quest pack. Very fun. Find it a bit difficult. I don't flinch. I got Nerves of Steel. So, I believe I've actually been to X-Quest? Okay, I've never been to X-Quest. Oh yeah, so not on Industrial Street. So that is there, so that is a place you can go to. But on actually very close to the intersection of Industrial and Saint Laurent. On Saint Laurent, no, is it Saint Laurent or is it Bank Street? No, it's Bank Street. On Bank Street, because I'm thinking of X-Quest. I know where X-Quest is. It's off Saint Laurent near Industrial and Saint Laurent. But off Bank Street, there is this place. I can't remember the name of what it's called, but they do archery tag, where it's like archery, but the way it works is there's like you get a bow and arrow, but there's like a big pillow on the end of the arrow, and you're supposed to shoot people with it. So you play archery tag. So then you run around, and everyone has a bunch of arrows, and you have to it's like basically dodgeball, but with a bow and arrow, and it's very, very fun. Yeah, it's very, very fun. Also, Marple Snap, thank you so much for the resub. 35 months, appreciate the support. You're doing very, very well with the tier 3. Glad to have you here. I hope you're enjoying yourself and having a very, very good day. And yeah, welcome back. The music is very good in Saltmarsh. Also, bullywugs. Shooting them froggies. This life since I can do them on epics, just to get some of the favor of the quest leveling, but the gear's so good. It's very good. That's one of the reasons why I tell people, like, I don't farm gear in heroics, because what I do is I just run the expansions. Like, I just do Feywild every life, and then I just pick up the items slowly, and then I build my sets that way. Is this a bow character? Hold on. Let me check. Hold on. I actually don't know. Okay, hold on. But what about bow Paladin? And I have a bow in here. So I think so? I think so. I think I am playing a bow character. I had to check. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I just double checked to make sure it was visible on screen. Yeah. But why bow Paladin? Because I said I would. Like 6 months ago, I said, oh, maybe bow Paladin. And a bunch of people were like, bow Paladin, bow Paladin. And then, yeah. And then it all went downhill. Ah! Dueling Kukri, Halfling Barbarian with Con as dump stat. Honestly, Con dump stat as Barbarian, if you have past lives and tomes, is not the craziest idea. Or free per XP? Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. I wanted to get top 10, but top 10 was 900,000 Reaper XP for some reason, because people didn't turn the video game off. So that was a bit outside the budget. But I did help quite a few people get closer to their goal, which I'm happy about on the last 2 days. We had about 6 people reach their goals, which is kind of cool, that weren't there. So like all between levels of like 20 and 25 that we got to carry all the way through. And about 5 people who straight up ate it on the last 2 days because I said, please don't come into rooms. Please stay back. Please stay out of these rooms. And they just were like, you got it. And W keyed right into rooms. So that was it. Yeah. Oh, your Reaper goals? All but Reaper goals? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Sprinkles. What's up, Goro? How are you doing? Is that Stream Boy on a bow? You bet. Oh, baby. What is it? Some kind of bow paladin squad? Yeah, it is. Look at my stance. Bow paladin. Pichu! Pachow! Pachu! Pachow! Pacha! Pachu! Pachu! See that? You need to be an expert to do that. So, just saying. We turn any of this? No.
As the wheel aligns to the correct
Here we go.
one of the geysers spouting from the pillars slows.
Need to make sure I got that.
To the waterfall slows.
Very busy day to work, sometimes for snippets of stream, but it's just me losing it at the moment. It's playing a range character, it's maddening. I know. You know what's gonna be even better? When I play the second range character. Because this is only the first range character of 2. Because I'm going to be playing a Inquisitive after this. So somebody already got up and pulled the thing? Oh, somebody did the underwater section. Oh, I see. I see. I know. Yeah. After this, I'm going to be playing an Inquisitive. Which is a Inquisitive Stormsinger that I did some theory crafting. Oh, God. Liv. I got you. I did some theory crafting on Inquisitive and Inquisitive Stormsinger, and I need 1 more universal enhancement point before I can play it. I'm missing literally 1 point to make it work. However, the next expansion is going to be releasing with a +1 universal enhancement point tome that's going to come with the expansion. So as a result, I'm going to be able to do it when Update 60 releases. So with Update 60, I'll be turning into a Stormsinger Inquisitive. That is very cool. Very excited about that. But yeah, why is it the last couple of weeks of waiting for a new game you're really looking forward always feels like forever? It's because you're not distracting yourself by playing other video games. You gotta find something else to do. You gotta pick up something fun. Even something silly. Go on Steam, buy a video game that's between $1 and $5, and then burn out on that for like the next 2 weeks. Just literally find any game that's like between $1 and $5 and go for it. When's the range combat come in the next update? Well, they said so, but they didn't add any changes on Lemania for range combat. So Severlin tweeted out about that, but they didn't have anything on Lemania. However, Lemania was laggier than usual, or laggier than it has been, so I don't know.
The door opens to reveal a large holy wall camp open to the sky. An impressively large holy wall commands his smaller kin to attack.
Also, it's likely 1 to 2 Lemanias out. Yeah, I think Update 61 is going to be coming at the end of August for 2 reasons. 1, it's a bad idea to try to compete with Starfield and Baldur's Gate 3. That's just stupid. The developers, I hope, know better to not try to compete with the releases of Starfield and Baldur's Gate 3. Let those games come out and then release the other thing. Also, because they probably want to play those games themselves. So they definitely should not try to have a competitive release with those two, with Baldur's Gate 3 and with Starfield at the same time. That's a bad idea. Playing Salt Marsh, playing of other threes. This group is up. Oh, lightning boots! Yeah! Anyone want boots of lightning? Delayed for the same reason? Probably. Honestly, yeah, probably. Also, I forgot I have this chain shirt of invulnerability. Fortification to put on. Oh, thank you. There we go. Well, they're my Mythic 3 Spark Souls now.
A large hole leads down beneath the earth. Strange sounds and a stranger smell from the earth.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing Saltmarsh. Because there was a group. Like, I just opened up the menu, and there was a group that was doing Saltmarsh. And I was like, okay, sounds good. So I just did it. This one? Oh, there's a rare here. I shoot this guy. Oh shit. I'm taking way too much damage from these things. 30? Bro, leave me alone. And I can't hit him because my hit chance is too low. Oh my god. I'm getting 40 armor class in this level 3 zone and it's not high enough. Oh god. Terror. Absolute terror.
Massive tracks
Yep.
in the mud lead to a
For the next league, we'll have 6 months, 7-month league. Sounds like hell, especially since that league is Crucible. Well, they're not going to... I don't mean delay it, like, a lot. I just think that, you know, if you know that there's 2 major releases, like a Bethesda release is huge, and Baldur's Gate 3, I don't think is going to be as popular as people are thinking. I think it's going to come out and it's going to be popular, but I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 is going to have the same reach as, like, a lot of other video games out there. I don't think it's not going to hit the same numbers as Diablo 4. I think it'll have a much smaller wave, in my opinion.
If you start touching things. Intruders! This is the Sahuagin. They never
Where does this go? Does this go here?
hold them, my warriors.
Yeah, it does.
I will commune with thousands.
Like, I like Baldur's Gate 3, but yeah, exactly. It's just not a huge genre. Now, it's coming out on console, which obviously will have a big deal. But yeah, I think a lot of people are, like, overhyping how much that's going to affect the total video game industry in terms of what people are actually be playing and buying. For sure. Like, it might have an impact on a game like Path of Exile, but probably more than anything else, probably going to be Starfield, an actual, like, major release.
Just a cocoon that fights back. Cursed beast! Stay and fight!
Div 2 is pretty huge. Let me see. Let's just check the old Steam charts. Steam charts. Divinity. Original Sin 2. Okay, so it released... Day 1 launch day was 26,000 players. Oh, no, the peak was 93,000. So 93,000 players on the first day. Or first month. 93,000 the first month of sales is, like, nothing compared to, like, Diablo 4 in terms of its impact on the marketplace. And probably Starfield. I would not be shocked if Starfield sold 1 million copies in its first month. Again. So, like, I think that a game like Path of Exile is probably not as concerned about Baldur's Gate as they are about something like Starfield. Starfield is the big game. Again, not saying it isn't good in any capacity, not giving any assertion to the quality, but like 100,000 copies is chump change, right? New World sold 1 million copies in the first month. So yeah. Like, it's a cool product, but like, you know, it's not a Bethesda product. Bethesda still look at those people who are like, Skyrim in space! I hope that Starfield is a good product for all the people who are excited about it. I know several people that are excited about Starfield. I just like, you know, it is going to be a launch day or a release day Bethesda product. So it's going to have, it is going to have launch day Bethesda product problems. Yeah. Crocodile Maw. Yeah, so we'll see. We shall see. First 2 months, yeah. End of the day, I'm sure that Grinding Gear Games is probably just gonna, instead of just not doing a new league, they'll probably just have like a smaller league. They've got the big Path of Exile 2 announcement, they know other games are coming out, maybe they'll just do something smaller, simpler. To be fair though, the Crucible League was also small and simple, where there was literally no story to the Crucible League, and it was just like, it was just stats and combining stuff. So I feel like they're probably not going to do anything huge. Yeah, Legacy League was pretty fun. Interest. I don't really get excited for almost any video game that comes out. Mostly because if it comes from like a major studio, you know it's going to be some like formulaic, focus grouped nonsense where it will still be pretty fun, but it'll also probably be a little creatively bankrupt. I think the last game that I was really excited for was Elden Ring, which was nice because Elden Ring was like a breath of fresh air with like just new idea after new idea after new idea, which was pretty nice.
It looks as though many travelers have used this campsite.
I don't think of the next game I'm excited for. A lot of the games I'm excited for are like indie titles, if I'm being honest. Pretty much any major release I'm not super excited for because it's probably going to be just, you know, very formulaic using the safest things possible. Like, they're making a new Mass Effect game. It's going to be cool, but it's probably going to be like the, you know, the other Mass Effect games. It's probably not going to do anything super neat. Yep. It's a BioWare product, so it's probably going to be pretty good. Most of the BioWare products are pretty good, as long as we don't include Anthem or release day Mass Effect 4 or Mass Effect Andromeda. Whoops. Yeah, indie games are where it's at. There's tons of like super good indie games, especially as somebody who is like, you know, a huge platformer fan. I love playing platformer games. I love that. Big fan.
A lone smuggler stands here.
Recent trend. The thing about Andromeda is I as somebody who played through the game and did like 100% of it, did all the missions and stuff. It's not the worst game out there. There are worse games than Mass Effect Andromeda for sure. The main issue with Mass Effect Andromeda, I think, is that it has to live up to the standards set for it by being a Mass Effect title. And that is, it's a lot. It had a big standard to meet up to, which it absolutely did not meet up to that standard, unfortunately. Because it just, it had like this system bloat where there's like this whole crafting system, and there was just too many guns and too many ways to customize them and too many different ways to get the different patterns you could customize everything, which was silly. The story was pretty flat and boring. It went in too many different directions, and then you didn't really spend enough time focusing on any individual thing. They could have cut out half of the planets and just made them more concrete and interesting. The character direction wasn't that great. It had all the animation bugs when it first released, but like, there were a lot of like side quests and other interesting stories that were really good in the game. Good philosophical questions I thought were just fun to like throw your character into, and the combat was like super tight. So it wasn't a terrible game, but it definitely wasn't as good as the predecessors, where like the main story is supposed to be something that like really drives you forward. You remember in Mass Effect 2 when you got to do the suicide run on the collector ship? And it's like this big mission where you get everybody involved, and you're doing all this stuff, and everyone knows they're all going in to die, but it doesn't matter. And there's the music's blaring, and you're like, whoa, oh my god! There's like this big thing. Yeah, Andromeda doesn't have that at all. Not even close. And so that's kind of the issue, is that like, you know, it was a game that was built to be standing on the shoulders of giants, and did not do that very well at all. Yeah. Crab Champion is on the list, right? I don't know about Crab Champions, but we'll see. It makes me willing to take risks, something similar to how movie industry operates. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's exactly the same thing. They just don't want to take any risks. They're just gonna pump out fucking Assassin's Creed 40 and be like, hey guys, just buy the new Assassin's Creed video game. It's basically the same video game as before, but with a different setting. Woo! Then people buy it because it's Assassin's Creed 40. So yeah.
The Sahuagin Shrine also emanates.
So it doesn't interest me. Bethesda's games don't really interest you. I'm not going to say that because, you know, Starfield is a Bethesda game that it's going to be bad, but like, it kind of just looks like No Man's Sky, and No Man's Sky is already a really good video game you can go play right now. So like, I think that's going to be the biggest comparison, because No Man's Sky is also not a small video game. It's a very, very popular video game, and it's extremely well done. So. I think that's the thing, is like, I don't know how Starfield's gonna fare, because people are gonna compare it. I don't know if it's gonna compare favorably. I'm around to the gold roll. Oh, I gotta do my gold roll. I should set it up. Yeah, and the other issue is like, you don't hear about a lot of the cool video games you would like, or indie games. Like, a bunch of people are like, man, they should go back to making turn-based Final Fantasies. And they're never going to go back to making turn-based Final Fantasies. It's never happening ever again. The world will literally get hit by 100,000 meteors. Or no, I don't know. It'll get exploded by a giant asteroid that comes through and hits the planet before Square starts making turn-based Final Fantasies again. But that's okay, because there are tons of turn-based RPGs that you can buy on, like, Steam or whatever that are less than $20 that are all like, you know, at the same level of quality as Final Fantasy games. The problem is you just don't know about them because you've never heard of these studios, because they don't get it as promoted as well, because Steam is going to promote the big players. They're going to promote Final Fantasy 16 over those other things.
As part of their plan to
So yeah.
conquer the Salt Marsh. Sahuagin attack, seeking vengeance for your destruction of the shrine.
It's good now, but it's not even a game at release. That is correct. No Man's Sky went through a tumultuous development. The Internet Historian video does a really good job of like going over the development of that game. But right now, No Man's Sky, I know many people that play it. It's like 100 times better than they initially, like, everything they promised is like done times 100 over on the game. And as far as I know, they've never charged for an update. They've just been like improving the game and making the game better. So every time they have an expansion come out, it's just, oh cool, new expansion added to the game. There's new stuff. And you just keep playing. They might have some type of paid-for season thing, but I don't think so. They definitely have. There's some type of microtransaction in the game, I'm sure, but it's a modern video game. All modern video games have microtransactions. Oh, the little cave in Slaver Street. Yeah, if it's still locked, just reset the quest. Sometimes it bugs out. I don't know what causes it to bug, but sometimes it bugs out. Oops. Bravely Default 2 recently, which is a lot like early Final Fantasy games.
At the same time, you spot
Another game that was interesting. But yeah, It's just people want like again, people want that like Final Fantasy experience, or like they want a game titled Final Fantasy that's turn-based, and you're not going to get that. You have to go to other games. Let me get this loaded here. Let me get it loaded. Where are we going? Where am I? Did I go the wrong way? Am I lost? I feel like I'm very lost. I wish I had more damage. That'd be a good idea. There we go. Get him. They just started development of Starfield thinking they'll do what No Man's Sky was supposed to, but right. Just development No Man's Sky became so good they can't top it on release. Well, that's the thing, is like, there's a reason why Diablo 4 is selling very well, because it's, again, the majority of the players, right? So for those that haven't heard the Diablo 4 news, you haven't heard about it. Basically, there was a patch that came out on Thursday that butchered everything in the game. They butchered basically every build. They reduced people's damage by like 30 to 40%. They reduced people's survivability by like 30%. They made the game slower. They make it so you level slower. You get less XP, everything. They literally nerfed pretty much every single thing in the entire game. And there was this huge uproar, and all these people were really mad about it. Fucking, I'm gonna quit. I hate Blizzard. This sucks. Game sucks. I'm gonna quit. Blah, 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 blah. And then yesterday, the season 1 goes live, and there's major queues on the server, and you can't log in. Why? Because internet noise doesn't transition to traffic, and also these big companies like Blizzard already knows that 95% or more of the player base don't read the patch notes. They don't give a shit. They're people that get home from work, and then they like turn on their Xbox to play friggin' Diablo 4. Then again, they're not like people who are sitting there reading the patch notes, frothing at the mouth. They're going on the subreddit that has 500,000, people on it, which might be a big deal. But 500,000 is like not even close to their outreach. They don't even care. Because they're aware that most people are not going to pay attention to the noise, and it doesn't matter. And so people just logged in to play anyway. And a lot of people didn't even notice because they started playing on the new season. And the new season gives you a whole bunch of powers that replace the powers that they took away. So who cares? And so was Diablo 4 ever going to measure up to the complexity, or not even the complexity, but like the interesting and variety of gameplay you get in other pre-existing video games like Path of Exile? No. It's never going to do that. But it also doesn't have to, because people will make the comparisons, but the problem is it's the unaware masses that just don't even care, right? Like the people that are, not the people, but a lot of people are going to be buying Starfield are unaware that No Man's Sky is really, really good. And so even though Starfield is probably going to not compare favorably to No Man's Sky, which is likely going to have better features and better quality of life and be basically a better version of it, they're still going to run into the problem of, or like, it's not going to be a problem for Bethesda, because Bethesda's releasing this behemoth of a product to an audience that is unaware of that, and they're just going to sell 1 million copies anyway. Thanks all. Take care. And we leave party. Time to level up. Let's go.
Holy moly, is that a holy longbow Lee?
No longer kill a random monster, and they don't even notice anything changed. Yep. Like 5 enemies in the entire game. Like I said, I don't know. All I know is a buddy of mine was showing me. He built this like underwater base with like a racetrack, because they have like this racetrack system now in the game. And so what you can do is you can also thank you for the Ritz, appreciate it. There's like, you can build racetracks, and you can get these cars to go on racetracks. It just requires a lot of materials. So he built this like underwater, like Mario Kart level on one of these like water planets. It was kind of sick. Like I said, I don't know the specifics of what you can and can't do. I just have heard from a lot of people that it's very good, and it's one of the most popular games on Steam, and it has been for a while. Yay. Oh shit, it's Solder Man. Solder Man? Nice. Get him, dude. Solder that, man. Okay, so getting extra smites preemptively. I get a spell. So I have Cure now. Actually, I'm going to put Cure over here so I can use that at a different points. Now I can spend my Reaper points, which I have a few. So this is ranged power. I don't need that at all. Ranged power. I guess I'll take Tactics DCs. This gives me Charisma. Do I need anything else? No, I just need 1 point here. I don't need any saves, so I'll take Dodge, and I'll grab Physical Resistance Rating. All that sounds kind of good. There we go. And now I get Memento Reaper Strike, and we are all set. I don't have Action Boost Haste yet. And I have no idea how I'm going to fix that. Well, on the upside, we're doing all of the harbor, so sounds good. So I did Saltmarsh before doing the harbor, so that's kind of funny. Harbor R1. I haven't done any of this yet. Harbor. Bring in the light. There we go. Let's go. I think I'm going to grab a Cleric Hireling just in case. Nah, I can heal myself. I'm a Paladin. I got 300 spell points? I'll be fine. Why do I have 300 spell points? Huh. Alright. So yeah. Can't res yourself. I know it's past lives, but like that just seems like a lot. Your stats looking like a level 4? Like these ones. D4 is good, it's not really a step forward for the game, or for the genre. Exactly, that's the way I've described it. Diablo 4 is perfectly fine. It just literally has not a single new idea in it. That's pretty much it. It just doesn't have a single new idea. It's just all old ideas in a new package. But it also makes a lot of money. You can make it so that old ideas are still exciting to engage with. Lots of game companies just use old ideas and don't really innovate that much. You don't always have to do something new, and that's totally fine. As long as you're doing something that makes people that is entertaining, it's really all that matters. Right? Like the idea that every single person, like every single video game company should be pushed to or challenged to like push the envelope and build like an entirely new system or project or reinvent the wheel every time. Like it's called the wheel for a reason, right? So, you know, people can build stuff off of the wheel, whether you're an indie game developer or a major studio. It's just something that, you know, people want. For me, I was disappointed to find out that they didn't want to like reinvent the wheel. Like I said, like I wanted them to you know reinvent the wheel, but they didn't. So the game doesn't appeal to me. But the fact they didn't might appeal to other people. The same gameplay? Yeah, I think Diablo 3 is a more fun game than Diablo 4 for sure. Like I said, I give Diablo 4 a 6.5 out of 10. It's really pretty. It's very polished. Smuggler. Smug. I should probably just have the thing where it auto updates for me, so I can be lazy, but yeah. Oh, I guess getting the key. Nice. I don't have to do anything. What are you thinking for Baldur's Gate 3 release? I'm thinking I'm going to play it when it releases. I'm going to try to answer that question, but that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I'm going to play Baldur's Gate 3 when it releases. My plan is to stream it with a special plugin that allows you guys to help me make decisions in the game. So we can all have a good time. So you guys will be able to click on the screen and choose what the dialogue options are, so you can actually participate in the video game along with me. This should be a good time. Isn't you playing it yourself? Yeah, but you can always leave it on in the background. You'll also, because I'm going to be doing it in a collaborative approach, I'm not going to be playing as fast as other people, because, you know, I'm going to be giving people the option to, like, click on the dialogue boxes and what have you. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, thank goodness. Whew! Armor class, thank you. He missed me, and I dodged. Beautiful. I mean, if they choose to reincarnate, if they reincarnate to choose another class. Iconic start at 15 if you choose Iconic. If you get to level 30 and do an Iconic reincarnation, you can start at 1, or if you want to start as 15, you choose another Iconic. The Dark Urge Origin that they talked about, though I don't think you'll be playing it since you're continuing with... I don't know what Dark Urge Origin is. I haven't looked up the video game. I really don't like... I'm going to be honest. This is going to sound weird, maybe. And I'm assuming some people will probably be on the same page as me, but like, I don't like looking up video games and movies a lot before they come out. I pretty much just like to look at, you know, like a little bit of the marketing and kind of make a decision as to whether it's something I want to play. And then once I've made up my mind that it is something that I want to play, I like tune out from all the marketing afterwards. So like, I've already decided I was going to play Baldur's Gate 3, so I don't know anything about the news. I don't know what classes are even in the game as of right now, because when I first played, they only had like a certain number of classes in the early access in 2020. And I have, like, I don't know any of the features, anything they've added, new concepts, if they've done trailers, videos, demos. I have no idea. Because once I've already committed, well, like, finding out more of that stuff isn't gonna, like, I'm already excited for the video game, and while I could get more excited by watching a video or learning more about the game, I could also get my experience dampened by, like, having a preconception about the game before I go into it, and I'd rather just, like, play the game. That's just the kind of the way that I think about it, which is not, I'm saying that that's how you should think about it as a consumer. Do whatever you want. You guys are also consumers. And that's why they put those things out, to be viewed. Yeah, so I just don't. So I don't have, like, it's like, oh, what build are you going to play? I don't know. I'm going to make a character on day 1. I mean, I'm going to be playing as a half-elven bard because it's Peter Pipega, but that's about it.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Yeah, that guy.
Easy.
Yo, welcome back to the stream team. Favor Saver. Appreciate the support. You're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing very, very good today. I'm glad to see you tune in. Welcome back for 26 months. Appreciate it. Glad to have you here. Amnesiac with severe murder hobo urges and some creepy sidekick trying to encourage you. I don't even know what that means. You can play as one of the recruitable NPCs with their own backstories, motivations, race class combos. You can make completely your own character, or you can take the origin of the Dark Urge, which has a lot of plot stuff, lets you build your own race class combo. Oh, there you go. Like I said, I'm going to be playing as Peter Pipega on stream. I'll be doing a separate playthrough, probably off stream, as like my own game or whatever. But I'll be playing the whole game as Peter Pipega, who joined me in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 and 3. Like I said, my goal is to finish off Baldur's Gate, or to get Baldur's Gate 2 finished before Baldur's Gate 3 releases. That is on August 3rd. I do not have a lot of time. So we're going to have a few I'm going to put in a few extra days of stream, and it's going to be literally just Baldur's Gate 2. I hope that is not too bad for anybody. We'll see. Eat traps, Plague Reaper. I can't deal with Reapers that well, so I use the trap to deal with it. I guess I don't have a way to stop them. Yeah, so we'll see. And Peter Pipega is also a Scald, so I have the expectation that I'm probably going to be playing as a Scald Bard, because that's what Peter Pipega is in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, which makes sense. So yeah. The Valor that I'm guessing? I don't know. I'll figure out whatever's the closest thing I can get to it. Again, it's one of those things where, like, I'll figure it out as I, like, when I get there. I think there's a chance that after Baldur's Gate you might play Planescape Torment. I mean, I don't know. The thing is, there's so many video games out there in the world, it's impossible to play all of them. You kind of have to, like, it's sort of like when it comes to TV, right? it's really easy to get like the FOMO of like not watching TV shows and wanting to like try to watch everything and keep up with everything. But like there's just too many video games out there. I'm gonna do my best to try to play new video games. It's one of the reasons why I've made like a commitment to myself to, at the very least, try to get through all the games on my Steam library, which I've been doing pretty well. I'm at like 50 hours in Dragon Age Inquisition, and I'm getting closer to the end of that one, and I'm enjoying it so far. I finished off Superliminal the other day, which is pretty good. I played all I needed to play of Brotato, so that one's off the list. So yeah. So I should be able to get through, so like, you know, I'm going to try to play through every video game that I can and try to get my experience with all of them, but yeah. Enjoy Brotato. I played 2 rounds, and then I uninstalled it. Brotato is literally just Vampire Survivor with a different coat of paint on it. And I already got bored of Vampire Survivor, so. Not even close. It's literally 1-to-1 identical. I couldn't find a single thing that was even remotely different between those 2 video games. Like, not even one. I only played 2 rounds, but I couldn't figure out the difference thing. It's the same thing. You kill monsters, you get little XP gems, use the XP gems as currency to buy the different upgrades. You buy the upgrades. When you get 2 different upgrades, it combines to make a bigger upgrade. It's like literally 100% exactly, no changes, identical, the same game. Still be. Because you only played the starting class? Correct, yep. Does the game ever change from you are in a big square where you fight monsters that come at you endlessly?
A set of kobold footprints crosses and recrosses itself on the dusty floor. Sometimes the prints. Several doors lead deeper into the warehouse. A high-pitched yelling north. The stink of unwashed kobold pervades this room. You wonder whether washed kobolds would smell any better.
Okay, so the game is you are in a big square and you fight an endless quantity of monsters. As I said, I already played Vampire Survivor. I don't need to play Brotato. I'm not saying that you guys can't enjoy it or that it isn't fun for you. I just already played that video game, and I don't need to play that video game a second time. Again, I also could be missing out. And I also am totally willing to accept the fact that maybe there's a detail I'm missing that I don't know, and I'm never going to see it, and that's okay. I'm very okay with that. It would be low 90s, yeah. Like I said, I'm not trying to speak bad about the video game. I'm sure it's really fun. I just I found Vampire Survivor got really repetitive and boring. Some people really enjoy it. They like the kind of just, you know, you only use the arrow keys and nothing else, and you just kind of walk around and don't touch anything sort of mechanics, and I get that. I think that's cool for some, and I'm glad that people enjoy that. I had fun with it. I played about 10 hours of Vampire Survivor before I got bored, and I started playing Brotato, and the first 2 rounds were exactly the same thing. You're in a big square, and you fight monsters, and you just use the arrow keys and know the keys on the keyboard, and I was like, well, I already beat this game, so I don't want to play it anymore. That's it. Like, you know, it's the nature of when you make things that are incredibly derivative, is that some people will really be in love with the genre and want to play the next version of the same thing because they want that very derivative experience. Where they're like, I played A and it was really fun, so B is similar but with a different twist, and so they want to play that. For me, I found that genre of auto gameplay, which just wasn't as interesting for me, and so I wanted to stop playing it. Okay, 1 extra imbue dice, please. Thank you. And divine might. Thank you. Like I said, I have 40 minutes in Brotato, and I couldn't tell the difference. Garrison.
Be careful down there.
I gotta get the thing. Oopsie. I already drank this potion. Like I said, I already have 40 other games on my list of games to play, so I'm gonna move on past that one. Right? It's it's sort of like the question of like, is, you know, okay, I played it for a little while, and the game was, and I didn't think the game was very good. I just didn't really have that much fun because the game wasn't good. How many hours do I have to put in before the game gets good? I like games where the game is good, like, right away. Baldur's Gate 2, for me, was, like, good right away. The story was good right away. The visuals were good right away. The dialogue and the way all the characters were written was good, like, right away. The exploration was good right away. People need to learn that is a fine thing. Yeah, exactly. It's not that even that I don't like the game. I just literally, I played it twice. I did 2 rounds, and I was like, this is 100% no changes Vampire Survivor, so I turned it off. And you might say, no, but it's actually really different. Well, it wasn't in the first 2 rounds of the game, so therefore, I am disinterested. It might be a very different game, and I will never know. And that's okay. It's not even that I didn't like it, I just already played it. That DDO is a game that starts great and fun. I think it can. It depend. I would say generally no. I would say generally no. It's not. It's not always going to start out being fun. It's actually one of the reasons why, as a Dungeons & Dragons Online live streamer, I have never, not even one time, convinced a single person I have met in real life to play this video game. 0. I cannot get people to play this video game. The beginning of the game is very, yeah. You need to be a very special kind of person to really want to play DDO. Like, my job is not to help people get into playing DDO. That's not what I do. What I do on my live stream is I help people. And with my YouTube channel, I help people who have already started playing DDO and they've decided they want to stay with character builds and figure out the rules. That's what I do. I don't think I can help advertise the game very well to help people, like, get started. You find Korthos fun? I'm not saying Korthos isn't fun. I'm saying that the beginning of the game, the user interface, stuff all over the screen, the fact that it encourages you to go to the store, like, right away, you know, a whole bunch of things are just, like... there can be quite a few immediate turnoffs to the game very quickly. I think the first dungeon's not too bad.
You leave the festering sewer water, only to be assailed by a pungent new scent.
Right? Like, I'll give you an example, right, that is very, very different from that. So I recently started playing Deep Rock Galactic. Okay? And Deep Rock Galactic was fun the beginning of playing the game. It puts you in a map with a gun, and you gotta mine some stuff, and you get to make these dwarven shouts, and then when you play with other people, you're just, like, shouting dwarven things at each other, be like, rock and stone, let's go, and then there's, like, this big ship to explore, and it was immediately fun the second I turned the game on. So I enjoyed it heavily when I first started playing, so I kept playing it. Funnily enough, even something like Lost Ark, I found it really fun immediately. I found the mechanics and how you attack things was, like, very entertaining. Yeah, so for me, first impressions matter a lot when it comes to a video game, and so I want to have, like, a good time, like, right away. Put that there. I don't think that's there. Yeah. I feel like Lost Ark is just not a very good... I don't know how to describe it. It's like, it had too many things that it was telling me to do, and I just got overwhelmed.
You wish all these bones were a little cleaner.
Dirk's next. Dirk. Dirk's got a secret. Let's go. Near impossible. And then run missions, went from 0 to 5, and never finding the objective because the game refused to be fun. Okay, so I already told this story. I couldn't do the first mission because the intro tutorial mission, I failed it because I didn't know what I was supposed to do. So I left, like, the drop pod that drops you there. I left, and then I was like, huh, there's no dialogue or anything telling me what to do because I think the game was still loading. So I went back on the ship because I wasn't sure what. Maybe I like skipped a flag or something. And then so I go back on the ship. Then it gives me the flag of, oh, okay, now that you're getting started, try using flares to make the area brighter. But the door closed on me even when I was inside the ship because you're supposed to get on the ship or get off the ship and use your flares, and then the drop pod goes away. Well, I was inside, so the drop pod went away and it started lifting up with me inside and I was stuck. It went all the way to the top of the map. Then it despawned because obviously they would unload the asset, at which point I'm at the top of the map and I fall all the way down, hit the ground, die. The mission ends, and I load back up on the spaceship, and the guy goes, "Congratulations for completing the tutorial. You're a real miner now. Go out there and do mining missions." And I was like, "You got it, dude." Yes, sir. I don't know how, but I'm gonna get on it. I absolutely broke the tutorial immediately. Yeah, I broke the tutorial right away. But then instead of doing tutorial, I just did the game. And it's really not that hard to figure out. Click to shoot, swap between your guns, right click to mine, and then press V to rock and stone. That's pretty much literally all you need to do. There's like very few buttons in that game. It's very straightforward. Got into PoE into the Diablo's games, just felt like the exact same game as D2, so why not play D2? Yeah, exactly. And I think that's also where like the genre interest comes in, right? So like as I said, for me, I find I have an interest in action RPGs. I'll play any action RPG. You know, Last Epoch or Diablo 4 or whatever. You know, it's like, oh, it's a new game. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I'll see what's up. I'll try it and see what I like. Butcher's Path. So you know, I'll try out all these games, but I didn't like the auto game genre as much. Like I said, like Vampire Survivor. So I just, you know, after playing one and then going to the next one, I was like, well, it's like the same thing. And I just didn't put in the interest to try to learn more about the game. Which is not to say that the game doesn't, you know, isn't good or doesn't have the, can't drive that interest. Which... use the same and I don't like any of them. There you go. Yeah, everyone's allowed to like what they like and dislike what they dislike. That's cool. That's called the market. You know, this ain't. I'm not like, you know, I'm not your mom sitting at the dinner table being like, you gotta eat your vegetables. You gotta play Diablo 4. Kids. None of that. Actually, Brussels sprouts is a great allegory for Diablo 4. Okay. Allegory? Whatever. Because it's like, Brussels sprouts, in my opinion, kind of mid, but they can be prepared well and they can be done well. But like, most of the time you have Brussels sprouts, they're gonna be like kind of underwhelming. Not my favorite. They got this like bitterness that, you know, they need to be prepared properly or like seasoned properly or else you're gonna have like a bad experience with them. And that's kind of Diablo 4, where the majority of the experience is going to be bad, but there might be some good times in there. Really good for you? Oh, absolutely. Also, I think Brotato would be more fun if I was doing it on controller for the moment. Like, I'll probably end up playing Brotato more later. It was like I didn't even know what it was. I thought it would be like I don't know, some type of action or exploration or adventure game, and it was not any of those things. I saw Potato with a handgun, man. I was excited. And I lost interest. With the Blizzard will lower your social credit score. No, Blizzard, please. Not the social credit score. You ever finished Frog Fractions? I did not finish Frog Fractions. I got stuck on the choose your own adventure part for like 30 minutes, and then I was like, well, because the DDO, I was playing it while the DDO servers were down, and so I gave up. I couldn't figure out what to do. I just kept going in a loop. Nah, it was like 30 minutes. I kept going in a loop. You're gonna play Tiny Tina's Wonderland? I did not say I was going to do that. I still haven't played a Borderlands since Borderlands 2. I mean, it's not Borderlands, but it's like, yeah, it's like Borderlands.
Can't wait for Frog Fractions February.
Maybe. So it's a possibility, you know. And it was fun. Oh, I'm sure it's a really good game. No doubt in my mind, it's a very good game. And I keep trying to heal this guy, but he's like always out of range. Here we go. Just heal this guy. I really like Borderlands 2. So it was a really good game. I just didn't buy any of the other ones, and so I didn't really get into it. Weapon class don't deal damage to weapons. Much more crazy vampires where the class only really changes starting weapon, a small stat bonus. Yep, yeah, for sure. Yeah, Vampire Survivors classes are like it almost doesn't matter what you start as, because you can start as one class and start with a weapon, or alternatively you can just play as another class with a different weapon and just get lucky and get that weapon that you wanted. So it's really not that big of a deal. It doesn't matter too much based on which one you pick, but yeah, again, not saying that Brotato doesn't evolve or change to the thing, but it is a video game in a room where you basically just run in a circle. Which, again, not necessarily bad. Just not something that I wanted at the moment when I turned it on. The news has been run by Borderlands 3. Yeah. Brotato video game. It is. It is a video game. I also don't want to get the impression that I hated it. I didn't have a bad time. It was just not the time that I wanted. I just didn't want to play that style of game at the time.
Despite this, the books seem bone dry.
And where you run in a room in a circle? Yeah, but they're bigger circles. DDO is literally a circle, the TR circle. You go around all the levels and you start at the bottom again. I TR'd today.
The librarian scans the shelves.
So I'm very familiar with the circle.
Best wait for him to leave before trying to steal.
I am not using that ability. I might. Infinite masterpieces are pure trash, nothing in between. True. Giga true. Yeah, this was the Vile Master of Flowers.
The librarian has left the room. Quick.
Also, I regret to inform you guys, this might affect your you might be like, yeah, Stream Tom, I agree. You know what? Everyone can play different games. It's cool. I'm glad, you know, you're playing what you're enjoying and you're not feeling forced to play things you don't enjoy. Yeah, I've been playing Guild Wars 2. I know that's a big L, big Stream L over here. Yeah, I know, big L, I got it, I get it, I got it. Don't worry. I heard Guild Wars 2? Yep, you did. It's like Pavlov's dog. Guild Wars 2, he responds. Ministry was better. Yeah, I don't know about the gameplay in terms of Borderlands 2 versus Borderlands 3, because in Borderlands 2 I played as the Siren, and that shit was tight. Oh, speaking of tight, time for the gold roll. That's right, it's time for the daily gold roll, everybody, or the weekly gold roll. A lot of you guys put in some points. Some of you going to win, some of you going to lose. You could win and you could lose. I know I'm going to win with my top 100. Give me a mount. Gold roll. 26. That's not what I wanted, but it's okay, I guess. It is okay. I didn't get what I wanted. Rip.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Playing ranged?
That's correct.
By choice?
That is correct.
Did we lose a bet?
No. Just my sanity for a little bit. Release in Borderlands 3. Sick. I had a really good time with it. I haven't played I played Borderlands 2. Oh my god.
You have found what you came for.
2014? When did it come out? Borderlands 2. I probably played it in 2014. So it's been a long time. 9 years? Shit. Dude, that's the other thing too. Okay, so look, all the people that are out here bitching about like, oh, the new games suck and there's so many new games. There's so many old games that came out like 10 years ago, but 10 years ago was still in the time of like modern gaming. So they have like really good graphics and fantastic game design. You got Borderlands as an example. You ever play Borderlands? Dude, that shit's probably on sale right now on Steam. Haberdash. Also, someone maybe stand up. Ugh. Gonna wait until this rises so I can keep going. Let's go. Played pre-sequel? I played pre-sequel while I was really high. I was in New Brunswick, in the city of Moncton, and I didn't have anything to do on a Saturday, and I was working remotely, or not working remote. Sorry, like I was traveling to work there, so it was not remote. I was moved to there to work for a short period of time, and the company I was working for put me up in the hotel. There's a Hilton downtown, so I lived at the Hilton for 2 months, and there was also another guy for the same company I was working with that was also working out of the Hilton, living out of the Hilton, and so I was like bored on a Saturday, and I was like, yo, do you want to like hang out? And he's like, yeah, sure, man, I'm about to get baked. I'm like, okay, sounds good. I don't really smoke a lot of weed, but I was like, okay, sure, sounds good. So we leave the hotel, and we just walk around the neighborhood and smoke a joint. And I said, I don't really smoke a lot of weed. So for me, man, the thing I always forget is that, you know, if you have a drink, like any type of alcohol, it takes time because it has to hit your body, goes to your digestive tract and everything else. Man, smoking a joint is like, it goes into your lungs, which is directly connected to your bloodstream, goes straight to your brain. Like 1 second. It's like, and then done. I was like Dunzilla for the whole day. It was like crazy. Anyway, so I forgot that, of course. So then we went to Subway, and it was really, really hard to order Subway. It was like impossible. I was trying to figure out how to like get the food that I wanted, and I just, oh, whoops, this camera turned. I don't know why I did that. Stop doing that. Anyway, it was really hard to get the food that I wanted, and I could not figure out exactly the process to get that going. So that was fun. And then we then get back, and he's like, cool, do you want to play some video games? And I'm like, sure. So then he was playing the pre-sequel on his whatever, I think it was Xbox or something. And so I played as, I think it was Claptrap is who you can play as one of the characters. And we played for like an hour, and I don't remember anything about it. I just remember we got stuck in town. We couldn't figure out how to get to a character, an NPC in town, because it was like multiple layers of this city, and we couldn't figure out how to get up to the higher layers. And eventually we turned that off, and then watched reruns of Futurama, and then I went back to my room and slept for like 12 hours. Classic time. So yeah, it's on $5 in Steam. Like I said, and so every time you're like, man, all these AAA releases, they're so disappointing. Like all these buggy, broken, piece of shit video games. It's like Starfield's probably gonna come out with like $100 million. So go play Borderlands, man. You ever tried 1018s? No. I'm not specifically saying like go play Borderlands. I'm just saying like there are so many insanely good games that came out between the year like 2010 and 2014 that are all on mega sale almost all the time because they're old video games, but they're on PC, so you can just play them whenever. And it's like, oh, I missed out on this game series, and just go do it.
You see one of Osgood's men making his way down the tunnel ahead. He hears you approach.
Oh yeah, you'll probably have modders within the first like month fixing all like the texture issues and stuff that the game experiences, and the frame rate problems and stuff like that. NT is a lot of fun. Oh yeah, we were just talking about that because I was just saying I hadn't played it. Does shared mental on hound puppies do damage to her? No, it does not. She's immune to all damage except for the damage type of the puppies. And so the primal avatar mantle adds like non-physical damage, so it doesn't work. You just have a weapon swap, a cryo battle weapon swap. And it's only 3 filigrees, so it's really easy to do. Either a Cry of Battle weapon swap or a Cry of Battle artifact swap. Both are fine. And then you Cry of Battle them, and then you go.
You hear the grind and clatter of machinery from below and to the west. It sounds like something heavy is being ratcheted into place.
I assume this has already been done. Go. The reason why I break all the things in this quest is that there's very few breakables, and you get the full XP for breaking so few of them. No conquest, even though we killed every monster. Where's my conquest bonus? It's been 2.5 hours of stream? Shit, I didn't even notice. I like straight up had no idea. Cool. And we do all of water work. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I gotta use the washroom, so I shall return in a moment. So we go 5, 3 to 5, water work, R1, and water. Nope. I thought that would work. Harbor. I think it's under harbor. 3. Here we go. And Nash Tooth. Alright, I'll be right back. Use the bathroom. Oh shit. I got a full group, dude. What is this? Boom. Bam. Welcome. You always gotta hit him with the welcome. Hey, Jim, does haste boost work on range attacks? You bet. It does. Action boost haste is amazing on bows. I don't know how I'm gonna get it. I might not get it. We'll see. I think I can maybe fit action boost haste in here, but we'll see. Yeah. The problem is it's expensive. I have to go to a lot of different trees for bow paladin already. Like, I want to get wood elf so I can get arcane archer tree. And then I also want to use Knight of the Chalice. I need 7 points here. I kind of like the idea of 2 places at once. So, like, so I can have displacement, because displacement good. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, So it's still good going back and forth on it. Yeah. Can I give any? Let's say you're out here and you're waiting for new games to come out. Let me see if I can give you a game recommendation of games to play. Okay, so here's some solid game recommendations. If you're like, man, I really want to play Starfield or Baldur's Gate 3 or whatever, and I just can't wait. If you're looking for a shooter to play that you haven't played yet, highly recommend BioShock, which came out a long time ago. It's an old game, very good game, Would highly recommend it. Or Control, also a very fun game. Or Doom 2016. All fantastic games. You haven't played them. They're probably all pretty cheap. And yeah, all quite good and quite entertaining. You're looking for a side-scroller, and you're out here and you haven't played Ori and the Blind Forest yet? Ooh, that's a good game. If you haven't played Ori and the Blind Forest, or Ori and the Will of the Wisps, those are good games, okay? Fantastic games, fantastic side-scrollers. You're looking for that. You're looking for that side-scroller action. Trust me, look no further. Those ones will get you taken care of. No problem. No problem. Also, if you're like, I don't know, I need like a shorter-term side-scroller. I want something that's more arcade feeling. You want an arcade feeling side-scroller? Guess what? You still haven't played Super Meat Boy. Super Meat Boy is a fantastic arcade-style side-scroller. And it's really, really, really good. You just have a whole bunch of levels that you get graded on. The levels are really short. Every time you die, you restart at the beginning basically instantaneously. Fantastic video game. Would definitely recommend. What else is good on here? Maybe you're looking for an RPG. You still haven't played Undertale yet. And it's current year. Undertale's like $10. And it's like easily one of the top games I ever played. So good. Definitely recommend. You're like, oh man, you know what? I want something that's gonna like challenge my brain. I want something more tactical. Have you played the Worms games from the early 2000s? Guess what? All the Worms games are on Steam for pennies on the dollar. And they're so good. Man, get yourself some Worms. What a great idea. You can even play online with your friends. Tell your friends to buy it. Super cheap. My God. I think of other good games to recommend in the short term. Things that really kind of live up to what you want. We have like old, pretty good games. Is that good? No. Do a PRMer works on ZZ? I have no clue, but you can find out and then let me know. And then you're like, okay, well then, what if I don't want to play any of those things? What if I want to play something that's even older? What you can do is think of like whatever your favorite game was. Whatever your favorite game was. Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Nintendo 64, whatever it is. PlayStation 1. Think of whatever your most favorite game was. And then go look up mods for that video game. You know how many sick Final Fantasy VI mods there happen to be? Or Final Fantasy Tactics mods? Or Mega Man X mods? Like whole games? Just total whole ROM hacks? And you're like, damn, I can just replay the same experience, but it's totally different? Yeah, you can. There's like an infinite amount of like super creative experiences out there. Other games that are good that I would recommend. I'm just looking through the list of things that I got here. I can't really recommend Master of Orion 2, but yeah. Because while I like Master of Orion 2, that's a bit of an older 4X game. But man, go play through some of the Civilization games you haven't played yet. You know how many there are? Oh my God. There's so many good games. You can probably even just go on Steam, look up games that are under $10, that are extremely highly rated, and go for a whirl. You want a really hard bullet hell shooter? Super Chrome Bullet Purgatory. It's a the classic side-scrolling bullet hell shooter, but like I said, inexpensive, very fun. It's probably one you've never heard of or played before. Yeah, there's tons of like old games. We have 4-job Fiesta event going on where you play through Final Fantasy V with a random selected party composition. That shit's hard. Yeah! You know what you can do as well? You're like, man, you know what? I always wanted to play like those Soul-style games, but they're too hard. So go download Dark Souls. Every Dark Souls game has Dark Souls but easy. They're all really easy. If you just download the game but easy mode. And now you can play them and get that experience. You can be like, oh damn, now I can see what was cool about this video game. Sick. Fallout 1 and 2. And Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. All great. There's like so many really good video games that some of you guys might not have played. And this is not me saying that you have to go out there and buy a bunch of new games or whatever, right? Or like buy a bunch of video games. It's just that there are tons of options of games that came out between like the year like 2008 and 2014. They're just all like really, really good. But maybe you didn't play them because you didn't have the console at the time. You didn't have the money, or they were new when they came out and you like heard about them, but you just didn't like get the chance to play it. You're like, man, I never did play Borderlands. Now you can. It's cheap. Like I said, on the one hand, it sucks to be a video gamer right now because a lot of the bigger studios are pumping out the same repeatable schlock that they've been pumping out forever, like the completely soulless and new idealist Diablo 4. That doesn't mean you have to play Diablo 4. You never played Torchlight 2. Go play Torchlight 2. It's so good. Debuffs do not work. There we go. Yo, add that to the wiki. Thanks. Then we don't have to figure it out. Torchlight 2 is such a good game. Damn, man. Capcom announced Dragon's Dogma 2. Go play Dragon's Dogma 1. What a good game. Probably not even that expensive. Actually, don't know how expensive Dragon's Dogma is. Let me see. Store page. Yes, I'm old enough to view the page. It should know I'm old enough to view the page. Library? It's $40. It's not on sale. Okay, maybe you don't have to play Dragon's Dogma until it's on sale. You know, that's fine. And technically you don't have to play any of the games they're recommending. But yeah.
This appears to be Clan Nash.
Great fun. Yeah, or you can play you can play Daggerfall, but you can go download mods that make the game intelligible, that just add modern game features. Like a usable map. There's tons of games like that, especially a lot of old games where it's like, hey, download a mod that just makes the game like 100 times easier to experience. Because people have put so much effort into modding these games because they just love them so much. They love them and they want other people to be able to experience them the same way that they do. I can't remember what it was. There was like, I remember watching a YouTube video about like some dude, some like programmer who got the Super FX chip was a chip that was added to some game cartridges on the Super Nintendo to make them basically run and perform better. Specifically games that needed it were stuff like Star Fox, because just how much they had to render and what they had to do at the same time. And so so a lot of games that had either frame dips or just like a lot of, you know, they had a lot of graphical tears and things. This guy went back and got the Super FX chip on the emulators to work on more games. And so you have a whole bunch of games that got like reinvented. I'll see if I can find the YouTube video about it. And so a lot of these games, like Gladius and stuff, that would have like crazy slowdown when there were too many enemies on screen, don't have that anymore, but only on these like special emulated versions. And you can re-experience some of these amazing video games. Anyway, my point is, there's too many good games out there to be bored. So go explore the world. And you might be like, wait, are you telling people to do something other than play Dungeons & Dragons online? Yeah, because if you're bored, if you weren't bored, you would be playing it because you'd be having fun. Sometimes you got to take breaks from video games. I think it's very healthy. I was tempted to make a YouTube video about that. I think I still might. About like what Diablo 4 teaches us about, you know, responsible video game playing. Which is sometimes you got to take a break. Sometimes you got to stop playing the video game that you're playing. Other than Night Spirit that gives blanket, yeah, Harbor Agent does. Yeah, Elder Scrolls Online is free right now. The game's literally free, and there's like 300 hours of content without spending a single dollar. You play Daggerfall in Skyrim. Yeah, you could go play More Oblivion. Taking 5 and doing parts 3 and 4. I just gotta take level 5. Yeah, you could go play League of Legends. Who doesn't love League of Legends, man? A lot of people don't love League of Legends. Yeah, go get some Neverwinter Night mods. Did you never play Neverwinter Nights, but you like Dungeons and Dragons Online? Congratulations. Neverwinter Nights uses the 3.0 system. It's 3.0, so you have to get used to ambidexterity, which is a pain in the ass. But yeah, if you don't mind having to deal with ambidexterity, it's an option. I forgot how many spaces I put arrows into. I didn't even put that on. I picked it out of the chest and I didn't even put it on. Oh, good. Look how many items I'm selling. 90 spaces. Go, my inventory. Empty. Yeah, so if for those of you that don't know, there was basically an extra 2-weapon fighting feat called ambidexterity that you needed. So it wasn't just 2-weapon fighting. You needed 2-weapon fighting and improved weapon fighting and greater 2-weapon fighting and ambidexterity. It was like an extra feat to be able to have good attacks with your offhand. Which again, not necessarily a bad thing, but it is a thing that if you're not prepared for. Same thing with I bet half of you guys haven't even played goddamn Knights of the Old Republic. God, what a good game. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic is so good. But also 3-0, not 3-5, 3-0. So you do have to deal with ambidexterity as well if you want to dual wield lightsabers. Stupid ambidexterity. I will say that, correct me if I'm wrong, so maybe there's something I don't understand. It feels like in 5th edition, dual wielding is basically just bad all the time. Am I wrong about that? It feels like it's basically always a bad idea. Except for like at the big, like level 1, where you only have like 1 attack per turn. Looks like the KOTOR remake got canceled? Okay. Just trying to figure it out. Because I feel like almost every class has something better to do. Like, I played a ranger because I was like, oh, I can do dual wielding and everything, I can do that. But then I found like every turn I was using my bonus action on Hunter's Mark, which ended up doing more damage anyway. And I was like, well, this is a thing.
In the center of the room, a grate covers a shaft that disappears into the depths of the sewers.
Sneak attack once per turn enables her to have a second shot at it. Yeah, that's how the rogue in my party does it. She dual wields. In like my campaign, she dual wields, so she has 2 chances to get her sneak attack off. Yeah, dual wielding feels like super omega bad. Okay. I just wasn't sure. I was pretty sure that was correct, but I wasn't 100% sure. So now that I know. Now that I know, I know. Oh, God. Ooh. More hours in the dungeon siege watch on the weekend? Yeah. At some point, also, we should, because you mentioned you wanted to play it, and I now own it because it was bought for me. We'll have to put Divinity 2 in the list at some point. Oh, God. Oh, God, the damage. Oh, the champions. Oh, Jesus. I just took, like, 300 damage. Thank you for the lay on hands. Oh, shit. Okay, good. Powerhouse it could be in 3 and 3.5, yeah. It's not even, like, the powerhouse. It's just the fact that you only get to make 1 offhand attack just feels so sad. And 1 offhand attack, and you don't get to add your stat bonus to your damage. It just feels straight up bad.
Straight down this shaft would be deadly. You see pipes intersecting it that might help break your fall.
Get 5 sneak attacks off? Yeah. So, even if I was to run another 3.5 game, I would still only let you sneak attack 1 time per round. Because sneak attacking on every hit is too much. But because I'm a gamer, in 3.5, I would let your sneak attack go through your crit. Which is what I would do. So if you happen to roll the crit, you know, if you have a ×3 weapon, so if you like sneak attack with a bow and get the ×3, then you triple the sneak attack. No, it's not a fighting style, it's a feat. You have to take 2 weapon mastery to get that. Yep. Like I said, I can only do 1 big game at a time, and so I'm currently working my way through Dragon Age Inquisition. So yeah. It is a fighting style? It is a fighting style? No. Even still, it feels bad. Yeah, I played a ranger recently, so you'd think I would know that. I had both the feet. Oh no, it was the feat that makes it so you can use whatever weapon size you want in your offhand. Right, that's what, and it gives you like +1 armor class when you're like fighting 2 weapon style. Yeah. Because my character Shirk dual wielded battle axes. Yeah, we played a low magic campaign, so we played the entire campaign without any magical items. So I was level 10 with 2 regular battle axes, baby. And it was very good. I had to make 3 attacks per turn. 2 attacks with the main hand and 1 attack with the offhand. Oh god. Oh god. No! It's happening! Oh, the incorporeality, no! When I get to 6, I'll fix it. I'll fix it when I get to 6. Worry about DR? Nah, there was no DR. You see? Look at the damage, man. Oh yeah. Get him out of here. Holy moly. You know how long this would take if I was playing a melee character? Just way too long to kill that pack of monsters. I'm so happy I was able to do this. For something different, this is just Paladin. No Dark Hunter. No Ranger. I don't want to use Horizon Walker as the main thing, because if you use Horizon Walker, then multi-classing makes sense, but then I'm not really playing Bow Paladin. I'm more playing, like, just Horizon Walker Ranger with some Paladin. So I'd rather... I'm just going to play Bow Paladin and call it a day. Put a bow on, play a Paladin. Easy. Something simple. Also, fun fact. Smite Evil doesn't do anything. It doesn't work at all. Yeah, like the dolmens are fun because they come down and then there's just monsters everywhere and it's just fighting. Okay. What do we do now? Okay. Need a minute to figure out gear since I'm 5. Then we do STK. I gotta go figure out my gear. Okay, so what am I doing here? I want to get Exalted Smite. I also want to take plus... Oh, is this just +1 to hit and damage? I think I'm going to skip +1 to hit and damage here. Grab the extra Smite. And then I'll probably pick up Slayer of Evil 6. The extra imbue dice, and then grab Exalted Smite there. Next level. Just bank the rest of my points. Is the sound always fun in Cyrodiil? Yeah, it's I like I said, it's exciting. Everyone starts sprinting for the one area. Okay. Plate of the Summer Solstice. Ooh, Seeker 4, physical sheltering, parrying, plus it's summer. Sounds kind of good. Okay, we got Summer's Heat Ring, Winter's Chill, Wind Riders. So Crown of Leaves is good. Profane well-rounded, plus it's got Reaper stats and stuff. It's kind of good. Charisma and Sheltering Ring, that's got to be pretty good. Let's put that on there. Charisma Sheltering, I'll take it. Leaf Mail, no, I don't really want light, so medium works better for me. Medium definitely works better for me. What else do we got in here? I got Dead Ringers. I got the Direbear Belt. I mean, it's got Insightful Sheltering, so I guess I'll take that. Snow Scale. I think I want the Snow Scale because I feel like it's just better defensively than the other one. So I'm going to grab the Snow Scale. Cold Iron Bracers. Now I can hit Undead and stuff, so I'm going to grab these. Put these on here. Con 4, Dex 4 Ring. I mean, that's just good. Amber Pendant. I don't really need any necklace or whatever. Cloak of Spring. It's got Insightful Dex Parrying. It's got Elec Absorb. Pretty good. Let's grab that. And that's 5-piece. Do anything else? Crown of Snow, Belt of Ram. Technically, Ram's Might does give me more damage, and I don't really need the defense. I'd rather have +2 damage, right? So I think I want +2 damage, for sure. And then I don't really need the Dexterity, because I already have the Cloak. So I can replace the ring with the Lionheart Ring, which gives me Insightful Armor Piercing and extra action boosts, which is better in general, so I can do both of those things. So that seems kind of good. Bank this. What does Lotus Mail do? Does Dodge, Hamp, Reflex. I mean, it has Healing Imp and Dodge, and I kind of like that. Because I'd like the Healing Imp. I don't care about the Sheltering, because I already have this ring. I think I am going to use Lotus Mail, which is light armor, counterintuitively. But I can use the Dodge, so I'm going to take that instead. Okay, so that seems good. Do I have a trinket I can use yet? Wait, didn't I have a, like, level something? Deep Promise Onyx, Smuggler's Camp. I thought I had, like, a Battle War medal for level 3. Oh, can't find it. Well, it is what it is. Sometimes you just can't find it. You often attack between main attacks if your class gets multiple attacks, be 2 OP and 5e. If you could get that, it would just make it that it's strictly better. is really weird. Oh, Helm first. Okay, let me just get this going. Helm plus SDK, and we go for Helm. Shag's Helm. All right, heading over. Done. I got everything done. Do you have a frontal cleave? Cleave. Two cantrips to have weapon abilities? Over here, get into this quest, and then I gotta spawn to something, and oh god, go away. Back away, demons. Okay, here we go. Alright, I don't need to drink these potions anymore. Ho ho! I'm free! Free from drinking those potions, so I can just drink other potions. 34 Charisma at level 5 is very different than Hardcore League. Very different from Hardcore League. I'm plus 57 to hit. Oh my god, that's such a number. Ugh. Past lives. Past lives have an interesting effect on your game. I just didn't get the key. I'm assuming somebody got the key. I'll take a crit for 300, please. Holy guacamole. So now my stats are really crazy. All my saves are in the 30s, so I can't really fail anything. I got Fortification. I got Armor Class. 43. 400 mana. I got reasonable physical magical resistance rating, a lot of charisma. Heck, I even got 17 range power. Do I have any double shot? 2 double shot. Do I have positive spell power? No. Okay. I have to figure out how to get positive spell power into this build. I will say, being plus 60 to hit, very cool. The damage still feels so slow because of the attack speed. It's crazy. That at level 10. It's the magic of having, like, all the past lives. I don't have all the past lives in this character, but I do have Completionist, which gives you a +2 bonus to all ability scores, as well as a +2 bonus to all skill, all your skills. And then also I have 69 Reaper points. Nice. And then epic past lives, and yeah, it all goes. Yeah, class completionist is huge. I tell everybody, get class completionist before racial. Yes, racial completionist gives you more points. Racial completionist is also like 42 past lives, whereas class completionist is 15. So, yeah, racial does give you more. It's also 3 times as long. So, you know. And now I can actually just shoot this Fear Reaper. Sick! Whee! Splat. 60 damage. I'll probably get like a positive spell power item effect somewhere. I don't know when. Should basically the same time. To be fair, heroic completionist or epic completionist doesn't really do a whole lot anymore. It's like an extra. It's, I guess, epic completionist is what, a destiny point?
Sound of marching footsteps above the steady noise of rushing water.
Alright. Hello, Hobgoblin Cleric. Goodbye, Hobgoblin Cleric. Work on Reapers since they're outsiders. You can paralyze outsiders. Outsiders are not immune to paralysis. So yes, paralyzing does work on Reapers. It's very effective. If you happen to have paralyzing arrows from Arcane Archer, it works very well. The downside is that paralyzing arrows is based off of wisdom, and my character is not a wisdom character. It's a charisma character. Why? Because I'm a paladin? Seemed good enough at the time. But you can. Or if you happen to just have paralyzing as an effect, like on a bow or something, that also works. Paralyzing arrows is very, very good in DDO. It just doesn't add damage. That's the main issue. So you need to be entirely focused on physical damage if you want to be like a heavy paralyzing arrow user. Alright. SDK now. I'm doing Shantakor. I really like SDK. I always have. There's something about that, like, well, one, it's heavily nostalgia driven. I am driven by nostalgia more than pretty much any other emotion. This is one of the reasons why I will go back and return to the same things, and one of the reasons why I find it difficult to enjoy new things, because I just want to go back and play the old things. But I just love that big fire trap room. That big fire trap room, to me, is like this such an awesome moment in DDO, because you just like, oh yeah, I'm doing quests, and you're going through, and everything is fine, and you just get to giant pillars, fire everywhere. What do I do? It's such a great like moment in the game to try to teach you, like, yeah, by the way, sometimes there's going to be things that happen that are big. You got to figure it out as you go along. Speaking of driven by nostalgia, man, I keep thinking about replaying Elden Ring. I need Shadows of the Erd Tree, please. Miyazaki, I know I said a lot of bad things about you during my playthrough that you deserved, but please release Shadows of the Erd Tree. Stupid FromSoft releasing finished video games instead of just releasing early access garbage that's not even close to being done. only they would just release things before they're done. I just wondered, is the element of victory used more than the butterfly crown? Both situational based on the instance you're doing? I'm using it as a cosmetic. Element of victory is not a good item. Yeah, this is just a cosmetic.
The Wayfinder's last set of markings.
The actual item itself is not very good.
Avoid power.
The reason why it's not very good is kind of straightforward. It's basically because it is a all it does is give you elemental absorb, and it gives you a whole bunch of elemental absorbs, which could be kind of good. But the thing is, you can actually gear out elemental absorb on other pieces. You can get elemental absorb from class passives. For example, you can get 15% all elements from what do you call it? Primal Avatar, as an example. So like getting elemental absorb is achievable in means outside of just the helmet. And also, you don't need all absorb. You really only need one at a time. So as long as you know what you're going into, you don't need all of the absorptions, right? So like, if you're doing riding the storm out, you need electrical absorb. You don't need fire, you don't need cold, you don't need acid. You just need electric. So instead of using a helmet that gives you all three of those, you just slap on one item that gives you electric, and you're good to go. Dude, I don't even need to be here. This warlock's doing everything. It's great. Have some health. I'll just keep them topped up. It's my job. It's my job. Here we go. I'm just gonna stand around. Get them. Get these guys. I got with one arrow of that whole thing. Arrow projectiles. Ugh. I'm upset. Jane's character says, so why don't you bring some of your friends for the battle? Let's say 7 of them. What a coincidence. It's the exact amount for a full trial party. It is very convenient. Yeah, at least they know. I really love it when the game is like at least kind of self-aware. Like, one of my favorite moments in Elder Scrolls is there's this part in like the campaign for the Ebonheart Pact where you have to like take a keep basically because the pact is like losing ground. So you have to like take a keep against, you know, whoever. And you talk to some soldier, and they're like, oh, it's a report soldier. They're like, oh, we got a lot of bad things going on. You know, our captain, he's been captured, and he's being detained in the enemy fortress, and they've got too many of them. We don't have the men to save their lives. And then your character can just respond with, it's like, okay, so you want me to go into the fort, take, break open the doors, or open the doors that we can infiltrate, eliminate their leadership, get rid of most of the forces, and rescue the captain. And the guy's like, yeah, that would be great if you could do that. That'd be amazing. That would be really good. And then, like, that's your quest. Because it's like, they know that's how it is. Because everyone else has to, like, you know, the soldiers, they can't fight multiple guys at a time. But, dude, you're the main character. You can just charge in and fight everything all at the same time. Who cares? And I don't know. It's just stuff like that. It's always really funny. Do you want to take down this entire fortress? Yeah. Bo Paladin? Yeah, it's me. Sorry, I was doing something else. I got distracted. You ever do that thing where you're like doing something and then you see a message and you're like, I gotta type on the keyboard. And you get distracted. That's what happened to me. Instead of helping, I didn't help these guys at all. Apparently, we're returning to the river gate. The quest is basically already done. It's kind of sick, man. But yeah. Yeah, this Bo Paladin. So maybe wondering, how does Bo Paladin work? Basically, I created this party, and now these guys are doing the whole quest, and I'm just kind of like hanging out, you know? Just kind of chilling. Big chilling over here. I don't got a lot going on. I got a little going on. In fact, I'm actually going to take this opportunity while I'm just like running back to figure out why my camera is like not mounted properly, because it like demounted itself. So I'm gonna do that with a little bit of auto running magic over here. Here we go. Okay. So the camera should twist like so. It should be good. I should be in frame, I think. Oh, it's so dark. Is it that dark in here? There we go. I shouldn't have all the lights on because I have a headache. Headache bad. Bad for my eye sockets. So I had some of the lights off. Just a few. I'm going to move this down just a smidge. More comfortable for the old standing desk. Apparently we didn't slay any of the optional creatures, which is good. But yeah, anyway, so you might be wondering why Bo Paladin, because maybe like I didn't explain it that well, but let me do my best to explain it. Basically, I said at some point, yeah guys, I'm going to do Bo Paladin. Then I started doing Bo Paladin, and that's about it. I said it like 6 months ago I was going to do it, and so now I'm gonna do Bo Paladin. I'll make a nice little video so you guys we can all chat about Bo Paladin and how fun and cool it is and how cool I am that I did it. And that's about it. The big crux of the whole thing is basically going to be, man, does it feel bad to be a physical damage using bow character? It's going to be the same thing of this like bow rogue. I think this character is going to perform a little bit better than bow rogue, simply because Paladin at the very least gets like really good healing and defensive tools during the leveling process, whereas rogue doesn't. So I think that Paladin is going to level a lot better than bow rogue will, because with the one exception, obviously, of not being able to disable traps for additional XP. Instead, you just kind of go. But the character is going to do comparable amounts of damage, except to just get more defensives. So yeah. The rogue gets the imbue, so Paladin and rogue both get the imbue, and they both kind of suck. Rogue gets the poison D8 imbue, Paladin gets the light D6 imbue. Treasure. I don't know why I'm looting chests. I just am, you know. Sometimes I just do that. Treasure. Originally, I was gonna have to do House Beneath Favor for the quiver. I don't have to do House Beneath Favor for the quiver though. Okay, so at 6 I take Precise Shot, which makes sense. Or do I take Rapid Shot? I take Rapid Shot, right? Because Precise Shot only gives me stacks of Archer's Focus when I'm standing still. So I take Rapid Shot for sure. That sounds right. Yeah, see this thing, by the way? This is what SSG doesn't want. They don't want to, like, have just monsters being trailed through entire dungeons. They want you to kill the monsters as you go through. They want people to fight the monsters in the quests. Yeah, which is important. But I feel like Rapid Shot lets me fire faster, which is better. And also, I believe it gives you 1 range attack bonus. Or 1 range power per base attack bonus. I think. So I think that's why we're going to take Rapid Shot at 6. To reset party after this, I think. Game think. Oh, no, we should be good. Never mind. I was 4. Never mind. I forgot. I was level 4 when I started the party, so I think everything's fine. Yeah, level 45. Soon you're going to be level 780,000 or whatever level you happen to be. Damn, the guy took minus 100 damage. Oh, he died to the fire. Ah, that makes sense. Also, Stone Golem Hunter Deed. Oh, yeah, I forgot about all the extra XP you get for that. Okay, what do we do? What's that quest called? The quest chain with the quests? Cerulean Hills? Cerulean Hills next, I think. Yeah, I'll do Cerulean Hills. Yeah, that sounds good. Plus gatekeepers, plus where there's smoke and the captives. All of that sounds kind of good. Okay, so I get one of these points here. So I take Exalted Smite range. Apparently Exalted Smite actually works. So if that's the case, it's very good. Because I have 9 of them. So I would like to be able to use Exalted Smite to good effectiveness. I'm going to be saving my last point for when I level up for Slayer of Evil. Because it gives +2 to hit. Which is good. Ghost Touch. Remove Disease is better. And I get +1 Imbue Dice, which is also pretty good. And then I'll probably finish off Ranged Exalted Smite. And then go for Holy Combatant for +2 to hit and damage, because that's good. Probably grab the Charisma here. And, yeah, it should be good. Do I have more inventory space? I got 74 slots. Okay, we're good. Hills are 1. And smoke. They always ask why Bow Paladin, but never how Bow Paladin? Exactly. True. People think that because I'm choosing to play Bow Paladin that I'm some kind of idiot. Which is not wrong. I am some kind of idiot. But, like, it's fun. You know what? You can't always just go for the top one answer. Sometimes you just gotta go for things that are different, you know? Sometimes you gotta make a different decision. And that's okay. Not everything is always gonna be the best. Not everything is always gonna be the best, and that's fine. It's something that, like, I find exhausting in a type of argument when people are talking about, like, class balance, right? Where, you know, people assume when they talk about class balance, they talk about things like in a vacuum, where it's like, you know, so, like, let's just say that Barbarian is the best damage in the game right now, It's like the best damage in the entire game. Nothing else does more damage than a barbarian. So then people will ask the question, well, yeah, but if barbarian's the best damage, why would anybody bring anything else to their raid group? Why would anyone bring any other party members? And the answer is not that complex. It's basically you don't have a barbarian. You bring what you got. If someone finds a new build that turns, it's like, you know, why doesn't everybody just bring that fighter, 18 fighter, 1 favored soul, 1 warlock, Razorclaw build? Because you don't have 10 of those laying around. You know, you have, you know, Paul, and Paul's playing Ranger, Tempest, and you have somebody else who's playing another build, and you have somebody else who's playing another build. Right? So you have everybody playing different character builds all the time, and you're not always going to have, like, the best comp. You're not always going to have, like, the best things. Okay. Exalted Smite definitely does not add damage. It might give melee range power, but it's definitely also not adding damage, for sure. It might have improved critical multi, but I don't know. If I were welcome favorite soul, yeah, it's one of the highest damage things you can play right now. And you use the hand wraps on Razorclaw. How? Basically, fighter Kensai gets like a shit zillion damage. Hand wraps are really good because they attack very, very quickly. And they give you your full main hand attack or damage to attack. So, like, if you attack somebody with on their offhand strike, so usually it only does like half of the damage. It does like the whole stat. So if you have like 110 strength, which is plus 50 damage per strike, that 50 damage would only be 25 on a regular offhand attack, but because hand wraps are a main hand weapon only, it's actually the full 50 damage on each strike. Same thing as they also get more offhand double strike as a result of that as well, because they don't have offhand double strike. Their offhand just uses their main hand double strike because they got the main hand, so they attack they do that. They attack incredibly quickly as well, and you basically just stack flat damage. The thing the fighter's always been good at is just stacking huge amounts of flat damage bonus onto things. And then the 1 favorite soul is obviously for the trance. I don't really need to explain that one. And then the 1 warlock is for the thing. The 1 warlock is for the aura, so you get Eldritch or Arcane Warrior. Arcane Warrior? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And we're all here, nice. Yep. Maybe I'll play it at some point, and then it'll get nerfed.
A dusty caravan blocks the road to the west.
That's what people think, but I definitely don't think that me playing stuff gets stuff nerfed. I'm trying to think the last time I played something that got nerfed. Last time I played something that got nerfed was probably when I recommended everyone to play Favorite Soul in Hardcore 5 or 6, whenever that got destroyed. I think that's about it. Yeah, I did nerf the XP. I did go to the Standing Stone offices and I said, hey guys, I'm going to stand here and calcify and become a statue in your office unless I will literally stand still until my bones turn solid, or like my bones and my blood turn solid and I become a statue, unless you nerf XP. And they had no choice. I was going to calcify right before their eyes, so they did nerf XP for me, because I specifically told them to. Nerf Bloodcaster as well. Mm-hmm. Turn, but that was my only option. Realistically, I don't have much other negotiating tactics, so that was my gut. That was my idea. Keep your hands off Stormsinger. I don't need this build nerfed.
Large bears. Fortunately for you, these particular bears are stuffed.
0.00% or 1% of the player base. Probably not getting nerfed. Yeah, really good builds. I was recently thinking about Pale Master's zombie shield bashing build where you don't mind the attack speed decrease when you shield bash and match attack speed. You think there's something there? I actually think, honestly, zombie's pretty good. The attack speed decrease, if you have enough attack speed, you don't really feel it as bad. And the 10% damage is a lot. Because it's not a multiplicative 10% decrease. It's an additive 10% decrease. So if you happen to have, you know, single weapon fighting, you're at 130%. So you go down to 120%. That's still pretty good. And then, you know, you can haste boost for the 150% increased attack speed as opposed to 160, but you get the 10% damage all the time. I honestly don't think zombie form's that bad. Yeah, it's more ugly than anything else. There could be something there, but I'm not sure.
It seems that the final resting place of the Orc Elders has a watchful and hungry guardian.
Go, Bo Paladin! Bo Paladin!
You found that the initiate was sent to retreat.
Multiplicative plus 10% damage.
Yet
Oh,
who
did they
was
change it?
sent
It used to be plus 10% damage.
to this sacred site? And why?
I'm gonna look it up. It used to be plus 10% damage. Oh, I was thinking of the Ascendant Shroud, the Voodoo Zombie. It's the Voodoo Zombie. Tier 5. Yeah, you need the Ascendant Shroud.
The old mine here has long since collapsed. Someone must have
Honestly,
one too many times.
you could probably do that with some other stuff.
You've arrived at the main shaft of the abandoned mine. Security constructs shuffle around nearby.
Like, do Vistani, so you still get all the crit multi and what have you, and do like a single weapon fighter chains Vistani zombie thing, so you get the 10% and the 40 melee power.
Dangerous terrain.
It's not that bad.
Snaps as you step on it, dropping you into the fiery pit below.
I love this guy's name. Steel Chill Blood Spiller. That's sick. That's a good name.
Is the only option.
Because I never know what drives people to make their individual names. People take all sorts of different usernames on the computer and character names and what have you. But like, you know, my character name is just Strimtom. I don't have a suffix or anything, or like a surname. But man, it's awesome. Steel Chill Blood Spiller. God, that's a good name. Recon build, but that's more of a meme build. That's definitely a meme build. I don't know what to tell you about that one, but
It's connected to a barrier that
I said I like the other idea that I was talking. I like my idea that I was talking about.
Secret they've been partially eaten. Spiders certainly wouldn't do that. There must be something else around here. Something with a taste for metal.
Yeah, that's his real name. That's his first and last name. Yo, imagine.
Buckets your face. An
Go to
ancient
school
magma brute
like a kid, and then teacher just sits there and they're like, okay, it's like Susie here, you know, Jim here, Steel Chill here.
pulsing chunk of the creature. The heart of an ancient magma brute. The
Steel Chill Blood Spiller. Yep, that's me.
sent here to collect.
Yeah, that's me. I'm little Steel Chill Blood Spiller, little kid. Yay! And then they want to murder people.
Before she disappeared, Lily Hardgrove returned home in search of something bright and loud.
Most Triax build yet. 16 fighter, 3 bard, 1 favorite soul, charisma, base swashbuckler, vanguard with a hand axe.
The old woman rambles on.
I'm assuming, yeah, you're going to be using like a buckler for a vanguard. I mean, bucklers don't make good weapons for vanguards for all the obvious reasons, but also, hey man, have fun. You do you.
Find a dull and rusty
Oh, something I highly recommend you guys invest into if you haven't. Get goggles
you take it
with
you.
a slot on them.
You'll need it.
Then craft True Seeing Blindness Immunity Goggles for level 1 and put a Master's Gift in there so you get, from level 1, you get the bonus XP.
Signs that some monsters have taken
Totally
refuge
recommend it.
in this musty cistern. As you approach, they spring from the dirt and attack. You emerge into the hot air and find yourself on the back porch. You use the scythe to cut down the bamboo that is sprung up around the back porch. Before you stretches an overgrown wasteland. The remains of the family's
Tier 5 Kensei, but Vanguard for the ding. Well, Tier 5 Kensei is how you play every fighter.
old voice sounds
You don't go Tier 5 Vanguard. That's just a track and a half. That's not a good idea.
a little bit farther.
12 Fighter, 7 Wizard, 1 Barb, Dwarven, Zombie not build is going to be meta. It's going to be cool, though.
Almost there, Lily. I'm waiting under our face.
Yeah, you could also... Because I guess a lot of Borderlands gear has augments in it, right? I never do Heroic
to
Borderlands.
see their estranged daughter.
That's
They notice that
not
something
good.
about her seems wrong.
I don't want to do that.
Hinged
Well, it's not that it's not good. I just don't want to.
When the vision fades, an incorporeal figure appears before you.
You are so jealous, Lily.
Good luck to Mountain Stance. You can't use Mountain Stance while you're wearing a shield. No. Waiting for your gift. The problem is, there's a lot of good helmets and other things while leveling, but there are like basically no good goggles in DDO. That's why I use this specifically, because there aren't really a lot of good goggles in this game. Just for leveling. There's a lot of good endgame goggles, but leveling goggles. And then you're like, yeah, but dude, there's the double strike insightful double strike goggles. Oh, you mean the ones that have like one insightful double strike? Like 1 point of it? Yeah, it's okay.
You can finally return to the gatekeepers and leave this cursed place behind.
Also shield mastery build, yeah. Yeah, it's hard to have a shield and have the shield bashing zombie stuff. Mother Helms was one of Fords of Borderlands 1. Yeah. Yeah, when you got the money, okay, when you got the money, you got the resources, that's when you have multiple Reaper ability score bonus helmets with that are socketed. Now you're cooking with gasoline. That's a good idea. Yeah, exactly. You start with that one, and then you get the Crown of Fire or Crown of Butterflies for the Crown of Summer effect on the next helmet. Oh yeah. Search spot building haste. Yep. Yeah. But like, I just drink haste potions. It's not a big deal. Also, I've been standing for like 2 hours. I'm gonna put this down.
Grows more human as you approach the next chamber.
Oh. Just gotta recalibrate this thing. Let's go down low enough. And by recalibrate, I mean just set my buttons up properly.
A faint clanking can be heard echoing down the hallway. Why is the sound of gears heard inside a temple devoted to the goddess of nature?
Wait, I feel weird. Why do I feel weird here?
Cool, damp
Maybe I do need this higher.
rose up from the caverns deep below.
That's too high. There we go. Do you need an Elden Ring Turtle Pope plushie? No.
You hear the scrape.
I actually never talked to Muriel. Like, I talked to him a couple times, but he's like the forgiveness guy, so if you accidentally kill someone, you can talk to him to like get forgiveness for it and basically resurrect that person. But I never had that issue because I just didn't like kill a lot of NPCs. So it was super not a problem for me.
Where the light streams in from above the stone circle.
Any vibes? I was thinking about strength build using Epic Strike.
Rests on the ground beside
Absolutely.
it seems to glow.
So I was also thinking about this because I didn't realize that you can use the Epic Strike with anything. Necromancy, strength-based, Blightcaster Wolf, where you go literally all strength on Blightcaster Wolf, because all the Blightcaster Wolf spells stay off strength and necromancy, and you get the Dragon Breath for necromancy, which also scales off of strength. So that would be the plan. Yes, Arganesson is my main server. It's where I play all the time. That's where Strimtom is. Look at Strimtom. Strimtom with the, look at those past lives. 26, 21, 7, 11. Bam. Argo best server? It is. It is the best server. There are other servers that are worse, and you can play on them. I don't know why. They should, like, turn off the other servers, I think. Just to save people time. Damn it, I can't hit frozen targets. Give you XP bonus for years at a time? True, we did not have the XP bonus for years at a time.
The nearby totems are newly built. The Gruul tribe orcs must have taken over this riverbed only recently.
Did I just not critically hit with a 20? On Exalted Smite? Did I roll a 1 on the confirm? I must have rolled a 1 on the confirm. I'm trying to determine if this actually functions. And I just didn't critically hit. I'm worried that the smites might be giga broken. Slayer, Dragon Sword, Draconic Incarnation, and Dragon Breath. Barbarian with Dragon Breath is also interesting. Must have failed to confirm. I probably did fail to confirm, yeah. Unfortunately, it's not in the combat log.
A crumpled figure lies inside a nearby cell. It must be one of the captives. You see a captive.
Yeah, Barb.
inside the nearby cell.
The idea of a Barbarian with Dragon Breath is very cool. Barbarians never brush their teeth. Ah, they might. Like, if the Barbarian isn't, like, paying that much attention, and they end up, like, you know, eating a rug, it's kind of like brushing your teeth. The meta magic? True. They also aren't allowed to take meta magics unless you multi-class on them. So you could do, like, 18 Barbarian, 1 Wizard, 1 something. Maybe 1 Wizard, 1 Favored Soul. Zombarian? Because zombies get +4 con, don't they? It's a lot of con. Do like a shifter Zombarian and get like 130 con and then use Dragon Breath. Alright. Housekeeping. Then taking 6 and doing House D-Depth. D-Depth quests. Now we're cooking. What stream doing ranged? I know. It's a strange thing. I can just see on your gravestone. Whoops, roll the 1. Honestly, that's great. That's a fantastic epitaph. Epitaph? Is that the right thing? I think it's the right word. I don't know.
Another hag responds.
Stop thinking with your gut, Beatrice. They brought us another set of
Yeah.
ritual reagents. Just what we needed. What luck! Please, Agnes.
Says another.
Luck had nothing to do with it. Plans within sisters. One set for us, another for our patron.
Anyway, I'm actually having a surprising amount of fun with this character. Admittedly, it's because I'm not playing by myself, and I have this person running in front of me and killing everything, so I don't have to. Which is unbelievably helpful. Very, very, very good. Would recommend. If you're playing a ranged character, my best piece of advice I can give you is have a warlock go ahead of you and take care of almost every single monster and every single quest. Very, very good idea. Definitely going to be helpful for the future for you.
Oh, look, more flies stuck in the jam. Welcome to hell, idiots.
Grumbles Thel.
How do I do this? There we go.
Screwed up. Bad. ad's capstone.
It was solo and painful, and I hated it, but it was fun.
My friend. I know I can
It was painful, and I hated it, but fun. I don't hate this. Again, I would be more upset if I didn't have anyone in my party. If I was solo, it would be miserable. Like these guys, it would be a miserable failure, just like these guys.
There has to be something we can do.
Like archers, and all archer party vaporizes every encounter in the game. All of those, all those like RPGs, pretty much any type of like tactical RPG, like Baldur's Gate, or like anywhere you can like kind of move your guys and position people properly. Archers are god tier in all of them. Ranged attacks are the best because you get to hit every turn. You can guarantee you hit every turn and do a huge amount of damage. So like in you know, Final Fantasy Tactics, archers are the best because they get to attack every single turn. In Baldur's Gate 1, in Solasta, even though you're doing less damage per hit, it doesn't matter. Hitting every time is really, really good. Especially being able to move away and attack, also very, very good.
The longer this nightmare drags on, the less sense it
Archers are great. Because you can also make sure every single one of your characters attacks the same person every time. So you can do something like, you know, your archers are able, like every archer is able to attack the same target every turn. So you can have like, if you have 5 archers, all of them hit the same guy every turn, as opposed to having some melee, some range, and they're all attacking different targets. Because like, oh, everyone can't get to the one in the back, because it's too hard to hit. Damn it. Understone is a strength mod, but it's int only. Also, Conjure Stone is very bad. That's a secondary problem. Conjure Stone, very bad. Okay, taking level 6.
Beatrice announces with a distinct lack of enthusiasm as she falls over and scatters into dust.
We'll start the next one once everyone is gathered outside the front of the quest. Conjure some wenches? Hell yeah.
Poops into a cloud of dust.
Now I've removed disease. Let's go. Okay, so I'm taking Rapid Shot because Rapid Shot gives me range power equal to 1.5 times your base attack bonus. So this is going to give me 9 range power. Also, they still haven't fixed it. So you get Silver Flame Exorcism here. Silver Flame Exorcism only works off of Cleric level, so this ability is useless. Which is fun. Pronunciation manual on Epitaph? Yeah, me either. I can imagine it, though. Epitaphy. Efetif. And then that's the video. Spaghetti. Okay, so now I have the leather gloves of the snake. Now you might be wondering, Shrimtom, why would you use the leather gloves of the snake in a video game? The reason? It's got Mythic and Reaper power boost, so it gives me 4 ranged power, baby. Also, I have these Steel Weave Shin Guards, which gives move speed, so now I don't need to use Giar's Boots of Dashing, baby. So I don't have to use these anymore at all. It just saves me an extra cast, beginning of every adventure, which is nice. I'm gonna go to the town, get a new one. How to pronounce spaghetti and meatballs? I'm just gonna put this on the background so I can hear it.
Spangly Dank McDingledorf. Spangly Dank McDingledorf. Spangly Dank Mc...
Classic. The thing about the pronunciation manual is that it was a good idea where they ran out of steam. That's the main problem with it. Is it starts out being funny because when the guy first started doing it, it was like just barely mispronouncing stuff. So it sounds right, but it's like not right, so it's kind of confusing. And then it turned into like they'd have their own internal jokes and, you know, you'd have your recurring gags and they're saying the same types of things over and over. And then it loses almost all of its meaning because it's now not funny anymore because it was only funny for a very short. It was something that you can't do forever. You can only do it for a short period of time. Like, let me get you my favorite one. We're all here. All right. Lego. Huh. Okay, so this is the best one in my opinion. So this is my favorite one of all of them. This one. This is February. Okay, how do you pronounce this?
February. February. February.
February. Do it for depths? Yeah, you can. I have my LFM up. I should have taken that down. February. I don't know why. There's just something funny about that. The way that rolls off the brain. February. February. Oh, man. Yeah, like I said, it's an idea that is great at the start, but it loses its steam so fast because you can't just reproduce it. That's the main issue, is you can't just reproduce it. See, this exact style of gameplay where the monsters aren't getting killed, this is what SSG is trying to stop. So when you're like, oh, people don't do that. There's literally someone in my group who is doing the exact thing SSG wants to stop with the skipping all of the monsters in quests thing. Because there are people that do that. They don't fight any of the monsters, they just run through adventures. So those people are going to get their XP nerfed. Everyone else is not going to have that problem. So unless you do that, where you run through quests and you don't fight any of the monsters, you're going to get the same, if not more XP. Which is good. Fast boy. Yeah. Is your character a Ken doll? Yes. I'm prepping for the new Barbie movie. How many of you in the chat are going to be taking place in the Barbenheimer movement, as they're calling it? Where people go and see both Oppenheimer and Barbie on the same day. Because they both are releasing. It's a big thing. I've seen posts about it all over the computer. All these people are like, yeah, it's going to be amazing. I'm going to see both of them. Go see those movies, guys. Consume. Watch them at the same time. There you go. Don't see either yet, but if so, it'll be both in the same day. Yeah. Oh, Animal Crossing all over again. That's a good way to put it. That's kind of funny. I'm actually gonna be seeing both of them on the same day because I don't care about either movie. I honestly don't even know what either is about because I haven't seen any of the promotional material. But my friends are gonna go and they invited me, so they're gonna make it like a whole thing. So we're gonna take a day and go do it. I'll let you know how the movies are and which one you should watch. For the double viewing, again, I don't know. I'm going because of FOMO. I don't want to be left out. So that's why I'm going. Not seeing any of the promotional material? I don't know. I call it Jife. It's a Jife. As if it's Morbin time? Yeah, that's the idea. We'll get it done, man. Soulless Warrior. Good name for a monster. My Lee Bomb. Lee Bomb? Yeah, I don't know what the movies are about. So we'll find out. It should be fun. And I'll tell you which one I find more entertaining. Give you the full Stream Tom review. I'll be like, yeah, this one's alright. This movie was okay. It was fine. Classic critical media review. Stream Tom. Just hitting you with the hard facts. Why did I open this door? I never go this way. I don't know why my brain wanted to go left. I just did want to go left. It's pretty good. Yeah, basically. Again, I don't think I'm gonna have a lot to add because I don't have the excitement. I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people that were very, very excited to watch like the Barbie movie because they had like all these like promo materials and stuff. Like, look, they actually built the dollhouse. They did all these other things, and it's like, all right, sounds good. On a scale of Everything Everywhere All at Once to Marvel Eternals, how would you rate the movies? Man, Everything Everywhere All at Once was such a good movie. My God, that was a good movie. Like, damn, that was a good piece of media. Same with what was that? Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Whew! God damn, that was a good movie. So good. So good. Definitely would recommend that movie. If you want to watch anything, I mean, I already like animation, but those movies are like, they're so fun to stare at. There's so many millions of things and art styles and, oh man. Great films. Like, I don't want to spoil anything for anybody, you know? I don't want to spoil anything and be like, not encourage people to see movies, which is usually why I talk about things in more vague terms as opposed to specifics. Because the specifics, you know, obviously, can throw people for a bit of a loop. Because then they'll be upset. They'll be like, oh man, now I know too much about it. Or you spoiled the whole thing. Or if I tell you like how the movie ends. I don't want to do that. But I feel like I can give like a good vibe check. At least for the people that like know the types of movies that I like. Like, I'm an idiot. I like stupid movies for the most part. You know, I like the things that are more drama and slow sometimes, but you know, I also enjoy watching the stupid movies. Like, I had fun watching all the Sharknadoes, so you know, there's that. All right, 3 BC time. Two-toed Tobias next. Mr. Mulder requests his exits at the finish of the quest. Yep. Fight? Yeah. The middle and never came back? Really? Oh man, that movie was so good. Yeah, that was very, very good. I enjoyed every element of it. I don't even know where you would fall asleep. So much shit is happening in that movie. All the time. I guess you can definitely do like sensory overload where there are too many things happening at the same time. And then you just kind of lose interest in all of them, which admittedly a lot of video games do. MMO games are really bad for this, where if they're older, they'll throw like 30 ideas at you at the same time, and they'll be like, play this expansion, do this content, go do this. It's one of the reasons why like making a new character is like really frustrating in Elder Scrolls, because you get to a main city and you have 15 characters all running at you, be like, go play this expansion right now. And you're like, dude, fucking shut up and go away. If there's a way to turn that off in the game, that would be awesome. Like I said, you know, give me a chronological mode for Elder Scrolls, so I can just do things in chronological order, so I don't have to have every character coming up and talking to me. Because sometimes too much is too much. Same issue with
The crow's nest is strategically placed to
what game?
detect
That was
ships
Lost Ark as well.
moving in
I had too
and
many
out
things.
of
It was all telling me
free
like the same
Battlefield.
nonsense. I was like, I can't deal with this. You know, do you have a positive charisma score, Shrim? On this character, yes. Generally, like, question. Guild Wars 2, did you say? Or what did you say? Yeah. Did I say Guild Wars 2? I don't think I said Guild Wars 2. Did I? I said, in my opinion, and I've said this before, MMOs live and die based on the user interface, and Guild Wars 2 has some of the ugliest, clunkiest user interface on the modern MMO gaming market. There are way too many submenus, and all of the icons look like fucking garbage. Garbage. Every icon in your inventory is some unintelligible mess of color. There's not enough harsh lines. It's hard to tell exactly what you're looking at. They just need to use more dark colors for outlining things. It's because of the art style, because the art style is making everything, it looks painted, like everything's like painted on with a paintbrush, but it just makes everything look blurry. And so I was like yesterday, I just look at the inventory on Guild Wars 2, and I can't tell you what anything even is. I can't even tell you what it is. Like the weapons don't even look like weapons. They just look like, they looks like a mess. It's like impossible to even look what you're looking at, right? It's like, what's this? Oh, it's clearly a sickle. You can see the clear outline of the darker colors of the white just opposed against the background. Not everything in DDO is easy, right? Like wands, it's kind of hard to tell. It's like a stick, it's not really clear. But like this is a potion. You can see the big potion, the bottles up front. You can clearly see what this is for. Some of the stuff is much less obvious. What the heck is this? Seal Shanticor? I already know what to do with that, so I'm good. And I have the familiarity. But yeah, I found that like the game is... there's too many... The icon and looking at the inventory is like very irritating and cumbersome. I basically just stopped looking at the items. Because I've been playing Guild Wars 2 a little bit off stream. And I basically just don't look at any of the items. I just delete a bunch of items out of my inventory. I don't know what they do. And the game doesn't tell me what they do. Like I found something. It was like there's a key. And it's like this key opens some treasure chest. Sick. I don't know what that does, so I deleted it. I don't know where to find the treasure chest. I don't know what it does. Is that key rare? Couldn't tell you. Could be rare. Might be. No clue. Doesn't matter. Anything that is vague and doesn't clearly tell me what it's for is useless, so I get rid of it. Because this, again, it's just too much clutter and there's too many things and I don't know what's going on in the things and what's happening and too small for me to tell me what the image is supposed to be. Is that UI scaling? Yeah, it's UI scaling. I mean, it depends on what it is. So like, obviously, I don't have an issue with a lot of the icons, but I only play on it. I have a 1080p monitor, so it's easier for me to see. If you have a bigger monitor, it's hard. Because there's no scaling in this game. So if you have a bigger monitor, everything just looks smaller. Over to know if it's rare. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is like the colors. They have the colors for like the items, but the borders don't display sometimes of like whether something is like a legendary piece of gear or like whatever the different colors are, you know, blue, green, yellow, gold, whatever it is. But they don't always display, which is kind of weird. Get him. Maybe I'll show you what I mean later with it. I'll like load up the game and show you what I mean with like, I don't know what the heck is in my inventory. And I don't mean in the sense of like, I want you to Google it and tell me what's in my inventory. I mean just to be able to explain like, as a definitely a casual, it's a complete mystery. I'm definitely a Guild Wars casual. Straight up. Straight up casual. What's up, everybody? Casual gamer Shrimp Tom here.
A slight breeze emerges from
Get him.
behind the wall.
Did I skip some skeletons? I didn't mean to. Get him. I like that at least I'm doing 14 imbue damage now. I'll get more imbue dice in the future, but the important thing is the range power scaling, because I have some more range power now.
A ship's mast rises up from a chasm in the cave.
Oh, dude, I just get carried every time. So it looks like I'm gaming, but I'm actually not video gaming. I have all charisma. Wait a minute. No, 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 I'm trying to get turn undead on my action bar. Okay, well, now I can turn undead for other skeletons or whatever. Oh, people are already going underwater to do that? Sick. Perfect. I've turned undead. Paladin. But yeah. What are you guys arguing about? With linguistics? What? I like stop reading that segment of chat. I was too busy focusing on my bow paladin skills. Bow paladin. We got one of these, right? Oh, we didn't do either of them? Okay. I thought somebody did this one. You're not using the double shot epic past life? You can only use things that you have. If you don't have the double shot past life, you can't use it. Because I don't have it, so I'm not using it. I don't play ranged characters pretty much ever, because I find ranged to be generally unfun in DDO, because every single time you fire your weapon, and then your arrow just doesn't connect with a monster, it's not like you miss, right? You roll low and you miss. It just doesn't connect to the target. I want to punch the monitor every time. I hate it. It's so frustrating. And it's about 40% of your shots just disappear into the ether. It's very, very high. It's a huge percentage. And it bothers me. But yeah, well, guess what, these guys? They can't do anything. Got him saved. Do you have any heal bot build? I have an old heal bot turned like to LR into a modern heal bot. I've probably done one for hardcore, but not in a while. Yo, Adanus, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. It's been a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. 10 months. It's a long time. And I'm very grateful for you tuning in for all that time.
Urban legend speaks to you.
It's about time someone found the legend.
Was not just an
Grateful for you, stream. Nice. Good teamwork.
It is doubtful that any
I like you. You like me. Good teamwork. Wait, turn not dead. Oh, I got him. Woo! Destroyed. You know, GIF, I'm going to time out both sides for 24 hours regardless if he was right or wrong. Yeah. We don't need to argue about how to pronounce Jife.
The Weeping Cove is rumored
Not
to
important.
be a resting place of two-toed Tobias.
You guys can argue about that if you want to, but take it to another channel. Yeah, the magical thing is you're on the internet, so anybody can do whatever they want just to bother you as well. That's the other thing about like having arguments is like it's always difficult to tell who's trolling when you're arguing with people on the computer. And so sometimes you might be like, you think you're engaging in a good faith argument, but it turns out you're actually just getting trolled the whole time. But yeah. So just something everyone disagrees on. Customer phone call. Oh, I was saying shut the fuck up. That's what I was saying.
The Lady Luck met a hurricane, and there, her luck ran out.
Basically, just like if you guys want to have this conversation, hey man, discussing the complex parts of linguistics is cool. Just like, you know, maybe take it to the DMs.
Stands curiously alone in the center of the cove.
Like the kind of weapon drops some chains of flame. Would like to farm 2 more epic legendary versions. Yeah. Wait, did someone just die? Oh yeah, he died while I was loading. Where is his soul stone? Oh, it's in here. Ugh. Got him. I'm not breaking any of these with that. Change up is my preferred lingo. Perfect. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Oh god, I'm just running. Fuck this. I gotta go. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. fun weapon in the game, drop Chains of Flame, and I need to farm 2 more to get the epic and legendary versions. You know, the epic and legendary versions don't have it because having con to hit and damage is a very, very bad mechanic for the video game as a general concept. That's the main issue, is that you can balance other video games where having health to damage and is perfectly fine because it's within the confines of a single class that's balanced around it. Sort of like how in League of Legends, one of the characters, Vladimir, gets more health based off of their spell damage and gets more spell damage based off of their health. So they kind of like work, it's like it goes back and forth. And you can have a character that's balanced like that because that is in the inherent design and everything is built around that framework. But as a general rule, because DDO is customizable, having that as like one spot of constitution to hit and damage, everybody in the game can use that. So as a result, if it's at all even kind of good, then it becomes the default thing because having more health is better than having less health. So if you can make a comparable damage build, why wouldn't you you'd see like every character be running on with like 4,000 hit points because they all have over 100 constitution. Horizon Walker Paladin? No, it's just Bow Paladin. I actually have 0 points in Horizon Walker. I'm going to be using Knight of the Chalice. The main reason is that Horizon Walker gives a lot of like random wacky stuff, but no charisma, so that's a problem in and of itself. Scattershot's just strictly bad. Walker's Guidance I don't care about. Corner of the Quarries, okay. I don't really care about +2 to hit and damage because I can get +2 to hit and damage here and also get a feat. And then the same thing, the tier 5, this gives 45 range power, which is cool. But this gives 50 extra range power on Archer's Focus, but this, gives a lot of range power as well. It gives 45. And so, I just want to use the things. I'm just going to take the things of the Paladin tree. Plus, I get the instant kill, which is kind of sick. And I get stunning on demons, outsiders when I roll a 20. It just seems better. Not better, but like, better for what I want to do. Plus, also, I've already played Horizon Walker, and I haven't played Bow Paladin. So I'm going to try Bow Paladin, see how it goes. Use issues also resource to use skills? Yeah. 4,000 hit points? Yeah, I know. We all want to have 4,000 hit points. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, also, you can definitely still use Uncore's Cleaver, by the way, if you want. Like, you can definitely just still use Uncore's Cleaver. And cleave some people. It's good enough to be used in Heroics, and it's good enough to be used in Epics, it's just not good enough to be used in Legendary. So R6 like every build is supposed to? Absolutely. Priam. Defeats I wouldn't have to take improved crit. You use Shirati Champion on pretty much every bow character, right? Is there a character that doesn't use Hunt's End on a bow? I feel like you're going to want to Hunt's End every single smite. That's just how the character functions. Yeah, if it's only a leveling build, your build's going to start off at 10. Like, it'll you know, the gasoline will be enabled at 10. You also don't even throw your weight. You don't need to throw your weight around either. Because it just works. Alright, so now Exalted Smite should crit on an 18, 19, or 20. So I'm going to see if I can get this to crit on an 18, 19, or 20 by shooting at evil characters. So we're going to see how this functions. I don't know if it will, but we'll see. All in sneak attack mechanics? Maybe.
Just large enough to wiggle through.
Rebuff Death Aura while raging?
As voices of pirates float along the current. Moonlight shines down from an
It's still not adding my charisma to hit. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Exalted Smite works either.
entryway into the pirates' compound.
It's definitely not adding the smite stance. For sure. Like, I'm not getting my charisma added onto my hit chance.
Suddenly, the clanking of wood and metal intensifies.
Also, if I could roll an 18, I have a 15% chance, so not super high. Are the pirates evil? They don't have to be evil for the crit. The Exalted Smite just adds extra threat range and multi. It works every time. Also, the charisma doesn't. You get twice your bonus to your attack roll. Applies no matter what. Skeleton in the closet. It's pretty good quest. Range smites or all smites? I'm pretty sure it's just range smite. It's a very easy thing to test, though. At some point in the future, I will break this down and see what's going on.
Calls out to you. Do not touch anything. One wrong move could kill me. Please, speak with me first. A voice calls out from the back of the room. Please come in.
Here, twist, twist. This way, this. Activate the ancient device. Almost done. Press with your puzzling. Thank you. I've just done this like 100,000 times, and it just makes it easier because you just do it like again and again and again, and then you're all set. Just gotta turn one tile and we're done. And done. I was trying. But yeah, so we'll see how it works with the range smites. But yeah, we'll see. What? I did the puzzle and someone canceled it? Sick, dude! Fucking Zergers, man. Fucking Zergers. Somebody got the key and then opened the door before the puzzle was going. No. Fire caves. Yeah, some people can't wait 2 seconds. I mean, I also like going quick, but... yeah. Anyway, it's fine. Oh, somebody said something about scoundrel? I got distracted. Somebody said something about scoundrels? Tiefling scoundrels? No, okay. Does this work Tiefling scoundrel as well? Other level order? Yeah, you can do that. Barbarian shaman, see that coming next archetype. Blood Rager. Yeah, a lot of people like the idea of like a Blood Rager or something type class. That'd be cool. It's like 4,000 XP. And I already did it. Like, you can huff copium all day and be like, yeah, it doesn't really matter. It was already done. It was just done already. It's like if you were cooking dinner and then, you know, someone walks, like, you know, your roommate or your significant other or friend walks in the house and they're like, oh, hey, I bought dinner. And you're like, oh, but I already cooked it. And then they just take your dinner that you cooked and threw it in the garbage and gave you their dinner. It's like, you're right. You're still eating food. So it's not the worst. You're still getting experience points. It's not over, but it still doesn't feel very good. That person for dinner. Oh god, Plague Reaper. Okay, I just gotta figure out if I can actually critically hit with this. I just gotta actually critically hit with this. That's the hard part, is I just need to roll something in the range so I can critically hit. 16, no. I need 18, 19, 20. On 9 shots a quest to get 18, 19, 20, I should see it probably once every 4 quests, maybe?
The altar of the dragon below lies ahead as the first altar.
So we'll see.
The dark presence
Just roll better? I'm working on it.
the edges of your vision.
Currently, the goal is to roll better. 7. Yeah, we're working on rolling better. I just gotta crank up the dice. You know what? I'm gonna change it. Fuck this. This dice sucks. It's ruining my life. Cobalt brown. Congratulations. We're gonna go with fuchsia because it's purple. Well, it's fuchsia, but don't worry about it. It is fuchsia, but don't worry about it.
The air grows more
Here we go.
stifling. The sulfurous stench
Boom.
more nauseating.
6. Damn it.
The second altar breaks
Damn you, video game. Why do you do this to me?
below your feet.
9. Again, I will get a critical hit with this eventually. 7. I'm getting critical hits with my regular attacks, which is good. Random skin for Feis, where the skin changes every time. What? What is Feis? Damn. Oh, dice. That'd be fun if there was a one where it just randomly rolled a different dice every time you attacked. Yeah. Let me buy premium dice so it sparkles every time it rolls. Imagine if you could buy a loaded dice out of the store that just has a higher chance of rolling 20s. Oh, that'd be great. Like, obviously not for consumers, but yeah. Oh god, what an idea. Fire Caves 2. Blizzard moment? Yeah! Dude, they make a lot of money. It's gotta be a good idea. I love it.
Steam rise from the cave entrance before you.
Introducing the new loaded dice. So good, man. Never roll a 1 again. Okay. That is crazy pay to win. That is crazy pay to win. Crazy pay to win. Obviously, that would probably be detrimental for the health of the video game as a totality. No, I'm good. But how many of you would buy it? Crazy pay to win. Crazy pay to win, but never roll a 1.
And steam rise from the cave entrance before you.
4,000 points, 1 character.
Merely hot. Now they are sweltering. The air itself seems on the verge of catching fire.
Wait, legal counsel? Yeah. Because on the one hand, crazy pay to win. Crazy pay to win. Crazy, literally unbelievable pay to win. Ever seeing the 1 again? Oh, baby. $4K is not that much. It's not that much. It's not that much. Okay, so now I'm at 17 to 20 on Exalted Smite. So I'm really hopeful that I'll be able to actually hit something with the Smite soon. But I've rolled like 7 and 8 over and over, so we'll see. I'm not saying SSG should add it. I don't think they should add it to the game. Did I just roll 2 1s in a row? Just let me crit with the stupid Exalted Smite so I can see if it works. Please? Yeah, absolutely. They should not add that to the video game. That would be very, very bad for the video game. in totality. Okay. It's not good. That's a 10. Okay, so the multi works, but the rest of it doesn't. Okay, so the multi works? Yeah. What are you trying to test? To make sure the multi works. Because the smite part of Exalted Smite doesn't function. I just remember making... Yeah, the smite part of Exalted Smite doesn't do anything. But it does crit. Oh my god, it's the Halfling Lucky trait. You can't roll a 1. Bow character? Yeah, I know. I'm playing a bow character. It's not that bad. The problem with the Exalted Smite, then, is that means that 4 out of 5 times it doesn't do anything. And given that I get 9, I'm basically going to get, yeah, 1.8 procs per quest. Which is not great. 1.8 procs per quest is not great. It is what it is, though. Taking 7 and then doing all of Feywild. I just want to do Feywild. Wait, what is this?
Heat and steam rise from the cave.
Did 3 hours ago. What did I do 3 hours ago? What is this? Some kind of bow paladin squad? Yeah, it is. Look at my stance. Bow paladin. What did I say? Pachow! Pachow! Oh, because I'm making noises and shooting at the pots? Is that it? Hey, you can always have fun. You can always have fun playing video games, okay? Oh, Fridays at 4. Shit, I forgot about Fridays at 4. There's probably no news. But anyway, yeah, shit. Hold on, I got him.
111,451 XP. That took like dozens of Reaper... No. Dozens exponential times something. Although I do appreciate Irritator in second place with a nice, cool, even 3 mil.
You actually get 3 million? Damn.
Oh, sweet. But just something to be aware of if you want to top these leaderboards for Reaper XP or Favor. You got to work for it by this point. People are getting it done. But you can find this list over on DDO.com. It will be added to the game in a future update. Possibly 60, 61. I don't think it's in for 60, so I'm going to guess 61 here.
They added the last leaderboard the day of the new Reaper. Or the day of the new hardcore.
Part of the reason I don't think it's going to be in for update 60 is I've been working on
61.
Getting
it's probably not going to be up till 64.
For update 60 here. And that is set to arrive next week. If everything goes according to plan, next Wednesday we should be releasing update 60, which is largely the pre-purchase campaign for update 61, Vecna Unleashed, in addition to a bunch of things that you saw on Lamania related to the release notes, and I will put those up in just a second.
Ooh, a picture.
Go over a little bit of it, just kind of give you a sense of what is happening. Some of this stuff is Lamania only. Some of this is not final. I know I had to do some work already on the release notes, getting them ready for Wednesday, but there we are. Zero Reaper, no groups to be found, it sucked. Well, I'm sorry you ran into that issue. clearly others were able to
Oh, someone didn't
either
get
solo
Reaper
or
groups?
find groups based on those leaderboards there.
Yeah, I tried to spend like almost
bummer
every day in
that
the
you
last
weren't
week
able to
running
get
people through it.
what
but
you wanted to.
I tried.
We have Macrotechnic here with update 60. Some changes.
Macrotech is
to
supposed to be
Quest
U60.
XP and Conquest. The updated DDO store will be. I'll talk about that in a little bit. I'll even show you a little bit of it on Lamania here, but that'll
I don't
be
know if they're
coming
gonna have any new nodes in the-
after
news in the
update
store.
60, but within a few weeks.
Macrotech is still
New
buggy, so
quests-
hopefully they
the
fix
quests are for update 61, not update 60, and you know, a lot to read related to update 60 here. We're redoing a bunch of rune arm work. We have updated
That's a great
dungeon
question,
alert.
Anna.
We're going to have a new purple alert that goes off, and
Really?
you've had a chance to see this for, gosh, a month plus at this point. I would
More
mention
center.
that this preview of Lamania does have an update on favor, so we're filling in some missing favor slots. That would be Gatekeepers 700 for +2 saves versus extra
Purple
planar
alert's fine.
creatures. Keepers of the Feather at, is that right, 240?
Can you get 240 favor?
+2 to listen and hide.
I guess it's if you do both the
The
raids.
Summer Court is 180 favor, +2 to diplomacy and perform, and then Moorgrave University 150 favor for +5 hit points. If you've already reached these thresholds and
That means
don't
the
have a
Epic Destiny
favor
is not
reward
going to be
because
showing up
they're not
as
coming
a
here until update
Moorgrave
60,
University
you
reward.
can go
which is
speak
what
to
we
the
thought.
favor reward again, and you will get it. We have a whole bunch of bug fixes related to spells and items and some typos in quests and what have you.
Let people shit
You can
posting
take a
about
look
the
at
giant.
that over on the DDO forums if you're interested. I don't know that there's anything too much to bring up. The new stuff is
50?
in red.
50?
We do have the enemy AI
Maybe.
and sort of pathing changes and a little bit of UI work as well.
Oh, the AI changes were at the bottom. I forgot that they were
And
there.
this is this week's preview, which is going on for, well, not quite another hour here over on the Lamania preview.
It'd be like 200, probably.
All right.
Oh, some of you guys might be wondering why I didn't stream anymore Lamania.
Next
so
up,
yesterday,
what do I want to bring in? Let's mention
yesterday I had like a crazy bad mental health day, so I did not stream. So I apologize for that one. Just not good. It's not a good day. But also, there's like literally nothing going on Lamania. We test everything. Macrotech is broken and doesn't work, so you can't do a lot of stuff. There's not really a lot of new builds to test out. We did all the quests, which were really fun, really fun. But yeah, that's why I didn't spend more time on Lamania. There's not a lot to test or look at.
look at some of the Update 61 X-Pack loot over
So we did
on
everything,
Lamania as well. And I could
on Wednesday.
Bring some of that up on the
Purple
screen
alert is on
here a
Lamania,
little
yeah.
bit as well.
Yeah, I already tested Purple Alert.
So Syax wants us to not get rid of the bunny hopping giant and giant hold. I apologize. We are going to.
Right.
It's not a fight I was able to win. I have let the team know that there are some folks like yourself out there who like that bug. It is, however, a bug, and there are differing opinions as to whether it should have stayed or not. Ultimately, though, the people who do the animation work and some of the quest designers felt very strongly that that did need to change, that it was not an appropriate animation. They didn't like it. It bothered them a lot. And so I recognize that,
SG
that
don't
people
give a
like
shit what you
that
think.
Giant. I kind of like that giant too. I'm on your side on this one, but unfortunately, we did not win this fight.
That's right.
And so
That's right.
So the
Take
the
that,
giant and
players.
Giant hold will be getting a normal walking animation here with update 60.
See what's acting childish because of the Madstone curse? Nah, it's just a visual bug.
So the Macubray is saying because of a store update, we're losing the 32-bit cosmetic previews. To be clear, that is a bug. Cosmetic previews are not supposed to be functioning at all, but they are still functioning in the 32-bit version of the client. It is true that that functionality will be lost when we update to the new DDO store. The ability to have a more robust preview system of cosmetics is something that is high on the suggestion list. We know that that's one of your top priorities. And it's something
it's
we
not
would
one
like
of
to
theirs.
bring to the updated DDO store in the future.
Notice the
But
wording.
It is true that
It said
that
one of
functionality,
your
which
top priorities.
is supposed to be removed for both the
Not
32
theirs.
and 64-bit.
They don't give a shit about
is
selling
still
cosmetics or like showing it to you.
functioning.
Not important to them.
Functioning
Important to
in
you,
quotes,
not
in
them.
a 32-bit state today, but that's going to be going away as well.
Yeah. again, it's important to you, not SSG. SSG
But we do
doesn't
know
care.
that you want to have previews of this, of things in the DDO store, so that's some, in the top bullet points of things to work on for the future. It is certainly up there.
The bugs
So
that it
hopefully
works.
we'll be able to bring that to you.
Again,
here.
that's why it's important that I want to make sure that wording is like captured on camera, because again,
I liked how
he's not saying
liked
not
the
saying
giant
oh
bug.
it's something we're
Maybe
working
it was
on,
a
we want to
bug.
bring it to you. He's like, it's
I
one
know
of
it really
your
bothered
priorities.
the animators.
It should be one of
but
SSG's priorities.
Didn't bother me. I liked it. Oh well.
It's a real big deal.
You
Being able
can't
to
win 'em
preview stuff
all,
before you buy
and
it's kind of
unfortunately,
important.
we're not able to win this one. So.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
I don't buy cosmetics at the DDO store.
To the game client here and show off a few.
So, like, for the record, I don't buy cosmetics in the store. I only, if I'm going to buy a cosmetic, I will wait till I get Lemania. I'll go on Lemania and buy it, and then preview it on Lemania, and then I'll be like, okay, this is cool, and then I'll buy it. That's it.
For Artificer to show off some of the bits about rune arms and what have you here today. And I'm also going to show off some of the cosmetics, but let's blast that rune arm there, huh? Boom, boom, boom. I've got a bunch of rune arms here. These are all new rune arms. So the one you're seeing right now is the legendary prototype, Flash Transferal. Let's move
There's
over
an
to
airplane in his region. Jerry, you got to get out from under the airport. Watch out. Plane's coming.
Okay. This is one of the others here. I'm
Or
just
like maybe
using
it's just a
these
big
on
lawnmower.
the test kobolds.
Trim nerf the giant hold bunny hop. Yeah, that was me. Sorry, guys.
This
All
one
me.
here is the siren test.
The Sonic rune arm is really cool.
That's actually a melee one. I suppose
It's like you have to get melee range with it, so it's like not always going to be useful for a lot of different artificers, but it's a very cool rune arm. Having that as an option, especially since it fits with the mock Rotech and the Sonic damage and stuff that they do. So you can actually have it. Yeah, there are a lot of like weird, confusing things.
The impact
When it comes to like SSG, I think part of it is also maybe Cordovan doesn't want to be the one to like affirmatively respond and say yes we are doing this or no we're not. So he doesn't want to say it is our priority to do something, because that would be committing to something that maybe he doesn't know the answer to. Like he might not know whether it's a priority or not to get the preview back on. Like he might not know that off the top of his head. So he's going to say something that he knows, which is that the players it's a priority. That could also be possible.
The propulsion
But yeah.
module, did that take? I don't think that took. There we go.
Look at all those rune arms.
Turn up the audio a bit too.
Oh god, don't turn on the rune arm sound effects. That's way worse.
We've got the byproduct disposal.
They did make a lot of rune arms. I will say that. Do you buy them or do they drop in quests? I'm just not sure. Give it all system? Yeah, I would love that. Thing is, that game has more customizable
And I think
cosmetics.
the last one here is the cooling mechanism. It should
So
be
that's a
noted that
different-
these rune arms are coming with update 61.
Yeah, all the items that were
This will be part
previewed,
of Vecna Unleashed,
except for
not
the
updates.
cosmetics, are of Vecna's Unleashed. So if you're like, oh, those new augments are cool, they're coming.
Why did you
in
get
Vecna.
rid of the bunny
I
giant?
did want to
Strim ruining
call
the
out
game again,
another
no plus.
functionality. This is one of the things in Macro Technic. Actually, I think that's on cooldown right
Maximum overdrive with the charging system.
now. Got so many notifications happening.
Yeah, I'll charge a rune arm. That's a boss kobold. That doesn't
Oh,
work.
it's because it's a boss. Right. Needs to be a regular test.
That's
Sonic Boom.
Wait, did he just use the epic
Lightning
moment and
hammer.
then not charge the rune arm?
Hammer time.
Bro, you gotta charge the rune arm.
And here's the force field generator.
That
That'll
mantle
show up for
effect
just a
looks
little bit
sick.
and then
That looks
disappear.
sick. Straight up.
That'll get
the
you
animators who
repair
made that mantle
amplification
effect, amazing.
And let you
Where it just was like,
absorb force,
when like
piercing,
all the
bludgeoning,
machine
slashing,
parts come to
electric,
you.
sonic, and rust damage. Up to 15% if you got a rune arm.
He activated the epic moment and then just stood there. Well, that's cool.
Alright, well, unfortunately, my ability is not quite doing what I need it to do right now. Let's see.
I don't know who's trying to show up. Epically? True.
Alright, Radiant Prison's the one I want to show off. This is in the Macro Technic tree. And it'll,
Wait, that has an animation? He just animated to do that. My character didn't animate. Did they patch
seal
that?
away a target non-boss foe for 8 seconds in an unbreakable force field with no saving throw.
Very good
In this
ability, by the way.
Force field.
Basically lock an
they
enemy from
cannot
taking
act
damage and take them out of the fight.
95% less damage and healing from all sources
They're
except
graces?
for
Oh, true.
Untyped.
I tried on a Blade Forge and it didn't do anything.
Let me move away from the test kobold here a little bit. I wanted to show off. Unfortunately, I can't. There we go. This is one of the new cosmetic outfits that'll be arriving with the.
It looks great.
Pre-purchase. Theirs is the Morgrave Academics robes, the Academics cape, and
Full
the
transparency, I
Academics
love this outfit.
hat. I did want to mention we have another one too. This is the Lich's crown.
I
the
much prefer it
outer
to the Lich one.
wraps and the Lich wraps. So this is the other cosmetic outfit arriving here with the pre-purchase for Vecna Unleashed.
Yeah, in my opinion, I
Looking
think
pretty
the
Vecna-like,
night
if I do
robes
say
or
so
whatever.
myself.
But this
We do have a couple other
School's
things
robes are
too.
better.
We've got the Tiny Flame Skull certificate. So let me go and call the little.
you can haunt your friends
Skull.
with the flame skull.
Hello, little Flame Skull.
It is a cool flame skull,
Don't you
except
follow
it's
me
just
around.
I don't think it has any of the animations put in for it yet. Maybe it does. I didn't check.
Hang on a quick sec. I need to change scenes so that I can open up the store, so that I can buy the thing.
My shotgun. Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
Actually, that's a great question. Is the raid coming with update 61 or further down the line?
Can I put a top hat?
I also
on
want to
the
know.
Flame Skull. No. Unfortunately. I wonder why.
I'm gonna go ritual to release his eyes with the eyes from the Eye of Fear and Eye of, and Flame Monster.
Oh,
Burning
well,
Skulls
follow up
always
on that.
remind me of that.
Seems like you should be able to put a top hat on the Flame Skull, but it looks like you can't. So, all right, back to
What?
the game.
No, I did not know that.
The other one here is that I want to show off the Warforged Owl certificate. Mechanical Owl.
I guess we're level 8 now.
Oh, Clash of the Titans, huh?
I did not know that. Thank you. Everyone said Clash of the Titans with that.
The owl wear a top
I'm
hat.
not a. I don't know owls that well.
Come on, man. All right, well, I'm gonna have to bug that. See what's up. Seems like it should be able
Shown
to.
people? Yeah, usually people ask if they're gonna
We
go
also do
above
have
the level count of the
two
party.
mounts.
I guess that's too much
We
to ask.
have
Apparently,
the Academic Steed and the Lich's Steed, which I will run around here in a little bit.
oh, he's gonna show off the mounts.
Something strange has been sighted off the coast of Stonereach. The mysterious
Yeah, it's just rude. Exactly. That's all it is. It's just rude.
Alright, so first, here's the Academic Steed. Morgrave University themed one.
I don't know exactly why he's showing off the dance. I will say, this is a Lotro horse. A lot of the Lotro horses look like this, where they have like the, I don't know what you call that. The comparison or whatever, the big carpet that goes over
Let's,
top of them.
move over to the Lich's Steed.
They have a lot of those. This horse looks very, very good. The Lich's Steed is a very, very good looking horse. I do like it. But yeah. Flank it? Yeah. I don't hate it visually, but it also is not that exciting. It's that one's not that exciting. Just like having the blue carpet on the side of your horse. It is what it is. kind of Nexus
All right.
event is this? What's a
and
Nexus
then,
event?
Let's see, what else could I show off here? We do have Darling, the Were-Rat companion. I could go into a quest, I suppose, and show that one off quick.
The hireling is also pretty cool because it's level 18 as a rogue, which is just nice for doing like Sharn quests and stuff. So you can use it now every time you want to do House of Pain and Heroics on hardcore, you can have this character if you want to follow you around, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I've been actually pretty busy today. One of the things that we've been working on is giving the updated DDO store a test.
Yeah, the undead horse is cool. Like I said, I like the undead horse.
And so
it's
we've
just
had
the
a whole bunch of
the
us
one with the blue
developer
carpet
types
is less exciting.
inside of the
But I really like
studio
I personally like
types,
the
I guess,
armor
more
better
appropriately.
than the Vecna armor.
Inside of the game to get things done.
Next week, Wednesday. Yeah, the moving wraps are very cool.
Right, so Darling's special
Again, I like the armor.
has improved
the
uncanny
armor
dodge.
pieces. Again, it reminds me of the Carrion Knight set from Elden Ring.
Become a little rat for a little while. Immune to all damage, and monsters will ignore her, but her physical damage drops by 100%.
Yeah,
in
she
2
turns
minutes,
into
so
a
it
little
can
rat.
basically be, hey, just be a cute
Little
rat
mouse.
for a little while.
It's a very cool hireling. Is it good?
For 15 seconds.
It's cool.
Open lock. And search.
I'm a big believer that like not everything has to be good. You know what I mean? Sometimes you can just have things that are like kind of cool. Also, the hard part about like making the hireling really good is that it's not cheap. Right? So that hireling, that's $80 right there.
Over to chat real quick and see what we
You don't get the hireling unless you spend 80 bones. So on the one hand, kind of has to be good too, because it's like that's not $0.
No, I've not heard of any plans to have an alternate form of the Lich Steed without the armor. Perhaps in the future that is something we could do, but that's not something I have heard about us doing here short term.
Yeah. I would like to know if the raid is going to be coming out with the expansion. Well, I guess
Yeah,
we'll
I have
find
no
out on
idea,
future
Titan.
Lemania, but
they were
yeah.
probably just did some kind of override to test the thing, in terms of why there might have been multiple hirelings out in public on a specific admin
Let's
character.
just take
on
more
Melania
mounts from there,
yesterday.
please.
No
True.
clue.
More Lotro mounts.
Probably
would be good.
testing something.
Because I'm not no way to get comp bonus to crit or to HP because of taking Revive Pale
Thanks,
Master. You can use daggers.
We have models for various birds that only get more used as enemies like falcons. Generally, the ones that we make
A week?
are meant
Sure.
to be
A
dual
month?
purpose.
Sure.
So in many cases,
4 to 5? I don't know.
You probably have something like that. But
Also,
generally, the creature companions are a little bit cutified versions of things that otherwise exist. So sounds like an opportunity to perhaps bring a few other ones in the future. Alright, Sardonic, Red Fox wants to know, is the raid coming with Update 61 Vecna Unleashed or sometime further down the line? It'll be a few weeks after Update 61 is released. I could mention that, well, I did mention that next Wednesday we are currently targeting to release the pre-purchase for Vecna Unleashed.
Which will have the
when that's
expansion
released
release
next
date.
Wednesday, it'll have a formal release date for Vecna Unleashed within the information. I can't give it to you today. And it'll have information about when the raid is going to be released as well. But that'll be a few weeks after the release of Vecna Unleashed. We're going to give it, as far as I'm aware, 2 Lemania previews. One of them will be before Vecna Unleashed is unleashed, and one of them will be after Vecna Unleashed is unleashed. So we'll have 2 raid previews, one before U61 releases, and I think one after U61 releases, and then the raid will release after that.
Yeah, that's good. I don't mind that. I don't hate that. That's a fine release schedule.
I've not
the
heard
thing
of
is,
any plans to adjust the orb, the looks of the orbs from what is seen currently on Lemania. Sorry, Matt Cupray.
it is harder for DDO because in a regular MMORPG, when an expansion comes out or whatever, people have to level up and get geared and do whatever. So it makes sense that the raids are asynchronous. In DDO, whatever the new raid comes out, we can probably do on Reaper 5 like today. So because people are like giga geared and stuff.
Nice thing to do if we ever get to carve out the time for additional airship work. Any comment on the reasoning for targeting level 18 quests? Many folks level to 20 after finishing up level 17 quests and don't run level 18. The intention is to fill gaps and make it make sense based on the story flow of what's going on.
The story is probably the bigger
right
part of it.
now, today, that is what people like to do. There's a fair number of people who just sort of hold 18 until they get to the last XP point in 19 and then zip to 20.
Correct. That's the only way to do it.
That is why these quests will have a saga associated with it, so that the XP more closely matches the kind of XP you would get from running an epic quest. Now, on a per-quest basis, they are still going to be heroic quests when run on Elite, so they will be level 20. And have appropriate XP for a non-epic level 20 quest. But with the saga reward in that, it'll jump up quite a bit. And then, of course, we do have changes to the XP system in general that'll be coming here with Update 60. So, while today
the XP system is coming with Update 60?
The intention is to think a little bit longer term. And
I thought it was getting delayed.
Offer things for the entirety of the level range. Ultimately, if this doesn't change your playstyle, if you still prefer to, run old quests or Sharn stuff or whatever instead, you can still do that. No one's going to make you run the heroic versions of Vecna Unleashed if you don't want to. But I think as an alternative, it's going to be pretty attractive to some people as a way to not only get the XP to level 220, even if they are banking 19, but they're also going to get a new saga reward for it. That may be more attractive in some cases.
You for heroic on Lemania Approximate? It's, I don't know. I didn't do the quest on heroics, I only did them on epics. The XP was not done on epics, so I assume that they'll probably do an XP pass later.
In terms of viability of trapping for the new hireling, I guess we'll see.
The legendary hireling will do everything in the entire game.
I'd say Frogo does pretty well, and I would expect this hireling to do pretty well as well. But ultimately, we'll see.
Yep.
We will see.
Something that I think SSG shot themselves in the foot with was doing a different XP scaler.
They do have the ability to rogue it all.
They should probably, at some point in the future, just make the XP scaling
small rat
consistent. So instead of this weird jump from 20 to 21, like where you have heroic XP, then epic XP, or whatever, it should still have this separate bank of it.
It's true. There is
but
also
they should
no
transition
Reaper lockout
smoother.
for running
So
heroic
you can
quests
actually
at level
you don't feel bad
20+.
about taking 19 then
there
moving
used
to
to be
21.
up until update 59, but that got removed. So that may also help.
Or you might actually want to do
incentivize
19
for those
quests
who
in
wish
heroics,
it,
or like
to
an
use
epics.
Vecna Unleashed as a leveling path.
They might want to do that eventually. It was so routine like
This
Murder
is a
Knight
shirt
Myrtle, but it seems
exclusive to
fine.
employees, yes.
I didn't do the heroics, only did epics.
This is actually, in some ways, the weakest of our SSG shirts in terms of material quality and what have you. But it's the only one that didn't need to be washed. But we don't offer physical swag to date, so. Alright, well, I think
as level 20 quests for
largely
low-level
moved
epics. They
through
probably
the
will,
news
honestly.
section.
Because you can, by the way, you can
There's
do
a whole lot more
heroic
for
quests
me
in
to
Epic on Reaper mode now.
mentioned today.
So you can do the Vecna quests.
Yeah, there is. But I need to do something here quick in order to.
Yeah, the Vecna quests are level 18.
Happen. So give me
You're
just a
going to
minute.
be able to do those on Reaper 1 in Epics if you want it. So you can do them at level 20. You could do the Vecna chain and then pick up the Saga.
Take me a minute. I want to show the new DDO store off. In order to do that, I need to add a stream element to block a thing. Just a second.
If depending on how brutal the Vecna quests are, if they're not like 100 million times harder than everything else, I'll probably start running them in heroics. Everyone back to heroic level 20 quests. Yep.
There we go.
What's he showing? He's probably cropping out his username or something.
All right. So
yeah, he
actually
has the Dungeons Dragons Online thing over
but
top of
this
the
will be
username.
fine. So this
that should be a
is
feature in the new store.
Current preview for the updated DDO store that you can take a look at for, well, a few more minutes here on Lamania. I would say that the target date for this is still up in the air, but could be in early August.
Or would
perhaps
be a
looking
great
at something
feature
like around August
for
2nd.
streamers.
So that would, you know, next Wednesday will be Vecna Unleashed pre-purchase, and then the week after that is a thought that may be when the updated DDO store debuts. And then we got one happening on the
problem
other
is they don't
game
have all
side
the
as
they don't have all the emotes, so I can't hit them with a kick W.
In many ways, the updated DDO store is very similar to what you're used to. It just looks a little different.
I will say the
But
new
we
store
do have,
is
you
better
know,
than the
a
old store.
Section for specials, which are a little bit different than sales. The sales themselves will have some of this text on the bottom. By the way, is not particularly.
He
relevant.
can't move it. He can't move it. Oh no!
But, like
I
some
saw
of
his
this bit on the
username.
bottom really just has to do with the fact that I'm on an admin account, so you won't see the account refresh bar. But we have a specific sales.
I don't care about
call-out
people seeing my
section,
points
so you can
balance.
just
I don't give a
sort of
shit
see
about
what
that.
is on sale if you want to. We do have. Let's see if I can move over to this. Yeah, that's fine. We do have the ability to resize some of these elements. You can't currently subscribe on Lamania in this test, but this is where you'll be able to manage your subscription, including not just subscribing, but also
Where are people
canceling
going?
your subscription. You can still do
we're
it
going to a
through
different quest.
myaccount.standingstonegames.com, as you would expect. This is another option to be able to cancel your subscription if you want to as well.
And when
we
the
don't have any
expansion will go
current
to
active
pre-order?
coupons,
Yes,
but
Wednesday.
if we have something like a buy one get one or 20% off an item of your choice style coupon, which is new functionality
half?
that we will
That
be able
you're
to
way
bring
overestimating
here
it.
in the
That is a
future,
huge
you'd
overestimation.
See these such coupons right there.
Yeah, huge overestimation.
Also have like a section.
I don't
for,
think it's going to cut the player base by half.
limited time releases and what.
A lot of people don't like CRPGs.
There is also a bookmarking system to get to your favorites.
Yeah, hardcore ending will have a bigger impact
if you want to. And then you'll click on this section here in order to see that.
Look at that store.
It does paginate as well. And you'll be able to sort. Like I say, in many ways, this is similar to the existing store.
Like I said, I do like the new layout of the
in other
store.
ways,
I wish
it
it
is a
had
little
better
bit different.
features, but it is.
The redeem code
what it
is
I
going to
guess.
be right next to me, right there. And you'll be able to enter the weekly coupons, points codes that maybe you win.
Game the forums will love
from
it.
Twitch
Yeah,
chat
they
or
can cancel
whatever,
even easier
and
now.
do that there. And then we know that there will be additional functionality coming to the DDO store, hopefully in the future. This is what we're close, I think, to shipping with, as it were. But we know that there's plenty of requests you have and requests of our own as well. So I would expect to see us.
Okay, good. So that basically like they're going to add in these things at some point in the future, hopefully.
No, gifting will remain not
Yeah, you
available.
won't be able to give stuff. Yeah, DDO's population will change a little bit from Baldur's Gate 3 releasing, but not that much. Major copium. Major copium. You're like shoving the copium in your mouth. Remember, the people that are going to be coming to play Baldur's Gate 3 are going to be from all over the place, and a lot of them will be just CRPG players. Just because people like MMOs and D&D does not mean they will necessarily like Baldur's Gate, which is a turn-based RPG that is very, very different. Very, very different. I'm not saying that it won't affect it. There will be an effect on the DDO population, but it's not going to be like a quarter of the player base. Oh, they wait for the Xbox rather than another game?
An article that
Yeah,
I am
exactly.
working for publication, perhaps by the end of next week, but at the very least when we go live with the new store. So the payment options are going to be for credit cards and debit cards, American Express, MasterCard, Visa, JCB, Diners Club, and Discover. For point bundles and bundled
Diners
offers,
Club?
you'll be
What's
able
that?
to use a PaySafe card. There's a specific functionality thing that I need to call out with Amazon Pay for a
The OG
subscription,
credit card?
but
Oh,
otherwise
shit.
Amazon Pay is an option.
I've never heard of this.
And then you can also use PayPal, and you can also use PayPal recurring for your VIP subscription. Specifically
Apparently
as
it
it
does.
relates to Amazon Pay. It is not currently working when we go live. It probably will not be working when we go live for recurring subscriptions, but it will work for all other purchases.
Yeah.
There's some
Also,
specific Amazon Pay function.
remember about Baldur's Gate 3? That people can do both at the same time.
not
People
working
can play DDO and Baldur's Gate 3 at the same time. People will like play it, but then still log in to play with like their guild or their friends or whatever on the weekends.
All right.
Use Subway gift cards? Not anymore. It's all over now.
No, we are not supporting Steam. We don't currently, and we won't in the new store functionality.
Yeah, down with Steam. Down with Steam. I know what they're talking about. Yeah, you used to be able to pay for DDO stuff with Subway gift cards.
Yeah, I think, Johnny, you probably just ran into an issue having to do with the Lamania preview server. Now, no one buys points on Lamania. It's only the free point totals. And whenever we do a database wipe for Lamania, like we did for Update 60 here, that, too, will also go away. But that has nothing to do with the state of things on live.
Is extended shifting and extended raging stack? Yes.
You say that it's in the past stuck around. I don't think that's true, though. Pretty sure it's always been cleared out whenever we did a database wipe.
DDO points did stick. But it's the new store. They probably wiped your balance. That's all. I think it's what a lot of people are getting confused. They like think it's always going to wipe every time they go to Lamania, but it's literally just because they got a new store. That's all. They probably reset everything to 0. Hopefully, could you imagine if the store releases and it resets everyone's balance to 0?
In the new updated DDO store, the transaction history tab will preserve the most recent 2.5 years of your existing purchases.
Damn!
And then will retain everything moving forward.
Dude, how am I supposed to hide from the fucking IRS now if they got 2.5 years of data on my purchases in DDO?
And you'll be able to use that with customer service and such as well. For item purchases, things that you purchase with DDO points, you will not be getting emails anymore, which is either a good or bad thing, depending on
that's a good thing. I like
how
that.
you felt about getting those sometimes spammy emails. But for things like real money purchases, you will continue, and subscription updates, you will continue to get emails associated with that.
Good to know. Okay. I don't like
I know,
those emails.
StreamTom, that hiding usernames in the DDO store would be a great feature. That is also, someone had mentioned earlier.
He said my name!
The ability to hide your account name in the DDO store when using the internal store browser rather than external is something that is also on that short list of things that we would like to do.
Nice! There we go. Yeah, baby! They're gonna do something that I want because it affects me, but also affects him. Because he had to use a DDO icon to block it, so you can see it.
I'm not sure if we're ever going to get a merch store. I'd love it, but there's a lot of kind of processes that are somewhat in the way. Relevant.
Oh, dude, just do it. Just do it illegally. Come on, or whatever.
But I think we
just
could
break
do
a
it
contract
most
and make a
easily
merch
with
store.
something like SSG shirts. Now, I don't know that anyone outside of the office actually wants to buy a Standing Stone game shirt. I can't
I'd buy
imagine
one.
There's a huge number of you out there. But
I'd buy a Standing
for
Stone
those
game
of
shirt.
you who would, that would be something we could more easily do than, say, offering DDO-specific swag. There's certain licensing arrangements associated with the license that have made it difficult for something like that to come into fruition. So historically, what we can do is we can make
Cannot
swag
believe
for
I did this
giveaways
just to
for
ignore the
community
8
events
ads that
like
just
taxis,
appeared.
meetups, and things.
I can,
but we can't offer it for sale, and that restriction is likely to remain long term.
You can't. I can believe it. You know why, Cleric?
All right.
2 reasons. 1, because it was your Prime sub.
Maybe a
your
few
Prime
of you
sub
would
you already
want
paid
SSG
for. So
shirts,
you just get to
maybe
use
not
it whatever
this one.
thing you want.
Black on black and all.
You can use it wherever
at
you
one
want,
point it
and
was
you use it
black
on me,
black.
so thank you.
After X
And welcome back
number
for
of
14 months.
watchings,
Appreciate
it's
it.
more black on gray, but there we are.
You did a Jacoby Drexel Chan t-shirt. Oh, I forgot to have the t-shirt contest. I got distracted. Okay, I still have to do the t-shirt contest. Still a
Alright, well,
possibility.
I think I've pretty much cleared through the news, and it's getting a little late to
Good idea.
do a lot of questing here, so I might just end the stream a little early on this Friday. We ended up, one of the things we were doing this week is basically a full DDO store catalog regression. So for those of you who are in QA, we had to check everything. Everything that was in the updated DDO store.
Probably.
And that's been going on
What else
for
are you
a few
gonna do on
days
Friday?
now. I have been doing a large amount of copying and pasting into the updated DDO
the
store.
con shifter? That is correct, yeah.
And elsewhere in recent days.
Yeah, but
along
you
with
get
other
the
people
con from
doing the
shifting
same
anyway.
thing. But I think we're basically we're getting close to being able to go live with it. We'll have more information on the downtime for the updated DDO store when it's actually set to happen. But it could be as soon as early August. I don't know how many of you are out there that are impacted by this. I think most of the coupons I've given out have already been redeemed. But things like the 100 DDO point codes that I give out are not going to function under the new store. We have to start fresh with that because we're using a new redemption system.
Oh, I have to do that now. I have to really do that soon.
So,
because the code I have is not going to work
an
when the new
old
store
points
comes
code
out.
for me or something like that, redeem it before the new DDO store gets there. I'll probably get you.
Okay. I got some codes. I got some codes for you guys.
About it afterwards, but
okay.
that is something to be aware
Next
of.
week, we're gonna do some stuff. We're gonna be giving away some codes and things.
So,
okay.
We'll be doing that here. This is not the first time
next
we've
week.
done that, though.
Next week, I'm gonna put
There's
together
been
a
couple of
contest.
rounds of that
So I'll put that together over the
previously. We're
weekend,
doing it
and we'll have a contest, and you guys can win some stuff. All right, some good stuff. I have some codes I was supposed to give away that I forgot about, and apparently they're going to expire when we get the new store. So, yeah. The code, yeah. So I want to host a T-shirt contest.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's, it's easy to say, yeah, let's sell T-shirts, but then there's actually a lot of process that would need to be created. Like, we don't have a fulfillment center to do things for physical swag, so either we would need to do that work ourselves, like actual people inside of the office, or it would have to be done through a fulfillment center.
Yeah, just get a print on demand service.
Like, use one of the popular online T-shirt makers, and somehow get a license, say, with all the various people involved in the Dungeons and Dragons license that would give you permission to do a T-shirt or something like that, and then load it up onto one of those online places and do a separate contract between all those licensors and those online places, and figure out how it all gets cut up and all that sort of thing. All the revenue from it.
It is annoying.
The gross revenue from it. But really,
I wonder
when
if I'm
you
allowed
start
to do that.
getting into the process of what it would take to actually start selling T-shirts, it gets pretty complicated.
Yeah, I wonder what counts as transformative when it comes to T-shirts and selling T-shirts. Because obviously you don't want to take other people's art, because that's wrong. And if you use somebody else's art, you should pay them and or purchase a license to use their art.
If you want to draw your own drawing and upload it to T-shirt,
but some people did draw some drawings.
Like,
and what's transformative enough?
Selling your own T-shirts through T-shirt Shack or whatever. You can
exclamation point
do
shirts
that pretty easily. But when you start dealing with all the entities involved in an officially licensed game,
exactly. That's the problem. Because, like, for example, we did the
product of Dungeons and Dragons. It gets more complicated pretty quickly, and it's been a prohibitive factor to date.
Yeah, there was a. It's a little bit more complicated.
Any chance we could put hireling folders on sale? Potentially.
Hireling folders suck. It's a bad product. Anyway,
I know I've also seen there's.
I don't know what qualifies as
really
transformative.
Want us to get character slots
for the purposes of a T-shirt
as well, and that would be nice too at some point.
Be qualified as some amount of fair use.
Or
like how you can sample a one song and another song.
Character slots associated with one of our regular rotating sales. But then
I guess
again,
maybe they get
also,
permission from the original
with
artist.
The updated DDO store here, we're going
to
to
get
have
permission from the artist to
some
do that.
functionality that will allow us to do kinds of discounts that we haven't been able to do previously. Like, from what I've heard, buy one get ones, or take take 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, whatever, off of an item of your choice. Which, I know is pretty standard in a lot of other places, but it's not something we've
50% off an item of your choice?
That could be a way to get items that are not part of the regular weekly sales, perhaps at a discount here in the future.
Yeah, they basically want to do something where it's like, you know, spend
Can you buy
$10, save
Reaper
$5.
XP? No. You must earn it the hard way.
Always
By
shutting down
dying
good
in Reaper
ideas.
mode. There we go.
Okay, I think that's all the news we're gonna get, because he's logging into a character that's playing the game, so I don't think we're gonna get any more news here.
Figured for the last few minutes, I'll just bum around.
Yeah.
Not this
So I don't think we're getting any new
We'll bum
pieces of
around
news,
over
but
on
still, it was
Iowa
interesting to
Dread.
listen to. I know, obviously,
Still a
you know,
few
watching
time
watching
or a
Court of
few
End do
minutes
stuff is
while
not
I'm
always
chatting with you.
everyone's favorite.
My character.
pastime.
So last week's show,
but
I got stuck. I ran out of time.
Oh no, he's going through a tunnel.
Show, I did complete the quest, as you see.
Oh
That
god,
was
I can't hear him.
enough
Oh,
to get me up to-
oh, he's gone. Oh man, he was going through a tunnel and he disconnected. It's a real shame. You hate when that happens. When all of a sudden the tunnel the tunnel gets you. You never know when you're gonna get tunneled. You just got to be careful about that. Yeah. So what did we learn? We learned that the Vecna raid is going to be coming within a month after release. It's Standing Stone Games. It's probably going to be a month and a half after release, but we can hope for within a month. So that's the second thing. That's you know, one part of it. We've also got news about the DDO store. They're going to continue to get new features on there. It's one of those things that's kind of expected, where it's like that they would add features. Of course they would add features. That's how video games work. But also, that's not necessarily true. Also, the new DDO store, all old codes are not going to work. So if you ever have you have a code somewhere for DDO that you haven't input, it's not going to work in the new store. So if you find one somewhere, you have to put it in. Also, I wonder how many of my old codes work. I have a bunch of old expansion codes that might actually still function. I don't know where you put them in though. So we're gonna have to figure that out. But I actually have some old expansion codes that might still work. I'll have to look through my list of codes. But I think I have some. I have this like old Excel spreadsheet somewhere that's like full of codes and stuff. SSG account page? I think it's the SSG account page. Yeah.
You pluck the frosted cerise flower from the snow. This time,
I believe you would redeem it on myaccount.ddo or myaccount.standstonegames.
return to the Baroness to tell her what happened. Though the prince himself,
I believe so anyway.
the Baroness tells you he is in your debt for thwarting the Night Hag's scheme. And now that you have the frosted cerise,
Disappointed there's no wilderness area. I mean, I don't really care about a wilderness area. I don't like wilderness areas that much. I find wilderness areas are okay, but I'm not a huge fan.
You come asking for favors when you impose on me by your
Not really necessary. If they do decide to add wilderness areas, then sure. But yeah.
so cavalierly. But as I feel numb with tedium,
Press guide through wilderness areas. Yep.
you will perform the 3 tasks I have set for you.
Yeah, like the quest pack takes place largely within the university.
The Prince of Frost waves his hand, and a trio of portals open nearby.
The Twitter update about improvements to projectile firing? No, it's because I committed to playing Bow Paladin months ago. I was like, yeah, I'll play Bow Paladin. And, well, I committed to it months ago, so I might as well actually do it since I already committed.
He demands that you remove the griffins that seem to have made their home inside the amphitheater.
So I'm just doing it.
Griffins are perched throughout the amphitheater. They look at you apprehensively.
How is it?
Make no
It's
move to attack.
low-level bow
Find
user.
yourself inside the
So bad.
base held by the rebel bandits. The Prince of Frost wants you to retrieve a wine chalice that they stole. The bandits said something about needing to get the patrolling sentries to wake everyone up.
It's all the fun of playing a bow and a low bow character at low levels. My attacks are slow and my damage is bad.
Without needing to fight.
Yeah, also Exalted Smite doesn't do, or Exalted Smite does not do extra damage on hit.
Will be able to return to their usual lairs.
Bow user. Get him, dude. Way more enjoyable? Yeah. I mean, I did just hit that guy for 500. That was kind of cool. Kind of cool. Oh. Also, I hate the fact that doing damage is intrinsically tied to Is intrinsically tied to standing still, where moving causes your damage to go down dramatically while using a bow, which sucks because like bow characters in video games are usually like the most mobile. It's like the whole thing is they're all about like being skirmishers and moving quickly, which I know doesn't make sense for an actual bow user because an actual archer in actual real life has to stand still to focus, to, like actually like hit well with a bow. But like it's a video game, dude. Like, yeah, you're right. It's not very realistic that you can run around and shoot stuff with the bow. But I also can't cast Fireball in real life, huh? Can't cast Fireball either. But I can do that in the video game. Why can't I run and shoot a bow at the same time? Next is Ice Mount Gutters. Let's not working with those. No, the damage, you get the extra damage, so the +2 threat range and damage multiplier, but the Smite Evil effect doesn't do anything. So I can get the extra critical multiplier and the threat range, but the like add your charisma to your hit and then also gain damage based on your paladin level nonsense doesn't do anything. Which is unfortunate. Because you want it to do something. Why can't you cast Fireball in real life? I don't get it. Because I'm bad. I knew that. I can go drink Fireball in real life. Speaking of which, I'll be right back. I can go to the bathroom and get some water.
You don't seem very enthusiastic about it. As it happens, I'm about to have a very important meeting here, and I don't wish to be disturbed. I'll need some guards. Reliable guards, not a grumpy old flea bag like yourself. Let's see. Yeah. That should do it. Don't bother to get up, Bear. I wouldn't want to interrupt your busy schedule.
The bear looks up at you. He's known you were there all along.
You might as well come in.
He grumbles as he opens the gate. The bear agrees to help you find the Baron, but first you must bring him 3 items. The portal flickers to life, and a dark figure steps through.
There you are, Archfey. I have come as you requested. Have you obtained the Codex pages?
Naturally. No, it took some doing. The mortals gave my hags a bit of trouble, but once I was concealed by the enchantment, I was able to make off with the pages and leave those druids none the wiser.
And let us be done with this. Hand over the pages.
Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. There are 2 sides to this deal. And how can I be sure that you'll deliver what you've promised?
You ask much. You wish to transform.
Hey, I'm at the beginning of a quest. Let's go.
Oh, I wish to restore the Feywild. Return it.
Fix my issues with ranged. Yeah. It's just been bugged for a while. It's also another problem. Like, you're right. So it's a problem of 2 issues, right? I don't know how the bug reports get filed and filled and what have you. But also, some stuff is like not always going to be clear in terms of the whether there is a bug in certain areas, because sometimes people just like don't test things or don't find a bug somewhere. Like, it's hard to see. Like, as an example, if you're not looking for some elements, like, you can use Exalted Smite works in the sense that, like, I press this button and it gives me the extra critical threat multiplier. It gives me the empowered smite. So you have to know your damage ranges really precisely to know that it's not actually applying the damage per paladin level. That's something that you're not going to see right away. So, and then also the quantity of players who log into like DDO to play Paladin, to play Bow Paladin is very small by comparison. So a lot of people probably aren't even going to see it. Now, is that an excuse for bugs not to get fixed? No, it's not. Bugs shouldn't be in the game. But also, there's tons of things in this game that like don't get found out because no one plays it. Like before Grandmaster of Flowers got widely adopted as the best epic destiny for melee damage, there was like 9 months where people weren't using it for anything. And in that 9 months, there was a bug that caused, that made it so when you took the water enhancement or whatever, the water ability, that's supposed to reduce helpless damage, it heavily increased helpless damage by accident. It was a mistake.
Tells you that he doesn't have any owlbear butter. A gingerbread golem that he created has
So,
run off with his entire supply.
People hadn't found it, but also people weren't playing with it. And it's one of those things that you're not going to notice because the only way you find out the bug is you have to become helpless and then get hit. And presumably, people aren't going to, notice. What hardcore death was that? Season 5, somewhere around there. Yeah, so I had the bug on my character, and instead of taking 15% less damage, I took 35 times more damage. I think it was Season 5, yeah. It was somewhere in there. Nope. Go number 2. That's 5d2, I think. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, so if you want to see the bug in action, that killed my epic hardcore character. But, like, I'm not that mad, because, yeah, it sucks, and it was a bug, and it was an epics. But, dude, no one found it. No one took that enhancement. And it's one of those things you're only going to know if you take it. And it's because apparently, like, the decimal was in the wrong place or something. I don't know. Or, like, instead of dividing by... Or, like, instead of, like, multiplying by 85%, it was, like, dividing by 0.15 or... I don't know. Something was going on. Anyway, I ate 3,000 damage from a poison trap. That does not even do that much damage. Like, I shouldn't have gotten hit by the trap anyway, but it was a big surprise. Alright, I don't get too mad about it. Okay, so... I mentioned this before. But I hate getting groceries. It just stresses me out. So I use Instacart for my grocery needs. And the thing about Instacart is basically it's just delivery grocery service. But sometimes they don't bring you the right stuff. And so I usually order like these granola bars. They're like almond and they're tasty. And for some reason, I was given a different kind of granola bar because I guess they couldn't find it on the shelf or whatever. And I actually don't mind it because sometimes you find there's just random gems that are just absolutely delightful. And this is one of them. They got me this cashew bar instead. Dude, it's so good. I never eat cashews. Maybe I should. It's like so tasty. I don't even know what cashews are. Oh, I got it. Damn it.
You don the giant's gloves. Reach deep inside the bear's mouth.
Cashews are pretty great. Yeah, like I said, I don't have a lot of experience. Cashew? This thing is the bomb. That's so tasty.
Baron Bitterspine says he knows a secret that could defeat Hearsam. You should deliver the news to Winwood.
Well, all nuts are pretty fatty.
That information to plan your next move.
Like almonds? Bro, almonds are like really fatty. And if you don't pay attention, you'll like eat a few almonds and then... Or you eat a few almonds every day and you have no idea how much fat you're getting. Cashews. I don't know much about cashews. Oh, wait, this is the Shrom Tom. Way. I didn't update this. Which?
And snow covers the ground. Whatever caused this sudden change in the climate to show.
Nuts are healthy, and realize the healthy food contain high amounts of carbs and fat. Yeah, because the answer to all of these situations is always moderation. It's the worst part of living and existence is moderation. Because no one wants to moderate anything. All you want to do is eat all the things that are tasty and do all the activities that are fun all the time. No one wants to moderate anything. I don't want to moderate my diet. I just want to eat the things that are tasty. I don't want to think about it. It was dumb. That's why people always turn to these alternatives where they're like, you know, you have these companies that'll say like, oh, you can get this thing. It's like a superfood. What's superfood? You can't just eat one of anything. You got to eat lots of things. It's the unfortunate reality. Maybe in the future, we'll have some genetically modified thingamajig, and you can have one paste that you can slurp up every day. It's got all your nutrients. Maybe someday. But it is not this day. The closest thing you're going to get to that is probably like military and astronaut food. But they specifically prepare stuff that needs to be like, have the right nutrients and supplements and what have you. We do a daily dice pull? I already did, but yeah, I can do it again. Give me a second here. Gotta kill this red cat. Then I'm amazed you aren't more popular. Let me just kill this. Die, die, die. It's very nice for this person to say. I'm as popular as DDO. Lol. Yeah, Soylent Green. I can go for some Soylent Green. How about you guys? Ah, delicious paste. Get everything you need. Where'd she go? What? What is happening? Wait, did they already pull her up there? How did they pull her up there? How'd they already... I didn't even notice that was happening. I wasn't looking at the screen. It's on me. Goodbye, red caps. Get them out of here. Uh-oh. I don't know what's going on the DDO stream, but now Jerry's cracking out the Atari cartridges. He actually has a YouTube channel where he goes over, like, the Atari VCS, some of the games on it and stuff. It's very cool. His videos are way higher quality than mine. He puts a lot of, like, effort into his editing and the way things look. Gonna drop into the swamp? Well, you have to go find the thing, but other than that, yeah.
The air nearby tingles with magic. It seems to be coming from up above. If you got to hire...
Apparently we already found the note because it was over here. Nice. Well, I'm gonna escape this way anyway. Escape. Escape. Climb. Oh, God. It was right here the whole time. Can I make it? Can I make it? Got it. Whew. See. Oh, that's another weekly Wednesday live stream. Or Fridays at 4. Again, not a lot of crazy stuff. The thing I'm most happy about is the fact that they're going to be updating the store to have new features, which is good. They're going to be updating the store to have new features, which is very good. And then they're also going to be... we have more concrete dates about when and what things are coming. Specifically, Update 61, or Update 60, which is going to contain the pre-purchase bonuses for a whole bunch of things, for like the new expansion, is going to be coming out next week. Wednesday of next week. You will be able to pre-purchase the expansion, you get access to those cool cosmetics if you want. You'll also be able to purchase, or like just generally play around with the patch, the rune arm changes, among other things, which will be good for artificers, the XP changes, which is basically going to boost XP all across the game, and red alert or purple alert now, which is good. You'll be able to get some purple alert as well. Now you might be like, oh, purple alert. Why is that good? The thing about purple alert is basically if you have red alert for more than 30 seconds, you will get purple alert, which basically makes the monsters go into ultra kill mode and kill you. You will never, under normal gameplay circumstances, get purple alert. I tried to get purple alert on the preview, and I had to bug out the game to like stand on walls to make it so that monsters weren't able to attack me, so I could have red alert for long enough to get purple alert. It's 30 seconds of red alerting. You will never get this through normal gameplay. They're going to be adding some of the XP changes to the game apparently on Wednesday. Thunderholm, if you're killing stuff in Thunderholm, you're not going to get purple alert. We're in Needle. Is the silver roll bugged? No. Why? What's up? They're constantly red alerted? That's not a challenge. That's normal game. That's not normal gameplay. Normal gameplay is fighting the monsters and doing the quest. If you have people who are in your party who are running through and fighting and like not fighting any of the monsters, that's the play patterns they're trying to discourage, because apparently it has negative effects on the video game. And so then, yes, your group will get purple alert, and you will have more difficulty getting through quests. I said, then they're also changing up the XP so they want people to kill more monsters. And there's a very small handful of people that will encounter that behavior. We got red alerted and couldn't find the dungeon, so we had to drop it. Stuff on R4 with the boss buffs. You should always be able to find stuff. Where's Steel Chill? Where did he die? Where did he die? I have no idea where anyone is in this quest. I'm just gonna kill stuff so we don't get alerted. Also, this problem, where you have people going different directions in large open space quests like this will be an issue.
As you defeat the unicorn, a deer bursts out.
Do you try to do Gatekeeper's quest that you run to the end without killing anything? What Gatekeeper quest did you run to the end without killing anything? So I just, again, I maybe I'm not being clear. Maybe people aren't understanding the words that I'm using, like the words that are coming out of my mouth, right? So we're just gonna try again to make sure it's like really simple and really clear. If you do adventures and quests in the game where you fight monsters during the quest. So see how there's a monster here and I fight it? And you fight most of the monsters. That's generally considered normal gameplay, because that's kind of the expectation. They put a thing in front of you and then you encounter the thing. So if you are somebody who runs to the end of adventures and doesn't fight any of the monsters in those adventures, that's not really normal gameplay. It's not the expectation that developers have for the gameplay that goes on. And it's also not the way most players will handle that type of content. Now, you could be like, no, that's a generalization. That's not fair. It's not really a generalization. People fight monsters in the video game. That's very, very common practice. That's what people do usually. I don't really need to like argue about that one. That's just how that works. People usually do that. So, yeah, if that is something that you're unaware of, and that's normal gameplay, if you fall outside of that normal gameplay, there is going to be a good chance that, yeah, you're going to struggle a little bit, because there will be, changes to the monsters that will impact the way that you were playing the game before. But for everyone else, it's not going to have a problem. Right? It's not even like doing optionals or going out of your way. It's just there are monsters the way and you get them. That's it.
No one fights the monsters. I saw a video by a guy named StreamTom that showed that people just run past them.
Yeah. Oh, also, something you guys might not know is that archers that don't move don't contribute to Dungeon Alert. If you didn't know that. So archers that don't move are not affected by Dungeon Alert. Archers. So yeah. That clear entire quest? No, Zamek. It is not going to be a nerf for regular players that don't clear entire quests. It'll be a general buff to the player base. The current way that they have it coded, it's going to be the average player. If you play like I play through quests, which is you fight the monsters and get to the end, you will get an experience point buff. Everyone else that does not fight the monsters while they play the game will get an experience point nerf. Actually, as of this patch, no one's getting nerfed at all. Beat the quest before alert changes? Yep, a lot of people used to do that. I did not do that. Because again, I like fighting the monsters in the quest. Like, I guess the way I think about it is, what's the point of playing the video game if you're not going to play the video game? You know what I mean? I'm happy that people enjoy the game in whatever way they want. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be allowed. If you want to not fight any of the monsters, go for it. You don't have to do it. But like, what, I have these skills and these items, so then like not fight the monsters. I want to fight the monsters. Okay, I will try my best to explain this. If the monster does not move, so if you're fighting, so for example, in Slave Lords 1, there's that skinny hallway along the water where there's those skeleton archers that don't move. Those archers don't move. Because they're not moving, they're not on the pathing system, and because they're not on the pathing system, they're not contributing to alert. Because alert is a direct representation of how hard the pathing system is working at any given moment. So if the archers move, if they follow you when you run through quests, then yes, they will contribute to alert even though they're archers and they're annoying. If they are archers who don't follow you through quests, like basically the ones that stand on walls and shoot at you, they will not contribute to alert. So for example, you might not have noticed, it's the reason why you can ignore literally all of the archers on all of the ledges in you can just relog. It fixes it. Yeah. After this. Like Chains of Flame, right? You can do Chains of Flame, and you can have every archer aggroed on you, and you don't get red alert. Because same with Skeleton Archers and Whiz King and stuff. And they don't affect the alert because they don't move. What build is this? This is, Paladin, Bow Paladin. Bow Paladin. So, like, for example, the literal turrets in, like, the Bullywug quest, same thing.
Hey Strim, I was busy throwing my headphones across an archer that was not moving and out my window over the hills and far away. Can you re-explain how archers that don't move don't contribute to Dungeon Alert?
I think you just did. You just did, so we're good. Log in, roll dice, get shit buffs, log off. Are they nerfing my gameplay? That's true. It will happen. Like I said, the new changes are going to be a definite buff to experience. The only way they're not a buff to it, because number one, they're not nerfing anything. In the next patch, they're literally not even nerfing XP at all. They're like, no numbers are going down. They're basically just making it so that the conquest system is going to work, where they're basically moving a bunch of quests down in terms of conquest and reevaluating a bunch of different ventures based on the number of monsters, as well as also making it so that 33 kills is always onslaught, aggression, 67 is always onslaught, and 100 is always conquest. And they're going to be doing that like across the game. And that's the big change. And then once they have the whole thing sorted out where they go through each of the quests and more fine-tune them, they're going to be like probably nerfing the XP at that point. But so far they're not like bringing anything down. And the thing is, for your general gameplay, most quests in like Ravenloft, Sharn, Feywild don't get Conquest, and they're now going to start getting Conquest when you weren't getting it before, because for whatever reason they're just programmed in a buggy way that they didn't get it. So you're going to start getting a lot more XP than you used to. Again, because the problem with this first system they unveiled, it was, you know, all stick and no carrot, where they had no incentive. They were just reducing XP and said you had to do more work to get the same amount of XP. And then with the new system, that they were adding it in mortality lessons. The new system they're going to be adding it in, it's going to be carrot and stick, where you're going to have to do more quests to get it. So, or like more stuff to get. If you do Conquest, you're going to get a bonus. Onslaught will be the break-even point, and you're going to get Onslaught on the majority of quests. Yeah. But in the first LAN patch notes? Yes, if you only read the first LAN patch notes, you're several patch notes behind. So I can understand people's reservations based off of the first LAN patch notes. The second one was like leaps and bounds better than that. And the one that's going into the game is a pared down version that has no penalties in it and is only the good stuff coming into the game, which is what we're going to be getting. I wish they would bump up low base XP quests like Saltmarsh. I think my issue with Saltmarsh is not the amount of experience points you get, because it has the saga. My issue with Saltmarsh is that the quests are really hard. There's really hard at low levels. Like the monsters having 500 hit points at level 3 is kind of weird. What enhancement trees? I'm using these ones. Knight of the Chalice, Fadark Illusionist, Wood Elf, and then eventually I'll be getting Arcane Archer as well. I'll have some points in Horizon Walker, but I don't know how many. And I'm also thinking of potentially using Vistani Knife Fighter to get haste boost so I can shoot stuff. Let's see. What's up, Devilish Pumpkins? How are you doing? How are you now?
Hey Strim, can you wear a shield and a crossbow at the same time, Thonk?
Yeah, you can. Oh, wait, no, you can't. Do Epic 2 or just Heroic? Doesn't it fall off? Not anymore? I'm a Knight of the Chalice. Knight of the Chalice is the main tree. Arcane Archer is just supplementary to get some bonuses. I'm going to be using Knight of the Chalice as my main tree. Arcane Archer is just going to give me stuff like the ability to summon arrows, dispelling arrows, and a bunch of imbued ice.
Even curiouser, it vanishes mere seconds after it appeared. You decide to keep your
Remember crossbow? That is correct.
Complete Hissam's lessons. You tumble out of breath into a shaded grove where Hissam's herd of corrupted unicorns stands in the grass.
Rune Arms, it's a special artificer thing that lets artificers use rune arms and crossbows at the same time. How many ranger levels? 20 paladin levels and 0 ranger levels. So I'm going to be 20 paladin and 0 ranger. So that way I can use the capstone of Knight of the Chalice. I already did this. Nice. I don't even have to be here. I need 0 ranger levels. Ranger levels are nice because it saves me on some feats. Like, I don't even have many shot yet, and I'm level 7, but it is what it is. There's a lot of ranged feats. When I get into epics, I should... I'll be able to take Fatesinger, and with Fatesinger, I won't need to have... what do you call it? That magical training feat, and I'll probably swap that out for precision when I get to epics. Arcane Archer tree? You get it from the Wood Elf tree. So elves, in pen and paper D&D, are the only, in 3.5, are the only ones that can be Arcane Archers. So Arcane Archers used to be a prestige class that would require you to have levels of a class that has arcane casting, as well as it would require you to have like a bunch of ranged feats as well. And then you'd be able to cast spells through your bow shots, basically, was the idea behind Arcane Archer, which is pretty cool. When they brought it to Dungeons & Dragons Online, initially, it was actually something that was available to elves as well, as well as rangers. So rangers could become arcane archers, and so could elves. When they revamped the thing, they left it the enhancement trees for this system. They had an older system. And they revamped it. It's just in the arcane archer, the wood elf tree. So you can see I'm a wood elf, right? So wood elf here. Up here, it says arcane archer. You gain access to the arcane archer enhancement tree. The elf arcane archer tree uses your total character level instead of ranger level, but advances core abilities at a slower rate. So it's basically the arcane archer tree, but it comes from elves as opposed to ranger. So yeah. Magic trading fit reset every time you log in. Did they fix that? Yeah, it causes everything to reset when I log in. That's correct. But it just means I have to spend 7 enhancement points every time I log in. Every time I log in, I'll have to go to spend Fate Arc Illusionist. Not that big of a deal. I don't care too much about that. They can fix that? Maybe they can. But not yet. Yeah, so that's the idea here, is I'll be using some of the Arcane Archer from that. Yeah. It is weird. A lot of people probably, are unaware that you can get Arcane Archer. Or that you can get Arcane Archer out of the elf tree. But it's one of those, classic abilities that is, very representative of basic pen and paper. And by 5th edition, I can understand why some people might be upset about 5th edition, because it also doesn't, not so much, it, doesn't respect some of the traditional elements of D&D. They definitely made a lot of changes more for, balance and rule of cool than traditional things. For example, the Arcane Archer is a fighter spec and has nothing to do with elves, as opposed to being something elven adjacent. And so, they're moving away from some of the tradition on that because it's cooler. Now it's a fighter thing. So it has nothing to do with rangers or whatever. It's all fighter in 5th edition. But in DDO, it's still part of elf. Yeah, exactly. Legacy stuff. Yeah. I am using charisma to hit and damage. Yeah, that's correct. For me right now, I'm basically just party healer, because I can't even hit the monsters before they're dead. So I'm basically party healer. I mentioned in the theming? Ah, okay, cool. Like I said, to me, they're just different systems, and they achieve different goals. 5th edition is the most successful edition, Wizards ever published, and so they're not going back to the older systems, because there's no reason to. There's a huge financial incentive to keep working off of 5e and building onto that framework. That's why they're coming up with the new version of D&D that's going to be, again, very similar, and also allow them to resell all their books. Reselling all the books. But yeah, so it's just, again, it's one of those things where I like 5th edition. I think it's a fun rule set, but I like it because as somebody who's used all the editions, I don't mind making a couple house rules for things that I think are missing from the system. And taking the ideas I think are good from other editions and reintroducing them, because I think that's not I think it's a good idea. You don't have to leave everything in the dust just because you can. I mean, obviously it makes it more difficult because then you have people playing a campaign of yours. You have to, they end up understanding and learning a system that's not exactly the correct way, but that's fine. Fairly faithful. It's definitely video game 5th edition. It is video game 5e. It's not exactly 5e. It's not a bad system, but it is video game. My poll is active? I have a poll? I don't see a poll on here. The last poll was, should we ban Cruiser Zero? And that was like several days ago, so I don't think I have a poll. Oh, the prediction. Right. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I can get that sorted. Yeah, give me a minute here. How did that poll end? So should we ban Cruiser Zero? The poll, again, not really very, the team was not very divided. So should we ban Cruiser Zero? It was 73% of people said hell yes, while only 27% of people said yes. So it's a clear winner for hell yes. Yeah. But you're right. It is time for the silver roll of the day. Oh my god, it's time for the silver roll. My god, look at that. You can get all sorts of prizes. You can win a lot of points. You can lose a lot of points. You can put in those points, hopefully come home with enough sun flash to buy yourself a brand new house and a brand new car. Find out today on Silver Roll. Oh, that's a 6, ladies and gentlemen. That's a 6. Holy moly, that's a low rolly. I see all these ones in the chat, so I'm assuming you guys are winning big. I was eating big time steaks, man. It's already done. I gotta relog because after you go to Feywild, I find your game gets really gummy. So I have to relog and I'm gonna reform the party. It's gonna be the plan. If we're being a believer, yeah. It's like literally true. You believe, yeah, you put faith in something, you're always gonna be disappointed. You doubt everything, and instead you're pleasantly surprised. Paladin trainer. Favorite soul? Paladin's around here somewhere. There he is. Zinnia Dane. And I got Paladin spells. Nice. I think I'm gonna finish off 3 Barrel Cove and then do some Island of Dread. That sounds good. I'm gonna be equine points. Equine points? Are you taking horse's points? Straight out of his pocket? Just right before his eyes, just ripping the points out of his bare hands. Knight's training. Unvorpals stun evil outsiders. So I just gained +4 to hit and damage, as well as shot on the run. So I get 10% attack speed with bows, and 3 ranged power. Sick. There we go. Don't forget Paladin components. Oh, I already forgot Paladin components. That part doesn't work. You still suffer a penalty while moving and shooting. There's so many bugs in the DDO. It's crazy. It's hard to keep track of like what bugs even exist in this game. Yeah. Yeah, you still take a -4 to move and shoot. Again, there's just so many bugs in DDO. It's hard to even know which ones exist and which ones don't. A bug is just homebrew? Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. Okay, so the plan is I gotta relog client to clear Feywild. Then we finish 3 BC. Carl's Tomb 1 and 2 and Scoundrels. Reset party so it doesn't bug out on people. So rejoin LFM. So I'm going to leave this place. I'm going to go to 3 Barrel Cove, and then I'm going to have people rejoin me. I also need to get ship buffs, because I haven't been back to the ship in a little while. Good. And proceed to roll 2 ones. Yeah, that's why you always go with the gold roll. Yeah, you gotta go with the gold roll. People gold rolling to level 20 on hardcore is honestly, like, the best. I love it. I love people gold rolling to 20 on hardcore. Because there was that one, I think it was like hardcore 5 or whatever, where that one guy, it's either hardcore 5 or hardcore 6, or was it 4? I don't remember. But it was one of the hardcores where somebody gold rolled up to 19 and was really close to 20, and for whatever reason had this like genius idea to go out into an adventure zone instead of just gold rolling the rest of the way. And got annihilated in the Veil of Twilight by some ogre who probably like held them. I don't know the full story, but they died to an ogre at level 19 on the first day. So they probably walked up, got held because they have no will saves because they didn't have any gear, and then died. With D4 much? Did I mess around with D4? No. I think Diablo 4 is a shallow product made to appeal to the mass number of customers in such that is also like completely bankrupt of any creativity or unique ideas. So while it's like it's mild fun, it really doesn't push the envelope or do anything new. I had the stuff in the new season didn't really appeal to me because again it's just like, hey, you can go in a tunnel and you can get new powers. And it's like, yeah, I don't care about that. And so also the nerf patch, I don't like it. So for me, the way I think about it is I don't like it and I don't approve of it. Finisher R1. And this is Garl. So because I don't like it and I don't want to participate in it, I'm not going to play it. Some people are going to play it anyway. And here's the way I think about it. If you are having fun with Diablo 4, I encourage you to keep playing Diablo 4. That's good. Have fun with video games. Fun video games are fun. You should enjoy fun video games. But there are tons of people who are mad about the patch, and they're really upset about the patch. And they're like, this sucks, I can't believe they nerfed everything. And then they're playing anyway. And that's exactly why Blizzard nerfed everything. Because they're playing right in their hands. Blizzard knows that people don't have the, like, that's the reason why internet boycotts don't work. Because people don't have the backbone to not do something because they have that urge. You know, they're like, I paid my $80, I want to play my $80 video game. Even though the video game just got made dramatically worse. Like, in a second. So, I think it's bad. I thought it was a bad patch, so I'm not going to play it. I'll let other people play it. Listen, if people are enjoying themselves, they should play it. But people that don't like it, and don't play it, or don't like it, or don't like the patch, shouldn't play the game. But they're going to play the game anyway. They're going to play the game anyway. I didn't buy spell components, or attach my spells. Oh my god. Your D4 is Brussels sprout? Yeah. Like I said, the way I've thought about it is that, you know, like I said, it's the new powers that they give you from the new hearts or whatever make your character a lot more powerful than your character was before. That's just how it's going to work. Like the new heart powers or whatever, the unique powers you're going to get, make your character more powerful than before. So even though they nerfed everybody by like 30%, there's going to be some new heart power that's like, oh, after you use this skill, gain 40% cooldown reduction on whatever class. Which means you have to play the new season if you want to have your character feel the same as it did before. So, yeah.
This huge echoing vault was once the hideout of Garl the
Yeah.
Grey.
When D4 starts selling for $40, when they start doing like the 40% off sales, that's when you want to play D4. Because that'll be when they've actually patched into a new state. Right? It's like, you know, they bought the game, Blizzard got their money, it's not like a monthly payment, so it does matter. Blizzard is a publicly traded company. You don't think player retention and player numbers matter? It absolutely does matter. 100%. These things are really, really important. Because it doesn't matter to them that they made their money from the sale. Video games don't make their money from sales anymore. Like, not the big ones. Your huge video games, they don't make their money because they sold, you know, a copy for $80. They don't want to sell the copy for $80. They want to sell the copy for $80, and they want you to buy their $15 battle pass, and they want you to buy their $20 armor set, and they want you to buy their $15 horse armor package. So Blizzard is like, they're not selling you an $80 video game. They're selling you an $80 video game that has content in it to get you to spend an extra $100. And they want you to spend an extra $15 a season for the rest of the entire year and into the future. And you know how you get people to spend $15 to buy the season pass? You force them to play the season by nerfing the base game and putting all the power that they experienced in the base game into the season mechanic. Oh, did you want to play your cool, you were playing your, your sick build or whatever, your rogue build, and it had this, you use your abilities all the time because your cooldown reduction? Well, if you want to get that again, you got to play the season, and every time you go to the season, you're going to see the season's journey, and every time you go to the season's journey, you're going to have to experience the, battle pass. Now, there is a free version of the battle pass, and important note, I'm not even saying that the battle pass is bad. I don't have an issue with battle passes in video games. I think battle passes are perfectly fine, and it's a cosmetic battle pass. So you might be like, so where's the problem? The problem is, tinfoil hat theory, if they nerf the base game, so you don't want to play it, so you want to play Diablo 1, or you want to play Season 1, so you play on the seasonal server, then the seasonal servers have higher numbers, which, again, is really good for the stockholders, because it's really good for them to be able to say, hey, guess what? Look at this. Look at our player retention over all this time. Look how much extra money we're making on return investments. The majority of people who are willing to pay are also the same people who complain of nerfs but still play. I may be wrong. So the majority of people who play are the 90% of people who don't read patch notes and don't hear the internet noise and get home from work and log in to play Diablo 4.
The scent of old decay has replaced the troglodyte's musk.
People overestimate how many people read news about video games. A lot of people just turn the game on and don't know that patches happen. It's the reason why, like, some video games have to be careful about how often they patch, because they can't make changes too often, because if you make too many changes, and, small gradual changes aren't a big deal, but like a big change, some people might notice, but small, like, people don't notice even gradual changes. Seriously? Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason why I do patch note review videos. Because people don't read the patch notes. I do DDO patch note review videos, and I post them on YouTube. And then people go, oh wow, I didn't know this was coming in the patch. They could have known. They could have read the notes. They didn't. They saw the video. Reading patch notes is boring. I like reading patch notes because I'm a total nerd. Where I'm like, yeah, dude, patch notes, that's awesome. Look at these changes. Look at the numbers. And I like to crunch it and think about it and be like, number crunch, number crunch. But a lot of people, rightfully so, would rather like spend their time playing the video game or doing something fun than reading it. Why not have somebody read it to you? Yeah. It's just one of those things. And that's the other thing too, is especially when it comes to a lot of the changes, a lot of the bigger changes are like, but you can still get the XP for part 2. Just do them in reverse order. Or don't. But a lot of the, something you guys have to also remember is like, Blizzard said they're not adding new stash tabs until like Season 2. Do you think it's going to take them 4 months to make stash tabs, to add stash tabs to the game? No, it's not going to take them 4 months to add stash tabs. They have some of the best engineers on the planet and game designers on the planet working for their company because they have a ton of money. They can get more stash space in the game. They're just still figuring out the right way to monetize it. And also, again, it's empty complaints. People go, oh, I need more stash space. This is terrible. Until people stop playing, they're just going to like be like, okay, now you have your stash tabs, $3 a tab or whatever it is. The end of beta is testing until Season 2? Probably till Season 3 or 4. I'd wait till next year. And again, this is not even me saying Diablo 4 is necessarily a bad game, but they are running it with a lot of, not player-focused strategies because it's a business. It's a business. It's a product. Add 1 stash tab? Oh, sick. Dude, that's awesome. A stash tab? Fuck yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. Let's go. 1 tab, 1 tab, 1 tab, 1 tab. You know what? They did nerf everything, but 1 tab, it's worth it. Yeah, 1 tab. More and more lately? Nah, they've been doing it for a while. Ooh, sick build reviews.
As the chest opens,
I actually have 2 build reviews. I have one for Sarkfa and one for you, Goro. I should probably do that, because Sarkfa's been waiting patiently, which has been good, biding their time. And I do owe them a build review. So I should probably do it soon. I can do it today, probably. I don't have to hear, though. Thoughts on DDO new player survey? I don't know what the new player survey is. You just linked it. This takes me out of here. Fill out this survey monkey today. We'll take responses on the 4th.
extends deep into the rock behind this waterfall.
Where did this come from? I guess we'll have to do the new player survey. Or whatever this is. Next is, oh, what do you call it? Scoundrels Run. Does it look good? So Microsoft will continue to try to buy into their company? That is correct, yeah. That's all that matters. Go get the payout. Do XP because they didn't expect the nerf they did to nerf the XP. Yeah, again, I don't think the people that work at Blizzard are that stupid. I would not be surprised if some of the managers and management and higher ups were that stupid. But the people that work at Blizzard are not that stupid to know that lowering the monster level lowers XP. Okay? I don't think that the people that work there are that stupid. So the idea of, we didn't expect that lowering the level of monsters would reduce the amount of XP you get. Like, that's a very, very stupid thing to say. There's very few stupider things you could say. So, again, this is one of those, like, it's all done intentionally. It's not like a secret. Again, when you have a smaller company who lives and breathes on their reputation, it's like really important. Blizzard doesn't live and breathe on their reputation. When people don't like a Blizzard game, they get mad about it and then log in anyway.
The enchanted mosaic here leads up and past the
Tell us well to give 15%. Yep. All right, I'm gonna click the survey in a second. I just haven't looked at it yet. Let me do this quest, okay? Let me do the adventure. Running the adventure. That guy went that way. When you actually get closer to like the instant killing territory, it's not as bad with the bow. You're not in that territory, it feels bad. I need more range. I think this gives extra point blank shot range. So I'll be very happy about that. By 2 meters. I like how they say 2 meters like that means something. Increase the point blank shot range by 2 meters. Yeah, okay. Idea. Valuable, so the lack of having stash tabs makes more valuable and it adds up over time. Yeah, like I said, it's all it's the magic of modern video game design where features are intentionally left out of the video game so they can charge you for them later because they know you're going to pay for it if you like the video game enough.
The wheels here clearly control.
They will intentionally give you less stash space than they think you need so they can sell it back to you in the future. This is big AAA game design. This is what they do. Not every video game does that. Lots of video games don't do that. Lots of video games, you know, are kind to their player base and, you know, don't intentionally leave out things to resell you that feature in the future.
Only one piece left to find.
But a lot of them will. It's one of the reasons why single-player games are at least kind of like a nice safe haven, because in general, in a lot of cases, single-player games, you buy the game and you get what you paid for, which is nice.
You have found the last piece. Now, return to the pedestal at the entrance and reconstruct the idol of Halach.
Oh, we're done. Wait for me.
The idol rests on its pedestal, complete again. Well done.
Okay. Let's take a look at this here survey.
This mine has not been worked. since the pirates first claimed the cove.
Okay.
It now serves to separate
On a scale of very likely to very unlikely, how much would you enjoy content based on the following settings? The Forgotten Realms and the Lost Mine of Phandelver, the Astral Plane and its settlements of Githyanki or Githzerai, Ravenloft in the realm of Lamortia, Planescape in the city of Sigil, Eberron and the Monster Nation of Droam, and Forgotten Realms Myth Draenor. What if I wanted, like, none of these? Let's see. I literally don't want any of these. What if I wanted Eberron Arganesson? That would be cool. Or Eberron, what do you call it? The Mournlands. Or Eberron, Rydra. Or anything. Why does it have to be Drowan? Sarlona. So many things. I'm just gonna with the middle. And I guess I like Eberron more than these other campaign settings, and there you go. Well, that was boring. Alright. Okay, time to take 7 and do what's the thing with the hobgoblins? Tyr and Gwylons. Thank you. Yo, about to take 7 and do Tyr and Gwylons. Still want in 9, 7, Tyr. Thank you. Alright, there we go. God Realms is back on the table. Content after literal years? Yeah. I don't mind that. It's just I don't know any of the other campaign settings. So for me, like, for some people, they're probably really excited. And they're like, yo, this is sick. Look at all these things. I just don't know much about the other campaign settings. Like, I don't know anything about... Was it they had, like, Planescape and the City of Sigil? I don't know what that is. I don't know anything about Forgotten Realms. So I'm just, like, not too interested. I don't know much about Ravenloft. Again, I'm not like a traditional... Right, I haven't, like, spent time reading a lot of the media. So for me, it's just not my favorite option. All right, level 9. Then we got Koboldius. Oh, well, here we go. And now I get improved critical. Is improved critical better than many shot? No way, right? Many shot has to be better than improved critical. Because they already have an 18 to 20. Got a keen bow, yeah. I think I like the button more. I think I like having a button to press. I like the button. I'll get improved critical at 12. I just like the button. Tier of the... Oh, God. It's near the house P door. Okay, let's go here. IPS at 12? No, I don't use IPS that often. Once it place, I think they're coming out with 5e source book for it this year. Yeah, maybe. They are extending Sharn. The next expansion takes place in Sharn, by the way. It's like, it's not that we don't get a lot of Eberron content. It's that there's specific Eberron content I think would be very cool, because they have a lot of, like, freedom in terms of what they want to write about. Sigil is the center of the multiverse. I mean, that would make sense from a storytelling perspective. Because that would give them free reign to do whatever they want after that. Yep, sounds good. Yep. Bard, Paladin to Eagle's Feathers. Using Eagle's Feathers to cast spells? One sec. Sorry, one sec. Sorry, spacing. I had to respond to something. Did you replace D&D? Don't know anyone who doesn't love it. I've never seen it. I heard about it, so I'm not sure. I'm not really familiar. It's a level 10. All right, let's go on our adventure. To the adventure! I went in the tavern. I didn't get the spells. God damn it.
Dank water drips on you from the moss hanging above.
Oh, whoops. This is Tier Decan. This is 7's our one. I'm gonna use a shrine while I'm in here to get my spells. What epic trees are you going to be building and what mantle? So this character is going to be using definitely Shrouded Champion, because Shrouded Champion's the best thing in the game for ranged characters. And probably Fatesinger, because I'll use the sonic damage on Shrouded Champion, and then get the Fatesinger effect that makes monsters take 30% more sonic damage to scale my damage. And then probably, I don't know what the third tree will be. Something damage. Probably Shadow Dancer. Shadow Dancer or Dreadnought. Dreadnought gives extra action boost, which will be nice with action boost haste. Shadow Dancer gives 6 sneak attack dice, so it's hard to tell which one's going to be better generally. So we'll see. What's up, Sukai? Usually Shadow Dancer is nice because it gives you energy drain immunity as well, but I don't need energy drain immunity. I'm a Paladin. Bitches. So I don't need it. LD gives hit. This character's not going to struggle with hit chance. So just kind of Sharn base since it's more Grave Unity in hand.
You round the corner to find another large room, this one filled with platforms.
Light armor in this build, you can get Shadow Dancer and Evasion. But you usually do light armor in every build. Which makes that one a little bit easier. I took the button, and I didn't put the button on my bar. Oh my god, this is what happens when I get distracted. Ranged combat feats. Okay. There we go. I'm helping. So see that archer that wasn't moving? That archer does not contribute towards Red Alert. Because he wasn't moving. Your week was hell? Oh man, I'm sorry, dude. That sucks. You get spells and comps? Yeah, I got comps. That sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, it's the weekend, so hopefully things are good. Hopefully.
Many intertwining footprints suggest that the Hobgoblin village is nearby.
So yeah. It's probably worth the Shadow Dancer. I mean, maybe. I don't know how much I'm going to need evasion.
The tunnel opens
Evasion is really good if you're like, you know, in a situation where you can get hit by stuff. But how often am I gonna get hit by stuff? Right? Also, another reason why I want many shot is so I can delete stuff like Reapers. Many shot's great for deleting Reapers, which I don't really have the ability to do right now. Placement disk for a server? Oh, a work thing. That's annoying. Did you tell them it was really important? I will say, dealing with manufacturers when I was in sales was one of the most irritating part. I hated being like a go-between. And it's like, hey man, we're gonna do this thing and everything's gonna be good. And they're like, yeah, no problem. But like, all you're doing is talking to like a rep or somebody who, you know, they still have to talk to somebody. So they have to talk to a contact. So they don't have information for you right away. And then it's like, okay, cool. Everything good. Everything's on the up and up. And they're like, yeah. Everything's great. Everything's gonna be perfectly fine. It's never perfectly fine. Yeah, the other thing about the cooldown is that many shot, remember, while leveling, you're also not constantly in combat, right? So yeah, you're like doing other stuff at the same time. Gwylin's stand. So I'm gonna do Gwylin's stand, I'm gonna do the pit, and then I'm gonna do your build, do Sarkva's build review, and then if I have time, I'll do Goro's build review as well. So we'll get that in here. You have to eat pizza, it is the law. It's pretty good. 4-hour response time, and I was 40 hours late on the help. Yep, that sounds about right.
Several broken barrels lay scattered here.
And then the worst part is, because it's somebody relying on you, so then all of a sudden, you're the one who's like on the hook, if that makes sense. Where it's like you're the person who's now responsible for it. Even though you didn't drop the ball, you did everything in your power, so it looks like you did something. Brothers in your group? Yeah! Is that this guy? This guy right here? We're zerging a little hard, so they might fall behind a little bit. Also, the next quest we're about to do is the Pit, which is the most confusing quest in Dungeons & Dragons Online, so that'll be fun. Dude can't get a disc on time. Yeah, because what are you going to do about it?
Is that the stench of trolls ahead?
As in, like, you know, if something doesn't go well, you can't just replace it. It's an integral part of your business. You can't just, like, oh, we'll just get, like, a new disc from a different company. Nope. Not on such short notice. Everything's configured for the one disc. You're level 8? Ooh, that's pretty good. It's a good level. If you're even going there, if you aren't, then evasion is eh. As I said, well, even tramps, like this character is going to have enough reflex saves and like 120 magic resistance rating. So I love like 120 magic resistance rating and, you know, surprise saves. I don't know if I need evasion. To be fair though, again, I probably am going to wear light armor because this character is likely going to use the Dreadstalker set, and so evasion is always there as an option. Usually what kills you though is not the things with evasion, it's like the Ghost Flame saying, hey, by the way, damage over time. And then you take damage over time. And you're like, cool. Yeah. So that's usually the bigger issue with the magic resistance rating problem. Still, not too bad, though. I will say, benefit of Bow Paladin, I'm at 40 range power in Heroics while walking around. It's kind of cool. My damage still is not amazing, but, you know, it's nice. Like that. I just, like, walked right through those traps and it doesn't even matter. Just ate them.
Supplies have been stowed beneath the outcropping down the stairs ahead. Still more are visible straight ahead on this landing.
The MR will build because of our 10 dots. The trick is just don't get hit. Brain blast. Don't take damage. Although you said wolf build, so it's a little bit harder. It's the old wolf build. That's the old challenge. This character is nice because as a ranged character, I can just stand all the way back in another castle. Look at someone share. Oh yeah. Oh right, you're figuring it out. Welcome. Make him the old Gwydlyn stand. These are some of the older DDO quests that are just these like big giant mazes, which are fun. Which is eating your chat. Nom 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 nom. Maybe it's hungry. Maybe it's skipped lunch. You know what? Yeah. Everybody else is going home on Friday, but Twitch is still here. Plugging away. Getting fun content for people to watch. And I'm not really shooting any of these quests because I went and picked up the stashes, but is this trap disabled? It is. Nice. Kind of want to take... Is Cure Moderate a level 2 spell or level 3? It's level 3. I want Cure Mod. Really do. Well, I need, like, spell power things. We'll figure that out later. I'm excited to do a build review. I haven't done a build review in a little bit, so I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. Hey, goodbye. I will say, though, not getting any critical hits when you use Many Shot feels bad. It's just so much extra damage. Oh, I forgot. You also gain Double Shot equal to your 1.5 times your base attack bonus. So just by taking this feat, I also gained, what, 13 Double Shot? Or 14, I guess it rounds up. So yeah, 14 Double Shot is worth missing the improved crits. Yeah, this is definitely, in my opinion, I think this is better than improved crit. Oh, I missed him.
Your eyes sting as you pour the gray powder
Oh!
into the Thorani supply crates.
I'm back. Minotaurs. Yeah, getting those double shots feels good. May just be the next hardcore meta. It's definitely not going to be the next hardcore meta. This character is only good, or at least feels better, because my charisma is 37, because I have +8 tomes, and racial lives, and completionist. Please do not get the idea that this character is genuinely good. I don't want to spread that misconception. Wondering, is you have any Uber tune? I mean, I don't have anything that's like all the completionists. I have no reason to get extra past lives that are like unnecessary. If anything, I mostly just reincarnate to play new builds, not really for the completionist thing. Like I already had 3 Shader Kai past lives, but I just did Shader Kai again because it's fun. Like I'm very prone to doing that. Very, very prone to doing that. Just playing things because they're fun. Oh, hey, look. It's a deadly trap. Paladin. Break the crates. You're all standing here. Break the crates. Give me that XP. I'm gonna break the crates. I'm gonna get my 15% bonus. There we go. Yeah, just this room alone gives you an extra 15%. Compared to Sork. Would you believe it was designed that way?
Your eyes sting as you pour the gray powder into the Thorani supply crates.
Alright. The pit. This is in House D, and it is the most confusing DDO quest in the game. It's behind the tavern, near the teleporter. The pit is not an easy quest. It is a confusing quest, and I understand why a lot of people don't like doing it. I need jump potions. You have a better clear than my Sork almost already? Yeah, probably. Wouldn't be surprised. Isn't Sorcerer, like, hasn't Sorcerer been the worst class in the game since they released Diablo 4? Yeah, but I said you were quest. I said quest, not raid. Raids are inherently more confusing. Copium for it because I love Sork. Gotta have that copium. I have to climb up a maze. No, that is Coalescence Chamber. Yeah, that's Coalescence Chamber, different quest. Do I have everything with feather falling? Nope. I need to buy a feather falling item. Feather. Boots of Featherfall? No. Cloak? Yeah, I'll take a cloak. That's good. You think it's the most confusing quest? The pit. I think it's the most confusing quest. Not because I think it's the most confusing. I think there definitely are more confusing quests than just the pit. But I do think that the pit is generally more confusing for more people because it's at a lower level. So because you encountered it at level 7 when people are newer to the game and don't have as much experience. And they're not used to dealing with some of the shenanigans that DDO will throw at you. And so I think that this is that's, you know, that's what happens. Is that people get confused by this one. I don't think that this is, like, that bad, though, overall. I think the pit's not too bad.
The main shaft looms before you. The air is
That's
heavy
okay.
with
I'll do the whole thing.
faint odor
You guys can just hang out and do whatever.
An engraving on the wall.
Sorry, good song came on.
To the main breaker room.
Invite for the pit on board. Okay, sounds good. Where are you? Invite. Come on in.
An engraving on the wall reads, "To the backup gen." The backup gen.
The only thing I don't like is shooting these stupid oozes. I don't deal with the oozes. They suck. Because I'm a bow guy, and they're all gonna split. No, the bow guy. The bow guy curse. The oozes, they're coming for me. No oozes, no. Yes, I can ignore them.
The final room lights. The room shutters. The backup generator runs.
There we go. I usually don't actually run feather falling most of the time. Because I'm lazy. But yeah, it's nice to have here. Use dungeon alert. Yeah, it's mostly just the time-consuming nature of fighting them. That's what I don't want to deal with. Oh, okay. He's done. I guess I'll help by killing this. Can I shoot this guy? I don't know if I can get an angle on this guy. Okay, we got him. So if you don't know, you can actually target yourself and then just like aim at a specific area and you can actually hit monsters who are normally not hittable. Because if you target the monster, it'll always go for the center of gravity or the center of the monster. Whereas if you just like target yourself, it'll only go where you shoot, so you can hit people, like you can snipe out people's heads around corners and stuff. Alright, let's go all the way up, baby. Climb to the top. Yeah, I would say that this quest is definitely the most confusing for a lot of people. For me, I don't find this quest terribly difficult, but I've done it 100 million times. No, because if your target goes over a monster, you will shoot the center of that target. You have to target yourself first as well. You have to make sure you're targeting yourself and you're doing that. Because if you're not targeting yourself, then when your cursor goes over something, it'll select that thing, and then you'll target that. I'm still in combat, but I don't know with what. Oh, the oozes! I was like, why am I still in combat? Because there's oozes trying to get to me. Okay. That's funny. DDO the pit. If you want to know how to do the puzzle in here, just Google it. That's what I do. You have keybind target yourself? Yeah, it's F1. The function keys are for every member of your party. So F1 to 6 is your party members 1 to 6. Whatever. So F7 to 12 is your raid members. And so F1 is target yourself. Green rune wheel. Yeah. Orange rune wheel. Again, the trick to DDO, have 2 monitors. Have 2 monitors, therefore, just do multiple things at the same time. Or be the pro gamer you are and get the 3rd monitor going. Woo. Get him out of here, jerk. Red is upside down wheelchair. Nice. Am I still in combat? No, I'm not. Nice. I'm no longer in combat. I love it.
You feel another shudder, and faintly hear the pit's security traps begin to fire.
Just with nobody? Yep, I agree with that. Somebody in the Discord is talking about how they are, you know, unfortunately their guild basically left them to dry. That happens in these types of games. It sucks sometimes. It's very easy to dissociate from the video game community because it's not, it can feel not real to many. It's easy to go like, well, you know, it's just like a lot of people go like, oh, you know, it's just a video game. It doesn't really matter. Like my actions don't really matter. They don't impact the, you know, others that much. It's easy to have that happen. To just kind of like forget about it. Like it's much harder to walk away from a friend, I think, or like a group of people in real life than it is online. Because online you just stop logging in. But in person, someone might show up to your door. Be like, dude, you didn't answer my texts. So it sucks. That can sometimes happen where people will be like less considerate. Also, I'm building healthy callus on my feet now because I've been like getting out and walking more and getting more and more callus. What do you guys think about cut the strings? Big Destiny ability. I think cut the strings is the best ability in Epic Destinies. It's versatile and useful by so many different characters. It adds damage, and it adds crowd control. Oh, 1 Pit Fiend? Yep. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a second. I think I figured out a way that they could fix enchanters. So you know how there's lots of monsters that are immune to crowd control? Right? So you have like a red name can't be affected by crowd control effects because they're just immune because they're a red name. What if when you use like hold monster on like a red name, the red name would take extra damage because you held it? And you might say, oh, yeah, like they're helpless, but wouldn't that be do good? No, no, no. It's like cut the strings, where they only take extra damage from you. Where like casting a hold spell, or like any type of like general crowd control would do that. I don't know if it's a good idea. Just that's where my thought goes. Of like, so if let's say you cast like a hold monster spell on like a boss and it works against them, then you get extra damage when you cast like other spells against that boss, like extra force damage or something if they're immune. But it's only you because you have a buff yourself that does something. Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. Dude, I can't, there's so many oozes. Oh, go away, please. Okay, I don't have a good way to solve this puzzle, but I'm gonna use my time the best I can. Okay, get away from this. Yep, yep. I'm just gonna ignore him and call it a day. God, what's it? It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm just gonna do these puzzles one at a time. I'm gonna drag the oozes around. Okay, this has to go this way. This goes here. God. Okay, that's fine. I need more time. I'm gonna go over here. It's like I can't kill all the oozes. They just split. And it's not like damaging the oozes is the problem. Like, they don't do damage to me. The problem is that I just... I need to get them off the puzzles so I can work on the puzzles. So I just need them to go away so I can click on the tiles. Please, oozes, please. Almost done. Oh god, wrong way. Oh god. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get bilge. What didn't I do right? I did something wrong here. Okay, bilge. Whew. Here we go. Ooze bait? I wish. I'm ooze bait. Detain red name helpless for yourself? Dunno. No, not helpless damage. Like, sort of like how cut the strings works, where when you use cut the strings on an enemy, and if they can't be danced, it gives you extra sonic damage against that target. It would be like the same thing. So if you used like hold person against a target that was immune because it was like a red name, then they would get a debuff for a few seconds, for like, let's say like 10 seconds. That's like racked by magic. And then when you hit them, you deal an extra amount of force damage or something, let's say. Whenever you hit them with a secondary spell. And it only applies to you, not anybody else. So if you're playing like an enchanter type character or something, and you're obviously in a group, it's better for you to just be crowd controlling and doing other stuff. But if you're playing by yourself or when you get to a boss, you can still contribute instead of feeling like you have to stand there and watch everybody do everything for you. It's not as much damage. It doesn't have to be a lot of damage. It just has to be some amount of damage. So it's worth it to cast the spell.
Water begins to drain from the pit as the bilge pumps are activated.
Yeah. Then you just like follow with another spell. I don't know. I was just thinking about how cut the strings is such a cool mechanic. And it made me think about that.
Sputtering, greasy slime, the last troglodyte egg ruptured. The breeding ground for this spore.
And they're doing the third furnace, so I'm going to go to the end. And usually the end fight of this dungeon is like such a nightmare, and I hate doing it, because you have to fight like all these really dangerous troglodytes on ledges and stuff. I'm a ranged character. I don't have to deal with guys on ledges. I am the guy on the ledge. It's beautiful. I'm very excited for this. Why are there 10,000 people playing Divinity Original Sin 2 right now? That's crazy. Yeah, but that's so many now. I'm not saying it's a bad game. It's just more than I would have thought. And for Baldur's Gate 3, oh, probably, no, it's consistent. It's actually consistent. It's been around 10,000 for a while. Yeah. I'm not saying game isn't good. You range Paladin? Heck yeah. I just found it interesting, that's all. What is this? This guy? Bo Paladin. Best RPG of all time award in existence if people watch it. It's also super glitchy and the speedruns are nuts. Oh, totally, yeah. Go, jump team. Jump team will get it. There's the same type of turn-based combat from the beta I tried. Be similar. Yep. But again, it's made by Larian. They're not going to reinvent the wheel for it. As I said, like, expect a lot of the... So there are a lot of things when people were talking about, like, oh, is Baldur's Gate going to be using, like, 5e rules? It's going to be using 5e rules plus Divinity rules. Yeah, it's very Divinity. So all your strategies that you used to use in Divinity in terms of, you know, tricking the AI and the area hazards and things like that, all of that will work very, very well. Patch then wasn't older patches. Oh, is there? Okay, because the first patch I played, dude, it was so hard to do anything, and it's because you were supposed to use all these stupid barrels all the time. You're supposed to carry around all these oil barrels and drop them all over the place. I was like, well, and I didn't do that because I never played the Divinity games. I didn't do that at all. Yeah, so some people were doing some crazy stuff with barrels. And Fire Frost will used to make ice crown. They don't anymore? Yep. Oh, do they not? I assumed those guys were going to get it. I hope nothing is going wrong in that other room. Because usually I just go and do that one myself. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Yay.
The intake room has been turned into a troglodyte spawning ground.
Oh, that's a problem. I wanted to hit the Warlock, but then that other guy spawned in. Oh, I couldn't target that guy because he was, like, invisible? What on earth? Yeah, I'm in combat. Yeah, get him, team. I don't have to do anything. Nice. Okay, cool. Only have one more thing. Be a barrels and environment rather than build a character that can adventure in the wild. Yeah, as I said, I haven't played the Divinity games, so I can't speak on the experience of whether that is entirely true. I just know that the Baldur's Gate 3 was very, very much like that when I played it when it first released. So I'm excited to see the changes that they made to the game. I'll be able to run Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, just plug in more computer parts. Just get, like, it probably doesn't matter what, just get more. Yeah, you guys remember when I had 48 gigabytes of RAM? Just get 48 gigs of RAM. Or whatever I had. 20 something, I don't remember. Some nonsense like that. Okay, well, that's all. Thank you, team. Enjoy your Friday. We have build reviews to do. Your Fear Day. Friday. Day of quest. Okay, take care. Bye-bye. Kids. Right click and leave party. Okay, so. Okay. First I gotta spend some points. Healing amp. And charisma. Damn, this is tight. Like, these points are great. I've got this as, like, super juice and just light damage. Scales with melee range power. Maybe the next few weeks, new comp is going to have to wait. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yep. So close. We're going to be able to take a Knight of the Chalice soon, which is very exciting. Knight of the Chalice. Get improved Courage Heaven here. It's going to be good. Yeah, so my plan is to get 7 points here. I got to get this. I have to take this Arcanum. Oh, this is 7? Arcanum. So I actually can't take this. I have to drop this. So I'll have to put a 1-pointer somewhere. Maybe Wild Step. I'm not sure. But yeah, 7. 1 point here, 1 point here. And then I can take Arcane Archer. And then that will be pretty good for that. And Horizon Walker. Nothing in Horizon Walker is really helpful for me. So, like, the mark is kind of good. But who cares? You know what I mean? I cast Protection from Evil. The only thing I'm thinking about is Archer's Focus, or Hunter's Focus is good, and 2 Places at Once is also good. So those are both good abilities. So I've thought about these two. But yeah, it's mostly just going to be Knight of the Chalice. My damage isn't terrible on this build either. I'm just a bow character. Well, the thing is, so I did the math on this, right? Improved Archer's Focus is 10 extra stacks of Archer's Focus and 10 double shot. That's pretty good. And so that's 50 double shot, basically. Or 50 range power and 10 double shot, which is pretty cool. And crit and multi. The thing is, I already get the crit and multi because I'm a paladin. I get Holy Sword. And instead of getting 50, I can get 45 from Ascendancy, range power. I don't get the double shot, but I get 10 more range power, so it's 55 range power. I get an instant kill. I get 25% competence bonus to hit points. Fort bypass, and then I can capstone it and grant the 3% damage aura as well as even more Ascendancy, which just seemed better to me in the moment. So I feel like I'm going to get more stats out of this than Horizon Walker. But we'll see. I'm not saying Bow Paladin is the best, but I'm just saying it's pretty good. Okay, so paging Sarkfa, are you here? I have a build review to do for you. Pour vous. Beautiful. Why do some trees have hearts in them? Do you mean the charisma points? Like these hearts are charisma points? Yeah. Heart, charisma, book, intelligence, head, wisdom. You know, little, you know, whatever you call that drawing. The Da Vinci drawing or whatever. Constitution. A guy phasing through space-time, dexterity, and then muscles is strength. That's why they have hearts on them. Book with a heart next to class enhancements. Book with heart next to class enhancements. Book with heart. What are you seeing that I'm not? Vitruvian Man. Yeah. Book with heart next to class enhancements. Oh, this. Right here? Oh, that's because I'm using a UI mod. That's why. It's UI skin. You can download it, !UI. Alright, I'll be right back, then we're going to do the review. Okay. Bow Bro Forever? BBF? I don't know about that one. Yeah, UI skins. Yeah, exclamation point UI if you want to download it. It's cool. It just has a lot of like neat changes. One of my favorites is you have here on the things, this guy. So you talk to this guy and I go to the quest. Now look at my quest. You got like new you got like an axe, a sword, triple swords. I think this is supposed to be a scary looking axe. This one's kind of hard to see. But it's also got custom drawings and stuff. So like all the backgrounds have been redrawn. And they're different ones for each of the expansions, which is kind of cool. It's great. Good adventure. But yeah, anyway. Cool things you can download. People can also make their own different pieces. Everything's been changed. So like, you know, you look at the spell page and it's got like this rose on the background and you've got like all the different icons. All these have been redrawn. Yeah. Yep. So like these are all redrawn from the base game. Like, it's like totally different. So like, yeah, like this icon's like thinner. Again, like I said, like the Sonic thing and what have you. Like it's just acid here. Whereas I think I had Passion. Is it Passion or Nightshade? No, it was Nightshade. Nightshade. Yeah, so now it's got like the skull and like other stuff and it looks cool. Yeah, apparently it was like a ton of work. So, but yeah, it's really cool. So I might have got the princess. Great DDO contributor. Speaking of DDO contributing, I forgot to click the button to load the thing. I was going to do that before I went to the bathroom, and then I didn't. Okay, so we have a build review submitted by Sarkfa. Today's build review is 14 Cleric, 6 Paladin. Would this function? It's got notes here. It's the fun tank Paladin. That's basically the tank Paladin that just uses the poison damage, deal damage at endgame. Cleric Luck Domain and for Luck Domain and decent casting SLAs. Luck Domain for displacement, SLA and no fail saves. Paladin for Sacred Defender. Instead of getting 10% Sacred HP from Sacred Defender Core 5, you can get it from War Priest Core 4. Trades off Healing Amp, higher HP, and more use to lay on hands for greater casting ability than just primal Epic Strikes in the spell. Can level as a caster cleric for the most part, and uses less or hard to switch into tanking. 14 int to max out skills, which makes sense. And in Unyielding Sentinel took shield percent AC over hardened purpose AC, since the builder says the shield 8% AC would give more. That's probable. So the reason why I went with the Paladin is because I like the theming, and I also really like this ability. I really like Light in the Dark. I think it's really cool. Instead of having more lay on hands, it's just more funnerer, and it's a more fun tool. That being said, it's also not 100% necessary. It's not something you really need. Also, lay on hands doesn't scale really with anything. So in terms of like that, you'll get more lay on hands for being a higher Paladin level. So you're not really missing out on that many. You're going to have pretty much the same amount, which is kind of cool. The reason why I did the 18-1-1 is because it was just a base framework to show proof of concept. Pretty much anything is better than that. And there are a lot of reasons why I think a build like this might be better, especially because less so the spellcasting and more so some of the SLAs you're able to pick up, as well as the fact that you just get a higher mana pool, which will be quite good. So let's take a look at the build in specifics and see what we got going on. So Dwarf, maxing out Constitution, or at least pretty high Constitution. You got some Intelligence, Wisdom, Reasonable, Charisma 14. Remember that you're not going to be hitting anything that has a DC on it, but there's lots of spells you can cast that don't have DCs, which are not too bad. So I don't hate this. Starting with Paladin and then working into Cleric, I guess it's so you can take Shield Mastery. I'm not sure why you would, or maybe you're level 1 so you have melees. I would probably delay Paladin all the way to the end. I'm not exactly sure if there's a reason why you wouldn't just delay Paladin all the way to the end and just literally run Caster Cleric the entire way up. I mean, that would be like my big obvious complaint. It's not really a complaint, but like notice thing. Oh, Intimidate is a class skill. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I oftentimes don't really think about the skills too much, for sure. And having Intimidate as a class skill plus Heal is not too bad. And then having Use Magic Device. Now, obviously, if you're playing this for Hardcore League, the Use Magic Device is much less relevant because on Hardcore, you don't need Use Magic Device for literally anything. On the softcore league, you also don't need it for literally anything. So you actually don't need to use Magic Device. Because you have access to the heal spell, so heal scrolls don't have a cost. You have access to all the raises, so raises don't have a cost. You can cast shield yourself, and the only thing you would be missing is Greater Heroism, which you can get an augment from Immortality Lessons, and that takes care of itself as well. So you actually don't need to use Magic Device. So if you wanted, you could dump 2 points of intelligence and lower your intelligence a little bit and take something else, which is probably what I would do in this case, as I don't think you need to use Magic Device. It really doesn't help your character at all. Because usually you would want it, but your character has access to all of the raises. Maybe I'm wrong, and there's something that you're missing, but you definitely don't need to use Magic Device even a little bit, so you can definitely clear this skill in its entirety. Take off a point in Spellcraft here, so you have 1 more point to spend at all levels, and then dump down the intelligence by 2, and your character is still functionally the same. This just lets you get some strength, because you're going to be wearing heavy armor, and yeah, that's it. It might seem stupid to like add points into strength, but trust me, the convenience of not being slowed is very, very nice during the level up process. Is unfortunately, even if you were to add something else, you could get 1 point of wisdom, which is not terrible, but you don't really need wisdom for anything. Maybe dexterity for reflex saves, but even then, you're probably just going to go strength and call it a day, because you don't really need that skill. Because again, it just literally does not do anything. Everything that it can do, you already have. Feats here, I mean, Shield Mastery, Maximize, Quicken, Empower, all this stuff is perfectly fine. No issues here. Improved Shield Mastery, Greater. You got Toughness. You got Luck Domain, all the Luck Domain stuff, so no longer fail saves in a 1. This stuff is very, very good. So a huge fan. I love these abilities, so great choices all around. Luck Domain is definitely one of my favorite domains, and no failing all saves on a 1 on a character like this, assuming your saves are pretty good. Remember, all of these are no fail. And they're pretty much almost all in range, except for reflex saves, which you need to like work on just a little bit. Epics. Epic Toughness is fine. Perfect Shield Mastery, good. Intensify, good. You don't need Embolden. Guardian Angel's all right. It's not a terrible option. Deific Warding, good. Epic Damage Reduction, good. Shield level 2 where you have 2,000. You're a tank build, so what other feat would you take? Guardian Angel does something with Unyielding Sentinel. Oh. We've got oh yeah, Unyielding Sentinel, Last Hope. Yeah, that makes sense. You also are going to have some wisdom. Plus, also getting saving throws equal to your epic level is not terrible, but yeah, you'll have some wisdom on here. Getting high wisdom is not bad. Bulwark of Defense is good. Scion of Celestia. I have no issues with these feats. These feats all look pretty good, so they look pretty standard to me. Enhancement tree, we've got War Priest, Divine Disciple, Radiant Servant. So, here is my problem. Holy Smite is basically never going to land. You're going to do some amount of damage, but realistically, it's not as important. I like Searing Light, but the Holy Smite has a saving throw on it, and your saves are bad. Like, bad. So you're not going to land this very often, so you probably don't need Holy Smite, if I'm being honest. Instead, you'd rather take, like, Searing Light for a single target, because it has no save, but you're barely going to land this. Nimbus of Light is straight up not good. You'd rather take Crit out of the tree. You'd rather take pretty much anything else, because the crit is going to be better anyway, because it's going to work more with your spells, so you'd rather do that. Of course, you grab the saving throws here, because that's really good. You could even get the third core if you wanted to get those extra points, which is probably what I would do in this method, but yeah, land is in full damage. Yeah, you're going to get half damage on Holy Smite, and remember that this Holy Smite is going to cap out at level 15, which is, what, 7.5 damage times 15. It's like an extra 250 damage a hit on a creature. On like an evil creature. Yeah, you get half damage. If you're okay with having this do half damage all of the time, then obviously that's, going to be a thing. I would not want to do half damage all the time. But Searing Light is always a good option, because the single target damage is good enough, because you just poke one guy. It's good for keeping aggro on bosses. But it's an extra piece. Now, the question is, the reason why I'm going into this is because where else would you spend your points, right? Where else are you going to spend your points in this tree? And that's where it becomes difficult. Dwarf can get you some hit points, so you can just pick up a bunch of hit points. It's okay. Not a terrible option. Paladin, obviously you're grabbing the good stuff. The 1-pointer here. You got this. You got the Harbored by Light. All of this stuff is really good. So no changes to the Sacred Defender. I don't see anything I would like to change. Everything looks really beautiful here, so perfectly. And then Radiant Servant. There's really nothing in here. You could pick up Positive Energy Burst, but it's too expensive. So it's just not going to end up being better than just casting Renewal. You're not a healer anyway, so you don't really need this. Same thing with like Cure Moderate Wounds. Again, you're not a healer. You don't really need this. War Priest. is like, you want the War Domain Blur for the extra 10% sacred hit points, 100%. Plus, this also gives you 6 armor class, which is not terrible, or 8 armor class, and a bunch of spell power, which works with your light spells. Again, not too bad, so it's a reasonable option. So grabbing all of that is pretty good. So yeah, don't hate it. Don't hate these as options. Inflame is not amazing. What is amazing is actually Magic Backlash. This spell is surprisingly useful. If you walk into a cloud that an enemy has cast, they get knocked down when you walk into the cloud. That's how this works, because they're affecting you with a spell. So this ability is actually fantastic. I love this ability. I think it's really stupid and amazing, so it's kind of great. Sacred Touched, I guess it's like 2 PRR and 2 armor class. I mean, 3 spell power, 2 PRR, 2 armor class. It comes out in the wash. So yeah. 8 points into Vanguard for 2-second deflect. Yeah, that is also technically an option, because you can get the deflect arrows right here for the missile defense, which is an option. So, I mean, it's not terrible. It will save you some damage. Again, so that's also an option, because you can take the points out of Holy Smite and just take Searing Light. So I would say that's really going to be a good defensive routing instead, if you want to focus more on defense. I think that Holy Smite is probably not worth it in terms of total value. But it's on a short cooldown, and it's very spammable. Plus, late game, the things you struggle the most with holding aggro on are Undead, and Undead take a lot of damage from Holy Smite. Not like a lot of damage as you're going to be killing stuff, but enough damage that the extra threat will become actually relevant. So again, it's something you're going to want to think about in terms of using this. Overall, it's okay. I still think it would be better off for you to have these cores to grab the extra cores here, because they give you more spell power, because it's basically an extra, like, 15 spell power or whatever it is for your light spells, and universal spell power for more damage. And for me personally, I'd easily take that over like Nimbus of Light or something else. So I'm just going to rearrange this a little bit and go to Nimbus of Light, because this ability is just straight up bad. And then grabs this one, and then grab... Why can't you take this? Wait, why can't you take it? Oh, Builder Bug? Oh, okay, yeah. Anyway, I would take that for sure. If you're keeping this, grab the extra point and crit, and then go with the Holy Smite. If you were going to keep that, and grab that core instead, as opposed to the Prophetic Zenith. So yeah, just peel out 1 point of either MR, probably the MRR, and make sure you take that instead for the extra damage. Because again, you don't have a lot of spell power, because you're not like a spellcasting class. You also don't get spell power from your domain. So getting each individual point of universal spell power is really, really good. You want to kind of squeeze it as much as you can. Because even though you're a tank build, the spell power does end up mattering. But yeah, so if you didn't want to do that instead, you would basically drop Holy Smite, drop Divine Smiting, and probably drop, I don't know, either the mana or something else, and then grab Missile Shield from Vanguard, which is not too bad, because you get to pick up Armor Training for 3 more Intimidate, and also Armor Track Penalty, as well as Jump Skills, so you can jump a little bit better, which is always good in a character like this. So you can max out Jump, grab the Fortitude Save, and then max out Missile Shield. You don't really need the Fortitude Save, it's over 100, but like 1 point's whatever. Just the other stuff is literally useless. And then grab Missile Shield there, and you'd be rolling. So it depends on what you want to do. I don't have any changes to War Priest. I don't have any changes to Paladin. So this looks pretty good overall. As I said, that would be my change to your Holy Smite, but I haven't tried it. So I think it's at very least worth it to try. If you find the Holy Smite isn't having a big impact, then yeah, Vanguard 3-1-3, and then kind of go with that, because deflect arrows on a 2-second cooldown, very, very nice. Now on R4s, archers are not going to be killing you on a tank, but if you were to bring this to the regular servers, they will. Also, it's been raining like every day, which is weird. Okay, Epic Destinies. So we have some pretty straightforward stuff. Primal Avatar, grabbing all the good things. So you've got, Thorn plus Thrive plus Shardstorm. All this stuff is really good. This is the bread and butter and how this character functions. You're also using the Exalted Angel Mantle, which is interesting. Because you're giving up 10% hit points. So the Exalted Angel Mantle, instead of getting 10% hit points from the mantle here, as well as the Hardened Purpose for the extra damage absorption, you're going with the Angelic form for a little bit of extra damage, as well as Holy Presence. So This is a tough one because I do get where you're going with this. Does the healing from EA Mantle generate threat? No, but the damage from EA Mantle generates threat. This does give you more damage. This also makes you sizably weaker against all these elements, and specifically Force Absorb. This is like the only source of Force Absorb in the game, and it's about 23% that you're going to be able to pick up, which is pretty nice for hardcore. And then you're going to be down 10% on hit points. Now, obviously, you're at 4,000 hit points, which is not terrible. And that's also there's probably some errors in here from things that are not included. And it's also not including any Reaper points or anything. And 4,000 is more than enough to tank Reaper 4 on like a hardcore league. So I wouldn't worry about that. What scares me more than that is that you didn't take Undying Vanguard. This ability is bananas. This ability is insane. This is one of the best abilities in the game. You definitely want to take Undying Vanguard. It's super duper duper omega good. Every 5 minutes you can press a button and you can't die. This is very useful. There are lots of monsters that are going to kill you no matter what. One of the best examples is in the quest Isle of Dread. There's a quest called Spiders and Flies, and the final boss is a Ettercap who will rip through your 4,000 hit points like it's tissue paper. Undying Vanguard is very good for those situations. Undying Vanguard is also very good when you get hit by a Plague Reaper. So yeah, I would absolutely take Undying Vanguard. There are too many situations where that's useful. You said knock off the shield. Yeah, you can just knock off the shield armor class for that. You didn't even lose that much armor class. You only have 200, which is a little low, but that's probably fixable with some other pieces. I think this is a cool interpretation, doing the Angelic Mantle instead. Again, the way you're going to be feeling it is under your energy resistances because of your absorbs. You got 46 cold, no chaos. You're going to eat chaos hammers like a champ. No force. Again, force damage is going to be there. And then, even electric absorb 15, fire 23. So you're going to be taking a reasonable hit from a lot of these different sources. And Primal Avatar Weather in the Elements is putting in a lot of work here. Because that 25% is pretty noticeable. Overall, the hardest part about this segment of it is I actually really like this idea of using the angelic form for two reasons. One, you actually have a lot of light and fire spell power, and it's really easy to gear for light and fire spell power because it's one ring. One ring on a magic resistance rating set. So you're already pretty happy about this. But on top of that, this applies whenever you deal damage with your spells, and you have a lot of spammables. Right now, you have Carrion Swarm on a 2-second cooldown or whatever, 6-second cooldown. You have Shard Storm on a 20-second cooldown. You have Holy Smite on a 6-second cooldown. You have Searing Light on I believe, also a 6-second cooldown. So you have a lot of spammables, so you're able to get the damage out from Angelic Form, on top of the fact that not only do you have those spammables, but Shard Storm continues to hit individually, so within every 5-second period, because they have a 5-second cooldown, you should be getting these hits fairly regularly. So overall, I think that's actually pretty good in how that's going to function. I think you're going to get a good experience with running through this. The problem is, my worry is just always that absorption. Testing this out is going to be complicated because you're not going to know if it's going to be too bad until it's too late. The one upside of this is that because your character does have no fail saves, you can't roll a 1 against anything accidentally, which means you have some leeway. Your reflex save is basically good enough to make it so it's no fail against everything that's not in a raid, even in R4. So you're not going to have to worry about that. The problem is, you also only have 154 magic resistance rating, and so you'll probably want to do a little bit to kind of shore up some of this. So that's kind of the main issue, is you want to get that magic resistance rating over 200 for sure, especially if you're not going to be using the mantle, because you're just going to get exploded by like a fireball. And you'd be surprised about how many of them. You have a fun overload and switch to the builder? Yeah. I also have a thing where people can redeem things. Assume evasion is off the table. You can't use evasion with heavy armor, and you definitely can't with a shield. Also, what's this? No. What is this? What is this? Oh, this is the Saltmarsh Dread Owl Curse Eminence of Winter. Yeah. Using a light shield here is gonna be, this is expensive. This is a very expensive shield right here. Let's just say that. This is a very, very expensive shield. Because you're also wearing the Plate of Winter Solstice, so your dodge, I guess your dodge is 13, because the dodge cap on your armor is not put into the game, or not put into here. But yeah, that's a very expensive shield right there. You definitely want to use a bigger, heavier shield in this for some more defenses. Although you do get artifact, physical, and magical resistance rating out of here, and then you also have the hit points. It's a little bit of overlap. Yeah. There's a little bit of overlap with the items. I'm not going to fully go through the items, but I think your character is a little weak defensively. And weak defensively as in, like, you're going to get killed by magic damage. And that's kind of where I'm thinking about as, like, an issue. I don't know if there's anything that gives you, like, a big glut of absorptions that isn't from raids. Because, like, getting, you know, a Heart of Sulamates or something in here would be amazing, but it's a little bit difficult to kind of plan into a build like this. Again, definitely a cool idea with the different sets. Kind of hard to kind of put together. You also have a lot of redundancy. PRR, Healing Amp, PRR, Healing Amp. Fortunately, these are all Profane, which is fine, but then you get, like, Profane all ability scores, and I feel like you're probably wearing something that does that already. And I don't know if you have every stat. Sparkles and Magma Waders, yeah. Yeah, so overall, it's a bit tougher sell, because the boots are, you know, 9 Constitution. So, yeah. Again, this is not meant to be like a full gear review, so I'm not going to do that. But you can also up the armor class, I think. You have protection in here? Yeah, you can get a protection augment. Oh no, you do have deflection. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you have everything armor class. You already have everything armor class, and even then, it's still a little tough. So, yeah. As I said, overall, it's a. This is the only thing that makes me nervous is the Exalted Angel Mantle. Instead, for more offense, the healing is going to be okay. Remember, the healing is mostly not for you. It's mostly for other people. Because your character has 110 positive amplification, which is not great. So this healing is not really going to work super well in hardcore or like in Reaper mode on yourself, even though you have that, because you only have like literally one item with healing amp. You have the bathhouse and you have the Explorer set, the Saltmarsh Explorer set. So you only have like an extra 100 healing amp. So it's going to be harder to make this work. It's not that it won't. It's just I usually have more defense than this. I usually use Unyielding Sentinel and 200 MRR. So you ignore magic at that point. You just don't even realize it's there. When monsters are casting spells, they're not damaging you. And I think the secondary part about this is actually less monsters like attacking you. Casting spells. It's actually just damage from champion effects. Specifically, next Hardcore League is going to have standard champions, which means you need to make sure you don't die to Souls of Cruelty. Souls of Cruelty are the kind of the benchmarks here for this one. So, is it necessary to swap it over? And what do you trade out if you are going to swap it over? Those are like difficult questions to answer because, like, I like to lay on hands and I like this, and I like that, and I like so many of these things because you're spending so few points in so many of these areas, and yet everything is like so essential. I wonder if they'll ever add a save to throw the boom. It's supposed to have one, it just doesn't. Yeah, everything in here is really, really good. Also, next hardcore we're gonna have macro tech, and macro tech is obviously a little bit different because with macro tech, you can go into the technique drive and get flash drive for the extra threat generated from all sources and get an extra 450 threat. And then you literally don't even need the spells from Cleric. So yeah. And then that kind of saves on all of that. And then you can pick up physical magical resistance rating. You can grab one of the epic strikes. These don't have saving throws. So I confirmed these don't have saves. So you can grab like Galvanic Blast or whatever if you want to have like a higher individual damage. You can get more reflex saves because it's something your character's missing. You can get Hammer Time, which also has no save on it. These are no save attacks. So you can just take Thunder Hammer for no save to deal damage, or Lightning Hammer to take for no damage, and Flash Drive. And that's basically just better than Exalted Angel and does everything that you want. But it's a story for like another day, if that makes sense. And more AC. Yeah, it's pretty much just like straight up better. This character uses Carrion Swarm. Is this going to be in the game? Or this is for next hardcore, right? Because Macrotech comes out next week. Are you going to own Macrotech when this comes out? Because if not, if you will, I'm going to put the points into Macrotech. I'm going to Macrotech it. Going to own Macro? Nice. Okay, so we're going to put Macrotech in here. Macrotechnic. Okay, so you want the mantle. You really want Hardened Purpose. So what are you bouncing out of this tree now? You probably don't need Endless Vigil, because you're going to spend too many points there. You're going to drop Shield Prowess, probably. That's 5 PRR. That's 5 PR. That's 10 PRR. All of this is really good. Do you want to drop any of this? So probably 20 flat life to gain Macrotech, which gives hit points as well, which is nice versus Exalted Angel, because each core gives 20 flat life. Grab Solid Footing, grab Blast Shields, get the hammer, so grab like Lightning Hammer, whatever you happen to have. You don't need Rune Arms, you don't need that. You can take Radiant Prison, which is nice for certain Reapers or certain situations. You're probably not going to use it, but you could. Or just pick up more Reflex saves, go into Technique Drive, grab more threat from all sources, and you're all set here. And if anything, you could probably take out the best defense and then put a point into Armored Augmentation, which ends up actually being better. Because this ends up giving you more fortification and healing amplification. And so now, by contrast, your character's over 300 PRR, you gained 150 hit points, your reflex saves are higher, and they were already no-fail, but they're now higher. You still have a spell to cast, Lightning Hammer, and you now have 450% more threat, and 450% more threat, and the threat from the regular stance, so your character's at Mondo threat. Plus, there's also extra hit points and extra fortification and healing amp and all of that stuff. This is what I would do. This is how I would change your build. But I really like your idea. So, stuff. All right. That's what I would do. So thank you for your submittal. I hope you learned a little bit, because also we talked about a lot of things. One of the parts about the build review and why I think it's valuable is not because I change your build, but because I talk about what you can change in your build and what ideas you can go with, so you can consider other options. Because I still think that the base idea of having Exalted Angel is very interesting as a supportive character. So I think it's very, very, very cool. So I like that. So thank you for your review. Appreciate it. I have another review to do for Goro. You're going to have to do another time, because I actually have to go. So that's going to be the end of the stream. Then points later. Yeah, Macrotech will be a purchasable with points at the end of the year. Yeah, it's the end of the stream. I got dinner plans for the evening, so I'm going to be taking off here. So thank you for watching. We had a fantastic time. That's also why I started early. I just started streaming like shortly after 11, because I was like, man, we got to get to streaming. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm streaming on Saturday. I'm probably streaming Sunday, because I want to put in more time, and I have more video games to play, so it's going to be a fantastic time. If you like what you see, consider following the channel, so that way you can get more StreamTom content into your eyeballs. And as I said, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, and then, like I said, Sunday, and then probably Monday. I'm going to try to beat Baldur's Gate 2 before Baldur's Gate 3 comes out, which means I got to put in the hours. So I'll be doing a little bit more streaming than usual. So, yeah, it should be a good time. So if you like that, follow the channel. If you don't like that, get destroyed, because I'm going to stream anyway. Destroyed. Whoa, destroyed. You're going to get destroyed. Get destroyed. 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 You're going to get destroyed. What are you going to do? Oh, I don't want to watch stream, but you can't stop watching the stream because you have no choice, because you're going to get destroyed. Such a weirdo.